Welcome to Digital Access Day 2026. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. We pay respect to the Algonquin people who are the traditional guardians of this land and acknowledge their long-standing relationship with this territory. So, today is really about one question. As Canada strengthens its digital sovereignty across AI, data, and infrastructure, how do we make sure that access, affordability, and an open internet don't become secondary? Throughout the day, we're going to explore that through a series of practical conversations on AI adoption, infrastructure cybersecurity, and access, and importantly, what all of this actually means for Canadians. Before we get into the program, I want to take a moment to say thank you. First, to the Internet Society Global, whose support through a grant made today possible. To the Toronto Metropolitan University through Diversity Institute and the Future Skills Centre for their partnership in shaping this program. And to TELUS for sponsoring the fun part of the day, the cocktail reception. I also want to thank our volunteers for their time and support in making today happen. And now a quick word about the Canadian Internet Society. We are a national, not-for-profit organization focused on ensuring that the internet in Canada remains open, accessible, and resilient. Our role is to bring together government, industry, academia, and civil society to help inform practical and balanced digital policy solutions. None of this work would be possible without our volunteer board of directors, many of whom are here today. Thank you for your time, your expertise, and your continued commitment. And finally, a special thank you to Alessia Matsos, who isn't here, but did a tremendous amount of work in helping to coordinate and promote today's event. So now it is my pleasure to invite Karim Bardisi, Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Industry. In his role, Mr. Bardisi works closely on Canada's innovation and industrial policy, including the development of our AI and digital capacity. His perspective helps connect the broader policy direction with practical decisions that shape how Canada builds and strengthens its digital economy. We're very pleased to have him here to help set the tone for the day. Mr. Bardisi.
Oh, no, it's okay. I know. There was a steep. It was a steep fall there. Do you mind if I do this? Oh, no, that's not. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the warm introduction. Minister Solomon sends his regrets, but I'm happy to be here with you, including a number of people I know from current or past life in the think tank world, in the responsible tech world more generally, and at a place with an organization that has such a storied history of doing the work of an open internet. I note your title, Digital Access Day, Access, Autonomy, and the Open Internet, and I think it's very timely at a moment when the polls towards openness without restraint and closed internet, the closed internet or closed systems are pulling us in these opposite directions potentially. I see a really exciting agenda. I see some panelists and some folks in the room today about what's happening. It's a very busy, Wednesdays are a very busy day in Ottawa, so I apologize. I'm going to do the thing that I think elected officials who speak at events hate to do, which is speak and then leave. But I did want to share a few perspectives, and I know you're very good hands with Mark Shawn, the Associate Deputy Minister and lead on all things AI in government. Your agenda today is a really exciting dive into some of the key issues that are going to be, I think, in the rock face of not only the space that's not one of those two poles, but the rock face of the really practical challenges that Canadians at large and perhaps folks who you teach, who you mentor, who you connect with, are the things that people want to be guided by. A bit about our agenda, because this is a bit of a different week in Ottawa. because we now have the makings of a majority government through the by-elections and other things that have happened in the House. And so I just want to share, first of all, the Prime Minister's perspective about the way we intend to operate, which is very consistent with, I think, the way we have been operating, which is to work with all parties and solicit all perspectives in Parliament. I know there's a special interest in some perhaps forthcoming legislation, and what the opportunities to engage on that are through the parliamentary process. And that commitment remains. I'm on the Standing Committee of Industry and Technology. We're doing an AI study right now. I see some former and future panelists here on that study. And the relationships that I have, for instance, with my the Bloc Québécois critic Gabriel Saint-Marie and the conservative industry critic Raquel Dancho are strong, and there's a common interest. And actually, in that AI study in particular, there's actually quite a bit of alignment around the broad direction away from those really troubling polls that we need to be going in. The Prime Minister also said a couple days ago that the work ahead demands collaboration, partnership, and ambition to deliver at the speed and scale Canadians are counting on. And so that's a story about government direction around what you often hear about building projects, getting shovels in the ground, usually physical shovels in the ground. And there are some physical shovels in the ground related to perhaps some of the issues here today. But it also is true of the internet space, of the virtual space, that we need to work with scale and speed and ambition, yes, to deliver the strategy that Minister Solomon and Mark Jean have been working on, but on the whole set of issues that are forcing us to move fast because the technology is moving so fast. And so I guess in my presence here today, in our work, you have that commitment that we will continue to engage with this community. You have my personal commitment. I will continue to engage with this community. I know the Parliamentary Secretary, Talib Noor Mohammed. I know ministers who have related pieces of files here, like the Minister of Justice, Sean Fraser, the Minister of Public Safety, Gary Ananda-Sangri, Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Heritage, Mark Miller, Global Affairs Canada, Minister Anand, trade on the trade side with Dominic LeBlanc on the U.S. trade agreement side. I think you have our commitment to be engaged, and I'm here today in part to let you know that I can be one of those people who can help do that connection, do that plug-in, because it is an all-government approach that we need on some of these very gnarly issues. But I'm happy to be in an environment here where there are trusted hands. This, again, as I mentioned at the opening, this organization, the people who come to this organization, the funders of this organization, and the supporters and the next generation of youth who come up through this organization, other related organizations, have a very strong commitment. And that history is really important in this moment. When we encounter, this may be going to be oversimplified, but as I was reflecting on the agenda in this moment and thinking about Kevin Kelly's blog post about 15, 20 years ago about the internet as a giant copying machine and what that means in this moment with the AI-enabled tools around that, this era of universal, ubiquitous, practically free information is something that's upending, obviously, our politics, our public policy, our relationships, our economy, our institutions. You have seen the framework, I think, that Prime Minister Carney, you may have seen the framework Prime Minister Carney has laid out with Minister Solomon, and Minister Solomon is now speaking more about this in advance of the release of our strategy, AI for All, with three main ideas around this. Protecting Canadians with a variety of interventions or considerations around trust, around content veracity, and the regulatory and legislative tools that might be available for that. Yes, through the strategy and any legislation that come out of that, but then more generally through things like our investment in an AI Safety Institute, our investments in some of the responsible tech work that we do through research. I'm very excited, for instance, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry, to be associated with probably the world's largest talent attraction strategy for the most impactful scientists and researchers across the globe. We believe our strategy is the biggest in terms of size and a potential impact, recruiting approximately 100 university chairs and hundreds up to 1,000 or perhaps more doctoral, postdoctoral fellows. And the amount of interest in that program as it relates to the issues of concern to the Internet Society, the kinds of people who we hear are being recruited to take on potential positions once they go through the process, the university process, and the tri-council process to work on issues related to an open internet, I think. And maybe some of those people are your collaborators, very excited about the prospect of having yet more talent, some of the people who you might be working with already, having those people come to Canada and work on these issues. In some cases because they feel they can't work on these in the US, in other cases, or from other countries, but also because of the magnetism, the pull. I know that this community is one that is attracting talent to it. I'll be at Democracy Exchange at Toronto Metropolitan University in OCAD in a couple of days, and that was a place where some of these early conversations happened. So that's the protect kind of lens on the AI for all strategy that you'll be seeing. There's an empowerment lens too. The moral imperative that the technologies that are available and the work that you do towards reducing inequality, towards creating the positive forms of connection, results in a need to focus on the people who are a bit more downstream from the people in this room. And that means very bread and butter look at AI adoption that can help, a very bread and butter look at the kinds of tools that Canadians generally need to have in their workplace, in their education systems. Again, as a federal government, we don't control public education directly at the K-12 level, but we can have a role in influencing some of this work, and definitely at the post-secondary level and in the job training level. And so you'll see, I think, in our forthcoming strategy, very strong, both a worker focus and an impact focus on the really positive, meaningful applications that can help improve our economy, as well as the life chances of those who are participating in this new moment. And then we also have a build lens, which is about, again, the building of infrastructure. We know that we were behind, for instance, on AI compute infrastructure for quite a significant amount of time. We know that no country can be 100% sovereign when it comes to that no country can be 100% sovereign when it comes to artificial intelligence and the artificial intelligence economy. But we have to be very intentional about where we can build up further sovereignty. And I know that's been a long and historic area of interest of this organization. So we will need to continue to get your advice and feedback, as well as your participation in the programs that are to come around sovereignty, data, software, and infrastructure. I think with that table setting, I really invite you to have a very engaged set of conversations today. And I'm very happy that Mark Shaw, in whom we have a lot of trust, is going to be speaking to you next. And just, again, the commitment that the Prime Minister made about that collaboration, commitment, and speed, I know is true of Minister Solomon and his work, and is true of us at industry more generally in our government. So I look forward to staying connected to you all. I really appreciate the chance to be with you today.
Thank you so much to Parliamentary Secretary Karim Bardizi for that very encouraging and optimistic message. Okay, now I would like to introduce our opening keynote, who's going to help set the stage for today's discussions, focusing on digital sovereignty and what it should mean in practice. It is my pleasure to welcome Mark Shaw, Associate Deputy Minister at Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada.
Merci Franca et merci à tous pour votre présence aujourd'hui. C'est vraiment un plaisir d'être ici. Thanks so much, everyone. Really pleased to be here. And thanks to Franca, and thank you to the Canadian Internet Society for convening Digital Access Day once again. What makes this day valuable is not simply the issues on the agenda, but the way you're choosing to engage with them. You've brought together policymakers, researchers, community practitioners, technologists, and advocates, not to debate technology in the abstract, but to focus on how digital systems actually function in people's lives. And that grounding really matters. Because today's theme, access, autonomy, and the open internet, isn't theoretical. It's practical, it's pragmatic, and increasingly consequential for how Canadians work, learn, participate, and innovate. These three ideas are often, and unfortunately, discussed separately. Access is usually framed as connectivity or an affordability challenge. Autonomy is discussed in terms of sovereignty, resilience, or national capacity, and the open internet is sometimes treated as a legacy principle, important historically, but assumed rather than actively designed for. But in practice, these ideas cannot be separated. The way we pursue autonomy shapes who has access. The way we design access shapes who will benefit from sovereignty. And the way we sustain openness determines whether autonomy and access reinforce or undermine one another. When we talk about digital sovereignty, the conversation can quickly become abstract or even polarized. But sovereignty does not live in principle alone. It lives in systems. In operational terms, sovereignty is shaped by very concrete choices: where digital infrastructure is located, who controls data, under what rules, and for whose benefit, how resilient systems are to disruption, concentration, or external pressure, and whether organizations and individuals can make meaningful choices. Seen this way, sovereignty is not about isolation or self-sufficiency. It's about capacity and agency. It's about understanding dependencies and being intentional about which ones we accept, which ones we mitigate, and where we choose to build strength. This framing becomes increasingly important as AI transitions from being a specialized capability to a form of general digital infrastructure. Canada is in the process of developing an AI strategy, and you heard from the Parliamentary Secretary much of the work that's been underway, and thank you to so many of you who participated in our national public consultations to be able to get to where we're at now. And while I won't necessarily preempt my minister as to what exactly is in that strategy and when it will come out, I think the challenge that we are responding to is clear. AI is no longer peripheral. It's beginning to shape productivity across sectors, influence how knowledge is generated and applied, and affect how decisions are made by businesses, governments, and individuals. From the perspective of access and sovereignty, the most important AI questions are not limited to technical performance or model capability. They are questions of participation. Who has access to compute? Who can afford to adopt AI? And who is dependent on tools they cannot control, inspect, or meaningfully challenge? These questions determine whether AI becomes a force for broader agency or deeper dependency. This is why access and inclusion are not secondary considerations, they are design constraints. Across Canada, digital outcomes remain uneven across affordability, connectivity, skills, and trust. Those gaps matter because they shape not only whether technology exists, but whether it is usable and beneficial. This is particularly evident when we turn to compute infrastructure. AI increasingly depends on access to large-scale compute. Without compute, participation is constrained regardless of talent or ideas. The Sovereign Compute Infrastructure Program reflects Canada's efforts to strengthen domestic computing capacity so that researchers, innovators, and institutions can build and use AI systems in Canada. From a sovereignty perspective, this is not about closing borders. It's about ensuring that foundational capability is not solely external or concentrated among a small number of actors, and that the Canadian players can meaningfully participate in a growing market and supply chain. From an access perspective, it's about reducing barriers so compute is available to a wider range of users, and so the compute industry becomes a source of Canadian strength. From a resilience perspective, it's about diversification and choice. Trust is another foundational pillar. Minister Solomon often says technology moves at the speed of innovation, but adoption moves at the speed of trust.
Yeah.
That's why we've committed to tabling legislation to update Canada's private sector privacy framework, PIPEDA, to reflect a digital and data-intensive economy. Clear and modern privacy expectations create the conditions under which organizations can innovate responsibly and people can participate confidently. Safety and accountability also matter. Strengthening AI safety, transparency, and risk management supports confident adoption and long-term trust. We've already seen, just in the last few days, the degrees to which AI system and safety can implicate Canadians and undermine or potentially underpin the foundational efforts by which our economy survives. Whether or not our banking system, our critical infrastructure can survive AI's capabilities will be a question of access, of talent, of trust, and of ensuring that we have all of the right measures in place to be able to bring together the expertise, but also the foundational security to be able to protect Canadians. Infrastructure choices reinforce all of these dynamics. In Budget 2025, the government announced measures related to sovereign digital infrastructure, including elements tied to AI and compute. Infrastructure strengthens autonomy only if it is interoperable, affordable, and accessible to those who need it. These discussions intersect with Indigenous and community perspectives on digital sovereignty, which remind us that autonomy and control take different forms depending on history, geography, and lived experience. All of this sits alongside a continued commitment to the open internet. Openness supports competition, experimentation, participation, and resilience. Interoperability supports portability. Diversity of providers reduces risk. What I appreciate about today's agenda is that it treats these as connected. Access, affordability, skills, AI adoption, compute, privacy, infrastructure, cybersecurity, and governance are not separate conversations. Certainly in my lived reality, this is what my day looks like. These are not siloized policy discussions to be talked about in their closed borders, but actually they will only work when we can actually bring these things together. We need to talk about the foundation layer of trust that's predicated on effective mechanisms for privacy and control. We need to talk about how trust fuels adoption and how adoption is predicated on access, on affordability, on choice, and on skills. We then need to talk about the degree to which that actually translates into economic benefit and to meaningful applications in all of the ways we know that these new technologies can come to bear, whether in healthcare, in city planning, in emergency management, in energy, in infrastructure. All of these are spaces where we will necessitate to have the full policy stack, from trust to skills to infrastructure to choice to industry players, all the way through to capital access and applications. So how do we build a digital future that is resilient, inclusive, and grounded in real agency? Answering that question is less about ideology and more about intentional design, empirical learning, and sustained attention. It's about bringing these conversations together, which is why I'm so gratified to see the way in which this agenda has taken shape and ensure that you'll have a very meaningful set of conversations over the course of the day to really bring together what needs to come together in order for Canada to succeed in an age of AI. So a huge thank you to the Canadian Internet Society for creating space for this conversation and to all of you for being willing to participate in it. Merci à tous.
Thank you, Mark. That was a great opening and setting of the day. I really appreciate Mark because his support has been amazing, and so much appreciated. So now I would like to move into our first panel, AI adoption, skills, and access. This conversation will explore how AI can strengthen opportunity and autonomy in Canada rather than deepen dependency or inequality. I'm very pleased to introduce our moderator, Karen Savoie, President and founder of Savoie Fair Consulting, and I would ask that the panel join us on stage. Before the first panel, I would like to introduce our partner, Dr. Wendy Sukir, who will be opening we'll have opening remarks before the AI panel. She'll help set the context for it.
Apologies. To smooth the chairs. Oh, geez. Anyways, it's great to be here. And, you know, in some ways, the comments by the parliamentary secretary and Mark Shaw were really reassuring because many of the things that I wanted to flag are clearly being thought about and addressed in an intelligent way at the the most senior levels. And the notion of kind of doubling down on issues of access, talent, and trust, it's kind of the punchline for what I'm going to say. Nevertheless, I will take my 10 minutes to raise a few issues that I'm hoping we will dig in on today. And, I'm old, maybe the oldest person in the room, sad to say, but I've been working on technology adoption for over 30 years, including early stages of the internet and John Manley's innovation strategy and Don Tapscott's books and so on. And it's interesting because a lot of the lessons we've learned historically don't apply anymore. The pace of change is so different that you can't plan when you can't predict. The unknown unknowns are so overwhelming that, I have one friend who's deep into work on AI. He spends 4 hours a day trying to keep up on what's changing on top of his regular job. That being said, interestingly, many of the issues that did emerge in the early days of the internet, digital transformation, and so on, in my view, still apply. How many of you have heard of the productivity paradox? One, two. This was the notion coined more than 30 years ago that our investments in technology were not producing the results that we expected. And I think that we currently have an AI paradox for similar reasons. The issue is not that the investments don't pay off. They don't pay off overall because some organizations, some people, some sectors are getting tremendous benefits and others are not. And that disparity between the technology haves, the technology have-nots, the technology users, the technology use-nots, in my view, is one of the challenges that we really have to acknowledge and grapple with. I talk a lot about the AI paradox and the fact that Geoffrey Hinton won a Nobel Prize and we lag behind OECD countries in terms of adoption. And some of you have heard me say this before. Part of it is the challenge in terms of understanding that if you build it, they will not necessarily come. Because Canada is a country of small, medium enterprises. And I spend most of my time with SMEs, and they are focused on trying to pay the bills, right, and keep the lights on. They do not have the same capacity as large organizations to invest and implement. The power, though, of SMEs is that are there any bankers in the room? A lot of the large corporations, despite what they say, are implementing AI to reduce headcount. There is no question about that. And we're already seeing tremendous disruption in entry-level jobs and so on. Most of the SMEs we work with, however, are small. They're tiny. They are not focused on reducing headcount. They're focused on building capacity, growing their markets, innovating, doing more with less. And so I think that is an amazing potential that we need to really double down on. The other thing I wanted to say is the gap between the potential of the technology, and I'm doing some weird projects on public mobile robots, and have any of you seen the physical AI-enabled robot that can load a dishwasher? How many have seen that video? Google it. My next husband. Right? The potential and the stuff that comes out almost on a daily basis is really mind-boggling. And yet, we cannot get rid of fax machines in our healthcare system. Think about that. I can make an appointment with a manicurist easier than I can get an appointment with a physician. Right? Calling. I went to a real doctor's appointment yesterday. There was a sign that said it was a 1 to 4 hour wait. Be patient. Not an emergency department, a doctor's office where I had an appointment. So we have kind of the ridiculous on the one hand, in terms of the lack of technology adoption, and the sublime in terms of the tremendous opportunities. And that's something we really have to grapple with. Part of the problem we see, I think, in the data, and we do a lot of research on this, is the way in which we're defining AI varies quite considerably. So some of you probably saw the reports that quote the Stats Canada data saying only 12% of Canadian companies are using AI. How many of you have seen that? Okay. What the report actually looked at, the question they asked is, are you using AI in your operations to develop products and services? That is a really specific application of artificial intelligence, as opposed to, I think it was BDC asked the question of small businesses, are you using AI? 39% said yes. And then when they actually gave them a list of applications, it bumped up to 60%. So how we're defining this also really matters. We have to recognize there really is a clear and present danger. How many of you have been tracking the Mythos stuff, and the banks, and AI apocalypse is my new word. I do think some of the Terminator visions are real and something we have to take into consideration. We can't sort of wallpaper over what those risks are, because we know from the history of technology that the, quote, good guys mostly observe the rule of law, although that's becoming more questionable these days, mostly play by the rules, and the bad guys don't. So the threats in terms of how some of these tools can be weaponized is something that we really have to grapple with. The opportunities for increased productivity, massive. The potential impact in terms of dislocation, traumatic. You know, some people are saying, 30% of jobs might be at risk and 30% might change and 30% will be the same. I think it's 100% are going to change. And the only thing that I differ with he was an economist, is that I think in addition to the 30% that may disappear, there are lots that may be created. And I think that's what we really have to focus on as a country. The final thing I really wanted to underscore that I think we need to recognize is for the last, since the turn of the century, we've had a STEM obsession, right? STEM, coding, teach coding earlier, play coding algorithms to the baby before it's born so it hatches being able to code. You know, don't take those general university courses in basket weaving, because lots of us do that. Focus on STEM, right? The co-founder of Anthropic, what did she say? Now is the time we need arts and social sciences. How is that? The focus on STEM, which we do need, we absolutely need those deep technology skills. That's why we got a Nobel Prize. But the focus on STEM doesn't help us with the adoption issues, right? Because engineers, computer scientists typically like to build stuff because they can, often without thinking about markets, often without thinking about consumer behavior, organizational change, all of the adoption issues, the regulatory, the ethical, the policy issues. And so if we focus only on STEM, we are actually missing what I would define as the AI adoption skills that we desperately need in order to drive things forward. And then the final layer of the pyramid is, of course, AI literacy for all, because all of us are being affected by AI, whether we use it in our jobs or we don't. And the deep fakes of deep fakes and the schemes and the frauds that are now being perpetrated are a real risk to individuals. I won't repeat what Mark and Creed talked about in terms of leaving no one behind. But I'll just end by saying that, you know, when we think about equity, diversity, and inclusion, with a big focus on inclusion. It really is marketing 101. It's not about wokeness. It's about the fact that women are 50% of the workforce and they make 70% of the purchasing decisions. 27% of the workforce identifies as having a disability. 25% of the workforce are racialized. And Indigenous peoples and those who identify as 2S LGBTQ+ are smaller percentages, but have lots of allies. So if you don't take into account those groups, you are fishing in a very, very small pond. So I think equity, diversity, and inclusion has to cut across all of these issues, and I'm looking forward to the discussion with the panel. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming out this morning. My name is Karen Savoie with Savoie Fair Consulting. I'm very happy to be here to moderate the panel today. And if I could just introduce them. So to my left, we have Vidya Shankar Narayan. Am I saying that? Good. Who's the Senior ADM for People, Culture, and Digital Solutions. And then we have Shannon Lundquist, who's the Vice Chair and Senior Client Partner, Deloitte. And we have Dr. Wendy Cookier, who you just heard from, our Founder and Academic Director at Diversity Institute Academic Research. So I know that Wendy just gave us a really good grounding on what we're about to talk about. But I just want to add a little bit of another element to this. So this conversation is about what it actually takes to move from AI curiosity to AI adoption in a way that's practical, responsible, and trusted. We heard those words earlier this morning from both our earlier speakers. Ideally, what we'd like to have you do is leave today with at least one AI action that you can take when you go back to your organization. So I'm hoping that you find some nugget that you can bring back. So without any further ado, I'm going to get on with the questions. So our first question is, what are the real barriers to AI adoption for SMEs and workers in Canada beyond the hype? Is there anyone that wants to take that first?
I've already done a lot of talking, but I'll just be brief. I think it's important, when we talk about SMEs in particular, we're talking about everything. And so I think, when we look at AI adoption, we look at sector, right, which is important because the issues in healthcare are very different than agriculture, infrastructure, manufacturing, and so on. We look at stage of development because the issues that we're facing with startups very different than companies with 100 employees that have been around for a long time or, are going through succession issues. And we also look at identity issues because Indigenous entrepreneurs, for example, in the North, don't talk about access to financing. They talk about access to internet. So we have to really think about the characteristics of those companies first off. And then we really have to dig in on the use cases. And that's something we've been spending a lot of time on is, the low risk, low-hanging fruit of automating your expense accounts and automating your RFPs and managing your customer service, et cetera. That's stuff that is easy to do with off-the-shelf tools. It's not complicated. And, the estimate is if you could save a half an hour a day, it would translate into billions and billions of dollars of improved productivity. So when we think about how we can move forward without taking on a lot of risk, those are some of the things that I think need to be addressed. We really need to dig into, goes back to, competitive advantage in IT 30 years ago. What is the company trying to do? And how can AI help them do it better? And we've got to get out of the, use it because it's cool and groovy and really focus on organizational goals and objectives.
That was excellent. I'm just going to pick up on one of those comments, and I found it in working with SMEs as well. It has to start with the business need. You don't want the tool just for a toy. You need the business need first. Anyone else want to jump in? So, wow, Wendy, you were awesome.
is I'm going to jump in. And so, of course, the bulk of my work is facing the government and how we can ensure that all of our government, I would say, public servants they have the skills. But I'm going to add a couple of points. And Wendy, you really highlighted with regards to, the 30 years ago when we were speaking about technology, getting ready for technology era. We called it the digital divide. Now it's going to soon become the AI divide. And people having the skills and being able to be aware, when do I need to use tools versus when do I actually need to do something, I would say, more traditionally or manually. And in my role, I'm already seeing that just within the government, because we, of course, we're the largest employer. And then when you look at the SMEs, small and business and medium-sized entrepreneurs in Canada form close to 98% of Canadian business. It's less than 2% are in the large-scale entrepreneurs. So when you're looking at 98% of businesses are small and medium, which is 5 to 10 people, you can just imagine the level of anxiety that could already be started with regards to where do I get skilled AI resources, and then when do I need to use AI? So I know I'm putting out some questions there because for us to continuously think about it. So I'm going to pass it on to Shannon.
Yeah, I think that, in this conversation, one of these things may not be like the other on the stage here, because I want to focus on really the human agency components and how we remove these barriers and help make adoption happen. Because it's very hard to manage innovation at pace. You have, I think, actually, is that better? When we're operating in environments of fear and distress, so how do we create the foundations? Is that better? Is that okay? To be able to seize the opportunities, remove those barriers, and really normalize AI as a part of our organizations. Deloitte released its annual State of AI report in March, and there's some great stuff in there. There's particular notes on the global environment as well. And just in terms of a few things that Wendy touched on, Mark-Shawn had touched on them as well, but really around access to the adoption levers, that we're not seeing that it necessarily results in increased value as we've talked about. So how do we ensure that we're creating an environment where we're intentional on the use of AI, where we're setting up KPIs on what that looks like, where we talk about trust, where we track successes and failures, and are very open and transparent about a piece I know that the good things about what is rethinking jobs and careers around AI and ensuring that we have humans in the loop. We talk a lot about this in our organization. Readiness in our AI strategies does not necessarily equal readiness in our operational strategies as we're seeing. And so how do we help our leaders and our practitioners and our SMEs be operationally ready to take on some of these tools? And finally, and Mark spoke about this, later ready our physical and infrastructure foundations. I feel like I have like another mic on me or something.
We should just use one mic and share.
Okay.
Hang up the feedback.
Great. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Shannon. And if I could just pick up on one of your comments about operationalizing things. From a practical perspective, the reality out there for SMEs is a lot different than what a lot of us understand. And for AI, I've walked through the journey a couple of times with people that are struggling. And they're struggling because they're lean and mean, and they're fighting to just keep the lights on. I know that Wendy mentioned that earlier. So, they may not have the expertise available in technology or cybersecurity or risk management. They're good at what they do within their subject area of expertise and at their job.
But so it's just to know that really when rubber hits the road, it's a tough slog, and AI is not perfect yet. We're all in this journey. We're all in this road together, and not just in Canada, but internationally. And a lot of people are looking at this from a lot of different lenses. So to open up our ideas to understand it. So there's a lot going on, and we just want to try and help and move the markers forward. So what can we do? I think we're going to move on to the second question. What can we do? In positioning forward, this is a question I'm going to direct to Shannon first. How do we inspire the use of AI tools to help seize the opportunities that Canada is facing?
One of the things that I talk quite a lot to our teams and to our clients across the country, and in fact around the world, we're talking about this a lot, is yes, to continue to focus on productivity, but to also focus on reimagining. And I think one of the keys to unlocking AI adoption is really the play factor. And I'm just going to take a moment to give you an example about how we're used to life on our team. And we have now done this with probably 600 people in our organization. And we're getting together in groups of 25. And we're not giving out all of the licenses for all of the tools to everyone. We have facilitators for the group of 25, and we take a real business issue and we work the tool. And people get into the tools and they play, and they become less scary, and they become more useful. And I personally, of course, now have my own favorite tools in Notebook LLM, because I can just dump 10,000 things and now it makes this really nice one-page infographic for me. But it has really helped to ensure that people say, okay, I'm now going to reimagine how this can actually be used in my job versus replace me and my job. And it has created this opportunity for teams to see, particularly agents, but all sorts of AI and automation as a part of their team versus a compensation to build.
Just a follow-on question to that. So, you have, and it's wonderful. What a great way to approach adoption. How do you share that? So once those 25 people learn something, how do you share that across your organization?
Yeah, so we're starting to roll out some of the basic, I call them the basic tools, and then we have, high-flying users. People are going to use them every day. I mean, I use some of the tools every day. Will I use a lot of the creative tools every day? Probably not. But we're starting to use storytelling to roll those out as well. And a big piece of this, when we think about, Mark talked about this, agency, focus, and leadership. Part of the leadership piece too is to create that psychological safety where we're talking about how we're using the tools. I'm a tech optimist. I'm not a Pollyanna. I understand that, certain roles, certain tasks, certain jobs, certain processes. If you think about Deloitte's business, the entire audit and tax business is going to undergo massive transformation. But there's also so many opportunities for the human capabilities to be introduced there, and that's what we're focused on.
Would anybody else like to?
What a great example that you shared with us, Shannon. So I'm going to give you, I would say, from a public service perspective, a program that I'm actually currently running. So public service, we have 5 generations working together. I think that is now becoming the case across all sectors, 20s all the way to 60s. Many of my employees or employees across the government, they started before the internet. In fact, computers were coming into the workplace when they started. So fear and anxiety, which I already mentioned earlier with regards to, my God, this is like AI is basically just going to take my job away. That is one. Second is for the ones who are optimistic, they don't feel included because they think that they don't even speak the right language to even ask the questions as to how can I actually improve my skills. And then we have Canada. I mean, we are a country of immigrants. I'm an immigrant myself. Significant employment equity, which is, I would say, our diversity is our richness.
So when you bring these, I would say, this interesting mix together, one of the programs that I've actually launched, it's now a year 2, we called it the Future Innovators Program. We started it specifically for across the government, Black employees who identify as Black, both in English and French. And this is giving them access to not just the tools, to Shannon's point with regards to where can I use the tools in my job? Because tools are plenty. I mean, every day I think a new tool is coming out, but how is it going to actually support me? And how do you actually go through that learning process? It may not be one day. It could take 3 months, depending on the tool and the type of job you're doing. So pilot group was Black employees, and with the success we're seeing, we started partnering with universities to then expand this for a number of employees who would like to actually move even, let's say, move the yardstick even further and say, no, it's not just tools for me to basically become more efficient in my day-to-day job, but how can I actually now reimagine my skills into the future workplace where I may actually want to do something different. So we paired them up with universities, and a number of universities actually raised their hand to get them certification. And the certification is specifically as a future innovator, where it's not just AI. Not everything requires AI. It could just be robotic process automation. It could just be understanding what are the tools and how can I actually reimagine even the processes that we have in the government. Last thing I would say is, and just coming again, government, largest employer, 5 generations working together. A lot of the processes in the government, many of you here are either working with the government or you receive services from the government. We are stuck in an era where the processes were built before the internet. So process updates, process modernization is where I would say AI is really going to be leading edge, cutting edge, if done with the employees who could actually be part of the change. And the very, very last thing is something I tell my team every day. AI is not going to take over people's jobs. People's jobs are going to change significantly over the next 5 years, that their skills and how they do their job may no longer be relevant. So it is almost like this dichotomy where how do you keep yourself relevant with what is required of your job?
That was great. And just, I remember the typing pool and the big boxes that came in and landed in the hallways, and taking training on WordPerfect, I think, at the time, and PowerPoint and Excel and whatever. So you make a really good point, Vidya, about it's more than, AI is more than technology. And I was at MIT a couple weeks ago for our generative AI business strategy conference, and something they said was that 1x is the technology component of adoption, and 7 to 10x is the people side of adoption. Okay, why did you want to add anything else for you? Okay. So we're going to move on to the third question, and it ties in nicely. How do we build skills and training systems that match our labor market, not Silicon Valley? What I would say is, before you can, I mean, one of the biggest problems we have in Canada is we train people for imaginary jobs, or we build bridging programs to nowhere. And I work at a post-secondary institution. We do lots of stuff that is not very effective. You know, it's not just the private colleges that have been predatory in developing programs. So I think we have to really think about training and education as a system. I am a big believer in liberal arts education. No one will ever convince me, even though I have a PhD in information systems and an MBA and all that stuff, no one will ever convince me that my undergraduate degree in history and English was not worth it. And I think that that's fundamentally what we have to think about, is universities are all purpose-built to train people. you have co-op programs, you have professional programs, but where the real opportunities are, in my view, are in the transitions. So I think I was Vice President of Research and Innovation. I've tried to drive change within universities. Universities like to talk about innovation, but they really don't like to change too much. I think you don't try to make the English professors become AI professors and train people for AI jobs, because none of them have worked outside of universities. I think you let the education system do what the education system does best, which is creating critical skills, communication skills, blah, 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 blah. But you think about what the additional things are that graduates need in order to transition into the workplace. So I'm a big believer in some of the stuff that's being done with short, intensive boot camps, micro-credentials, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And you think about competency-based frameworks so you really understand what you're teaching. Because we know, for example, lots of university graduates can't pass the basic level of for literacy. It's hilarious to me that we are holding international students to very high expectations in terms of their English skills, and often they outperform Canadian-born and educated graduates. So we have to think about pieces and how they fit together. And I do think that we can create graduates who can hold their own in Silicon Valley, but also can adapt to change. So I'm a big believer in ESDC Skills for Success. I think it's a really solid foundation. I think everyone needs entrepreneurial skills. Like, entrepreneurial skills are not about training you to start your own business, although that may be an outcome. Entrepreneurial skills are about creating a growth mindset and learning how to see opportunities and navigate change. And those should be foundational. And I think we need to be very specific about what the skills are that are needed by employers. And the way you find that out is by talking to employers. So, we have way too many programs that are being developed without any reference to what the real jobs are. So I think there's lots that can be done there. And I'm a big fan of the work integrated learning programs, like the student workplace placement programs. I think they're brilliant. I would refine them. You heard it here first. The AI Youth Corps. I think there are huge opportunities to take fresh grads, upskill them very quickly in those AI innovation skills, and send them out to SMEs to help with the transitions. Because a lot of SMEs, they'll buy the idea that there's an opportunity, but how they actually go through the conversion processes is beyond their capacity because they don't have people power. So you think about peer learning, reverse mentoring, and how we can both address youth unemployment and use talent to drive change. I think we could have a winning solution. And I really think that there are places for formal post-secondary degrees in English, history, philosophy, etc. But there are ways you can take grads from those programs and transition them into employment. And I say that as someone who invested a lot of money in a Master's of Fine Arts for my daughter, who is now one of the AI gurus at Boston Consulting Group. So the pathways are very different today than they were even 10 years ago.
I actually got chills when you mentioned fresh graduates and training them on AI. I think that's an awesome idea because that is a very real challenge for SMEs. So I also like your bridging programs to nowhere reference because I think what we're finding is that we have to be tailored and practical in our teaching and training related to AI. So we don't want to teach everybody everything. We want to teach them what they need to know. Anybody else want to add anything else?
I think the only thing I would add to that is I see this being continuous learning. It's a versus episodic. It's sort of like ongoing certifications. It's the muscle or the discipline to continue to take on the tools. I also was at MIT 2 years ago, and it was an amazing experience. And I also feel like it's dated already. Like it's just like every few months, re-immerse yourself in that, and that is what's building that kind of muscle. And then it also becomes a very real thing, like in terms of the purpose driven work that we're doing. It just
Really piqued my interest there to jump in, Shannon, is specifically on how do we actually upskill? And you're thinking about SMEs here is, how can we actually leverage AI to have those, I would say, self-learning programs as well, self-learning courses, because that's something I'd like to have a few examples to provide as the panel unfolds. Excellent. I love all of those ideas, and I'm really looking forward to maybe seeing it move forward. Right. So we've heard both of our first speakers talk about trust. So our next question's around how can we avoid the opaque box tools that weaken Canadian autonomy, accountability, and trust? And I'm going to ask Vidya to take that and maybe explain a little bit. Absolutely. So when it comes to tools, of course, I have to say this, and I think Mark has left. I've worked with Mark for years in the past. Canada is one of the most innovative countries in the world. So like a mic drop moment, I have to say, is we have the maximum number of innovators or the population we have. Scaling up definitely becomes a challenge, not new news to any of you. So when we start looking at tools, most of the tools we work on, or actually we use, are not Canadian-made tools. That is starting to shift. We're getting there. We're really making real effort here in leveraging Canadian-made tools. And the big box is because we're using... I give this example quite often, where even within Treasury Board or when I'm speaking within the government, let's say firewalls, is the tools we use, we don't even know where the data is saved. Most people don't. Most people don't even know what a cloud is. And they don't know who has access to their data, how they're using it, and those privacy statements in these big tools, I can tell you, I don't read it. Because I think it's 50 pages long, and then we just scroll and then do a check mark. So on one hand, it is number one, ensuring that we can have Canadian innovation for Canadians. Early days to really, I would say, speed up that engine, and I know that the two opening speakers today, they are at the helm of that. ISET is at the helm of that. I spent over a decade at ISET, so I have a lot of respect for Mark and his team to move this forward. In parallel, and the microphone here is, I'm going to speak about one tool that we are kind of like making more transparent, from opaque to transparent. Official languages. How can you have someone from the public service here without speaking about Canadian identity in two official languages? So I came to Canada with only one out of the two, English. Now I'm fluent in the second official language. But the reason I bring this up is the number of opaque tools the government of Canada has had on official languages. I mean, not only do you opaque tools, the cost. And now we have GC Translate. Open source tool. Because when Wendy was speaking about language, Wendy, that English degree, because large language models, people who actually come from the literature background, they are really going to be forging ahead. It's a very specific skill set. So GC Translate is homegrown, and I'm also accountable for official languages for the government, including servicing Canadians in both official languages. I didn't build the tool, but I basically work very closely with my peer who built the tool, but the tool needs to learn. needs to learn scientific terms, needs to learn security terms. So here is an example of a transparent tool, to the point where recently I was meeting with the Ottawa police, who have body cams that do simultaneous translation. And we're like, hey, we need to work with GC Translate. Do not use opaque tools that you don't know where your data is being stored or how that data is also going to be used. So I'm going to pause because I have a feeling Shannon and Wendy have some things to add.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to go a little bit of a different direction, though, is the use of the tools and the data in those tools. And it kind of comes back to something Wendy said in her opening, and Mark mentioned it as well, around human agency. And it's really the development of that skill for all of our teams, all of our SMEs, all of us, to understand when and how to rely on AI, when to challenge it, when to use our own judgment to override it. I think that's going to be one of the biggest pieces around using some of the tools. And as these tools get better, obviously we'll see less and less hallucinations, or we may see more creative and intense hallucinations, right? So it's really developing those skills as well.
Yeah, no, I think this is all critically important. The only thing that I would say, and this is based on my own efforts to transform, we have, I don't know, maybe 60 full-time staff. We're kind of like a little unit within a big bureaucracy. And last July, I hired an AI consultant on a $24,000 contract to simply try to take my multiple spreadsheets and automatically produce the quarterly reports that my government funders want. Okay, 9 months ago, we finally got the security approval through the university to proceed with the contract last week for a $24,000 contract where the data were like lists of meetings and reports. And the reason that I raised this is, when we developed Ontario's digital technology strategy, Don Tapscott led that team, I think it was 94, 95. We talked about government as a model user, and we talked about procurement as a strategic tool. And what I would say now, especially in public sector organizations, that's healthcare as well. I was chair of the Women's College Hospital for a while. We have to figure out how to assess risk in a real way, to understand the no-go zones, to understand where the real risks are of using some of these tools, and to streamline processes where the risk is viewed to be not that significant, as opposed to applying, the same level of managing nuclear warheads, right, to automating a bunch of spreadsheets into a report. And we heard that at the last, one of the other Internet Society meetings, where providers of tools say that they go to organizations in Canada and they'll say, who are your other clients? And it was Aaron who said this. And they'll say, well, we don't have any. And then they'll say, well, come back when you have some. And they go to the US and they say, who are your other clients? And she'll say, well, we don't have any. And they'll say, oh, that's great. We'll be your first. And so there is a real challenge in a lot of our processes. And I know that the federal government is working on procurement, but I work in an institution where the internal administrative processes are one of the biggest barriers to innovation and to adopting new tools.
Thank you to all members of the panel for that very interesting exploration on trust and tools. And something else I just wanted to sort of tag on to something that Shannon had mentioned about knowing when to use it, because just because you have AI doesn't mean you should use AI. And so understanding what does AI do best and what do humans do best is something that we need to, as an organization, as a society, grapple with, because it is a socioeconomic issue that we have to move forward with. So my final question for the panel is, what is one concrete idea to make AI work for access and inclusion, not just efficiency?
So, what I would say is, and this is, again, I'm old, but Canada introduced a gender-based analysis in, I'm going to say 1995-ish, something, long time ago, right? And we've done some work trying to figure out, like, how do you update what's called GBA Plus. We worked with ISED on a model where you actually think about applying a gender lens, a race lens, a truth and reconciliation lens. You think about accessibility and so on as you're developing policies, programs, and implementing them. And I really believe that EDI strategy shouldn't be kind of a thing that bolts on over here, because then you can bolt it on or you can cut it off. But we need to mainstream those questions into everything we do. And that's why I keep saying, like, EDI is not wokeness. It's marketing 101. Canada has changed. And so we need to make sure that when we look around the table, we have people who represent Canada. When we think about tools, we recognize that there are Indigenous communities that don't have running water, and they certainly do not have high-speed internet. I see massive, massive opportunities with the new major projects. Even with, and this is something some of you in the room probably have thought about, but a lot of people haven't. I think the NATO commitments to increase defense spending and the work around dual purpose technologies could be the solution to much of what ails us. Because remember, people talked about Silicon Valley and they talked about, the Israeli entrepreneurship miracle. Both those things were driven by defense investments. And when you think about dual purpose technologies, not just being, guns and armored vehicles or something, but including modular housing, healthcare, transportation, internet access, internet tools, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those investments that are massive amounts of money, and way more money than the little pot that we have for AI transformation, massive investments. If we bring a gender, truth and reconciliation, equity lens to those investments, we think about community development as part of those investments, we could transform Canada very, very quickly with money that we're already going to be spending. So that would be my big idea for moving this forward.
Thanks, Wendy. I think as we start and continue to develop either AI frameworks, both physical and autonomous, governance, the infrastructure, we really need to continue to focus on the things that make us immensely human. And, you can call them immensely human capabilities, enduring human capabilities, but divergent thinking and diverse perspectives is one of those. Curiosity is another one of those. Social and emotional intelligence. I was reading a paper last week that for people who don't feel that they're really that empathetic, they can start to use some of these tools to be more empathetic and to have more understanding, which I thought was interesting. But, building resilience, like things that only humans can do, I think is my one concrete example.
So I had not spoken to either one of them about this question. So I'm going to say, Wendy, I'm actually accountable for the EDI strategy for the government. I know you'd not know that. And Shannon, when you spoke about the human and the emotional aspect, so my idea is, so I'm just going to speak of the Canadian population. We, in comparison to other countries, the median age of our population is quite high. It's in the early 40s.
I balance the rest.
The last time I checked, it was 41 point something. Versus if you compare with India, it was 28. And this is a couple of years ago, so I haven't checked recently. And my big idea is that the entire Canadian workforce, because remember, we have people who are working in their 60s. So how do we ensure that all generations, not only the ones that are just graduating now or can just operate technology with so much ease? I have more than 25 years of technology background. I can tell you, I'm struggling to keep up with the ones who are not coming from a tech background, but because it's the mindset. They were born in the internet age. My nephew he started using the iPad, I think he was like a year and a half old. So ageism is going to become, I think it's already there, but it's really going to become a big thing. And a big part of the Canadian population will not be able to contribute to the level they want to contribute. So how do we ensure that we are supporting through skills development, but also through opportunities, say you can learn on the job, is to be, because people come with a number of other skills. They may not have those AI-ready skills or skills to use tools. How do we support them so they are leveraging our population? I'll just share a short story about my mother. And she knows that, I've been into AI for 2-3 years. And she started out saying, I don't want to touch it. And there's a lot of industries out there, construction, that are saying the same thing. And so I kept saying, okay, Mom, you have to get with the program. It's here, it's not going away. So she encountered an issue with her business with trying to do mass emails. Guess what? So now she uses AI. And so that spilled forward into, she was trying to create an email, and it was a difficult email. And so she reached out to me and said, Karen, can you AI this? And I said, sure. And I sent it back to her, I'm going to say 45 seconds later. And she said, wow. So she saw it. So I'm trying.
Experiences are going to move the markers when they see what it can do.
But thank you both, because you've inspired me to jump in over here. So we have the youth employment strategy. And a few jobs ago, one of the items that I was running was Job Bank. So a little while ago, when I was in front of the Deputy Minister of ESDC, because he remembered that I used to run Job Bank, I said, can we have expand Job Bank to ensure that our seniors have opportunities? Because, as I said, the way our lifespan is increasing, we may have a sixth gen, we may have people in their 70s who want to work. In fact, some of them already are. And we are really not maximizing the productivity of our country because they're actually feeling limited, because they bring skills that many others may not have. So I'm saying Job Bank, and with youth, hey, it would be the I'm not saying senior employment strategy, but I'm saying maybe the wisdom. Yes, it's they bring experiences, so the experienced employment strategy. It's so just throwing this out as an idea, but maybe I think did one of you want to jump in?
Well, I would say career transitions, hugely important. And Kathleen knows, as do some of my team, one of the things we're actually looking at is there are a lot of federal public servants who are losing their jobs right now. And we think there's a massive opportunity because so many people in the public sector spent their careers navigating uncertainty and adapting to change and nailing jello to walls. And often those skills are unappreciated. Like everyone assumes in the public sector, you can take someone from private sector, move them into public sector, and I've served on enough boards where we're always chasing the guys, mostly guys with money. And people, in my view, have always undervalued the skills that it takes to navigate in a public sector, highly unionized, highly uncertain, politicized, blah, 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 blah environment. So one of the things we're actually doing is looking at skills mapping. So when you've got all these federal public servants with what many people might think are a certain kind of skill, I would actually argue to some of the foundational skills you were talking about being required. They've got that up to here, but they may need new language. You know, I can teach you everything I remember from my MBA in a couple of weeks. And I've done that. We've developed, rapid upskilling programs. You give people a few models, some language, et cetera, et cetera. I think there are massive opportunities to do bespoke upskilling, reskilling, and looking around again at employers, because we know municipal governments across the country have huge skill gaps. They can't attract and retain. Crown corporations and private sector organizations are having trouble because the entry-level jobs are going. The people my age are retiring. You can't replace me, sorry, with a 25-year-old and an AI agent, right? But you could take an experienced public sector worker who knows how to navigate, manage people, do this, do that, and in my view, upskill them to take on other jobs. So that's just a very concrete example, but that mid-career transitions, I think, are important. And the only other thing I'll say, which is a little tip in training older people in how to use AI or people who are resistant, is we spend a lot of time developing courses on prompt engineering, which I call the English major's revenge. Now you can actually ask generative AI tools what prompt you should use to get a particular outcome. That is so powerful. You still have to check, but those kinds of things can really, once someone sees, like your mom, sees, oh, it can actually do this really quickly, maybe it's a next step and a next step. And I believe in incrementalism, and I think that's the secret weapon.
Excellent input from everyone. And I got the chills again, Vidya, when you mentioned the seniors program and opportunities for them. I might be a senior almost. One of the other, I guess, things to bring into this conversation is around not just mid-year, but end-of-year transitions in your career. And so at this conference that I was at recently, they talked about, and there were several different speakers that spoke to the same thing in different ways, but they were trying to get the point across that there are 3 stages. You learn, and you earn, and the third one was you serve. And so they're trying to, I guess, instill in us that, we have a lot of lived experience and practical knowledge that we can bring forward to our younger generations. And so this concept of working and volunteering and helping our youth is something that I thought was worthy of mentioning. Franca, did you want to open it up for questions or from the floor, or are you... I didn't ask you that earlier. No.
Thank you, Karen, Wendy, Shannon, and Vidya. Really appreciate your time and participation. I thought it was a great conversation despite the rocky start. Sorry, guys. So now we'll take a break. I would like to introduce Jeff Doctor, who is going to be speaking to us and providing us a grounded view of digital sovereignty from a Haudenosaunee lens, exploring how access, autonomy, infrastructure are experienced in practice. It is my pleasure to welcome Jeff Doctor, Impact Strategist at Animiki.
Scanosagwego, Jeff Doctor, Nigioso, Gaigohono from Six Nations of the Grand River Territory. So, hello. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Jeff. I'm a Kyrgyz Nation citizen from Six Nations of the Grand River. Our territory is also known as the Haldeman Tract. It's a wide strip of land about 6 miles deep on each side of the Grand River in southwestern Ontario, about an hour's drive southwest of of Toronto. So many of you here, if you've traveled through southwestern Ontario, you probably actually passed through my people's territory. So as a citizen of the Cayuga Nation, I am not Canadian. So obviously coming into a space like this, talking about Canadian digital sovereignty always is awkward, to say the least. And I have to do a little bit of education about who I am, who the Haudenosaunee are, where we come from, and some of our original treaty relations that we have with what is now Canada. So to give a bit of context, you may or may not have heard of something called the Tura Wampum. What this effectively is a treaty that goes all the way back to the original colonization from the Dutch back in the 1600s when they first arrived in these territories, met some of my people, and created this treaty relationship that we now call the Tura Wampum. The British took over those treaty responsibilities, and subsequently the Canadians, well, are supposed to at least take over this treaty relationship, but that hasn't really quite happened. Thus, the awkwardness for me when I come into spaces like this. So, what is this Tura Wampum? The easiest way to describe it, it's a visual metaphor that is also done quite physically, like it literally looks like a belt. And what this belt shows is 2 rows of purple on a long background of white. And these 2 rows, they're completely separate. They're separated by 3 rows of white, but they are completely straight, meaning they are parallel. They don't intersect, they don't touch. The white on the background is supposed to represent the endless river of life, and these 2 rows are 2 ships. One ship is the European tall ship, the other, the Haudenosaunee canoe. So this was a very brief visual kind of demonstration of what the foundation of our treaty relationship is and continues to be with what is now called Canada, is this notion that we as Haudenosaunee, we will not interfere with the Canadian tall ship. We won't steer in front of it, we won't crash into it, we won't do any of those problems because, well, we're still in a canoe and we're on the water together. We're all stuck, whether we like it or not, on this endless river. Now, that relationship is supposed to work both ways. The European tall ship is also not supposed to steer into our canoe. It's not supposed to cut us off. It's not supposed to crash into us. And it's certainly not supposed to destroy our canoe, throw us a life raft, and call it access. Access to what? Access to the basic necessities of life. Access to water, to our medicines, to our resources, and now the internet. So the way I see digital access is very different than I think the way that many of you may see it. I don't see it as something that obviously Indigenous peoples, if they choose, should have the availability to be able to access the internet in a fair and open way. But the internet itself still requires access to Indigenous territories. Not just the internet, but really ultimately all digital technologies require access to Indigenous territories. So this then begs the question, why are Indigenous people even paying for the internet? We may get access to it, but if we're still paying someone else's economy that they're benefiting while they're still using our lands, how is that fair? How is that equitable? How is that not a violation of many of our original treaties, not just the Haudenosaunee? So I think it's important to highlight how a lot of the infrastructure that was built under the foundation of Canada, the infrastructure that, whether that be all of the electricity systems, whether that be all of the telephone lines, which then later become the fiber optic lines, these were all built, or at least the right-of-ways, not even talking about the larger kind of land dispossession, but just the right-of-ways. Many of these were created during a time under the very oppressive parts of the Indian Act, The Indian Act actually has been around for 150 years as of this month. 150 years of the Indian Act. It's still called that, by the way. And especially up until like the 1950s, it was incredibly oppressive. First Nations didn't have the ability to hire lawyers because it was illegal. We weren't allowed to practice our cultures. That was illegal. We certainly weren't allowed to sign agreements with land developers to ensure fair and equitable access to our territories. So much of the telephone lines, which then also become the highway systems, the railways, all of these things were built during a time when Indigenous peoples had no, quote, rights, at least under Canadian law, to say no. Maybe we were paid off, maybe we got a bit of token gestures here and there, but without the ability to say no, how is that fair and equitable access to our territories? At the same time, we don't really have very much public visibility now where this infrastructure actually is. I've been looking through different maps because I love maps, and I still struggle with actually determining where the core backbone of Canadian internet infrastructure is. I'm sure I can find it. I'm very tenacious when it comes to that. And at the same time, I certainly haven't seen any talk about how that infrastructure directly relates to treaty lands, to non-treaty lands, to extended lands, to unceded lands, to all of BC, which has no, most of it has no treaty, and yet the internet still moves through these territories. So in my backyard, along the Haldeman Tract itself has a very long history. We were promised effectively full agency, full sovereignty over that entire piece of land. And there's been a lot of complicated land deals ever since then, but the gist is that so much Canadian infrastructure, so much of what, like both Bell, Cogeco, Rogers, they all have core internet infrastructure that moves through the Haldeman Tract. Easiest way to describe where this tract is, think Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge, Brantford. Brantford's not exactly known as a tech hub, but Waterloo certainly is. And that's right in the heart of Six Nations of the Grand River Territory, which is under a current actually ongoing land claim right now, which is quite complicated. But the point is, along the entire tract, did you even know that the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Chiefs Council actually has a moratorium on development across the entire tract? This was reported on a couple years ago and subsequently kind of ignored, especially when it comes to the current rollout of data centers. But the point is, back to this notion of development, digital access. The way I see it, Indigenous peoples, we're not underdeveloped. We're overexploited. I didn't make that up. That's been coined elsewhere. But the point is that this concept of digital access, if it violates, and I'm talking about like all layers of the digital stack, if this is violating Indigenous treaties, how are we actually going to continue with that contradiction of what it means to achieve quote-unquote Canadian digital sovereignty? Is that at the expense of Indigenous sovereignty? I've been working on this concept for at least a decade now, and I started quite literally in the mud on my land. I was digging holes in the ground to find where the telephone lines were, because my internet kept breaking. Because every time we would dig a hole, we'd cut through the line, and this would be my family's been on the same parcel of land for hundreds of years. It's a lot of telephone lines. Have they been documented? Of course not. So I had to go through and basically digitize where all of these lines were on my own land. This is a tiny little microcosm, because none of that was written down, none of it was documented. It's just, cut the line, we'll just throw a new one in. And I just wanted to do that so I could have better internet. And that has led me down a very long story that I mentioned the Indian Act 150 years ago, but this goes way back. This goes all the way back, at least in my community at Six Nations of the Grand River, to the American Revolution. The Haudenosaunee homeland is actually upstate New York. It's the Finger Lakes region. And what is southwestern Ontario is actually our hunting grounds. It's effectively our backyard. And we were exiled here. When George Washington, big great defender of freedom, he ordered his army to destroy every Haudenosaunee village they could find. You've probably heard of the Trail of Tears, but have you even heard of the Sullivan Campaign? So I'm just going to quote directly from George Washington to Major General John Sullivan, 31st of May, 1779. And bear in mind, he's talking about my ancestors here. The immediate objects are the total destruction and devastation of their settlements and the capture of as many prisoners of every age and sex as possible. It will be essential to ruin their crops in the ground and prevent their planting more. Turns out that my family's land isn't actually even part of Canada. It's never, and I'm not saying that rhetorically, I'm saying this quite legally. It's never been sold, it's never been deeded, because when we were dispossessed of our homelands by the Americans, before Canada was even Canada, my family has been on the same parcel of land, we've never sold it. So the result of this is this strange data anomaly. We have no land title, we have no registration, we only exist based on the boundaries outside of our parcel by the other deeded properties. And one of these properties is even a parcel that an ancestor of mine was only able to effectively sell so that he could move out west because he was a land surveyor, himself having a long, complicated history in Ottawa. He was enfranchised, meaning he lost his status so that he could, quote, sell his lands. Now, my dad and his mom have bought that land back. And the funny thing is half of our property is Canadian in the sense that it has land title. The other half is Haudenosaunee because there is no land title, but of course all of it's Haudenosaunee from our perspective because it's on the Haldeman Tract. So I see the ongoing status of where the two-row wampum is every day in my backyard. I see the violations of Haudenosaunee sovereignty that are so normalized here that I feel like even bringing it up in polite conversation, I'm considered radical. I'm not really that radical. I just know history. I know my history, my family's history, my people's history, and I know Canada's history. And this is through like very literal on-the-ground experience. I've learned how Indigenous digital sovereignty is not just about like where data like sit at rest. Like that is the most teensy tiny part of it. This whole thing about data localization is just, I'm concerned with all aspects of the digital stack because as an Indigenous person, as a Haudenosaunee that is forced to live under a colonial relationship, we have very limited autonomy or certainly jurisdiction over all of those aspects of the digital stack, and that all begins with the land. So when Canada is being threatened by the US, this is something that's like, I have a lot of very direct, both in my family and in my community and just personally, dealing with the challenge of facing threats to Canadian sovereignty, because I'm also thinking about the threats to Haudenosaunee sovereignty by Canada. And a lot of what I've learned about infrastructure is it's actually kind of similar to sovereignty, that you don't really think about it or see it or understand it until it's threatened, until it's devastated, until it's destroyed. So while Canada's starting to begin lots of conversations about, quote, sovereignty and digital sovereignty and this is a very old discussion in my communities. You ask any Indigenous person on the street what they think about sovereignty, they'll tell you a lot of things. So this leaves me always like with such an awkward contradiction of coming to these conferences, and I'm not trying to slight anyone here, it's just so many of these spaces in Canada begin with these land acknowledgements, and then they just like start launching into like this discussion around Canadian sovereignty, whether that be again digital sovereignty, data sovereignty, whatever kind of prefix you want to use. Yet, how does that actually understand, again, in my perspective as a Haudenosaunee citizen, the two-row relationship of mutual sovereignties, plural? We're not supposed to interfere with each other. We're supposed to respect each other's sovereignty. There's never been a point in Canada's history where the Haudenosaunee were like, you know what, we're going to be Canadian now. And to be fair, some Indigenous peoples across these lands do want to be Canadian. I'm only speaking a Haudenosaunee perspective, certainly only speaking my own personal perspective. So this isn't, quote, all Indigenous peoples, you know? It's going to depend community by community, nation by nation, but even within families, some people will identify as Canadian. That's their choice. So when we're thinking about all this, there's a lot of plurality, there's a lot of complexity that has to be thought about. That said, I'm trying to leave this on a positive note. So I'll say, I both love and hate the internet. It has been such a quintessential part of my life. Like, I absolutely loathe to watch as it becomes every day more of a liability for me and my fellow Haudenosaunee between state surveillance, corporate surveillance, lots of Canadian legislation, cough, cough, Bill C-22, and all the AI slop that is, quite frankly, and pardon the swears, but it's making everything shitty. I fear the very things that I loved on the internet are slipping away. Because I didn't grow up at Six Nations of the Grand River. I grew up under a Canadian propaganda system, aka the school system, that taught me that my people were disappearing. I was taught about people on the plains. They were called Indians. I would go home and be like, hey, Dad, I learned about blah, blah, blah. I learned about like the buffalo runs. And he's looking at me, he's just like, son, like, do you see any buffalo around here? Do you see any of these big cliffs? Like, you know, like those are other people. At the same time, like, he grew up, he wasn't day schooled, but his grandfather was residential schooled. And there's a lot of cases where people like me didn't grow up in my community, didn't know a lot about my culture, didn't know a lot about my people, where I came from, didn't know about my family, my story, all these kinds of things. And I'm still just trying to get by in this world as a quote-unquote Canadian. And it literally, like, it wasn't until I went back home, again, and digging in the mud to find a break in telephone line so I could have a better internet, that I was like, wait, why am I doing this? Why is this not documented? Where is the magical civic authority that's supposed to know where this stuff is? And my dad's like, oh, we're responsible for that. I'm like, wait, what? It's like, oh yeah, because, you know, like, this isn't really part of Canada, blah, blah, blah. Like, we have to run our own jurisdiction here. I'm like, whoa. So now I have to learn about the Indian Act. Now I have to learn about land title. Now I have to learn so much about Canadian law and how it relates to Indigenous dispossession, rooted from I just want a better friggin' internet. At the same time, like, the internet has helped me connect to so many brilliant Haudenosaunee people, some of which I hope are watching today. Hello, Scano. But also, I'm super lucky that where I work at Autonomy, I work with so many different Indigenous peoples all across Turtle Island and beyond. The diversity is wild. We are not at all the same. We have very complicated views on a lot of different things. And the access that the internet has at least started, because at the end of the day, the real work is in person. The real work is on the ground, it's in the mud, it's dealing with actual people face to face, but the internet can facilitate some of that if it's kept open and safe and secure and all the wonderful slogans here. So I can say with some authority that the internet, in a way, has helped me be more confident as an Angwahoan. I've learned a little bit of my language, teensy tiny bit, still can't pronounce things properly, but at the same time, I have learned about the principles of living with a good mind, and peace and friendship. That part of the treaty obligation I'm supposed to have that binds the Haudenosaunee canoe with the Canadian tall ship. A good mind, peace, and friendship. And of course, respect for each other's sovereignty. So I've learned how to fulfill my duties as a treaty partner. And I guess the question I ask is, how do you fulfill your treaty obligations? So you know what they are. There are many treaties across these lands, and many places, including right here where we're meeting, may or may not even have a treaty. And the ones that are being negotiated right now are messy. So again, what does this mean for the internet? What does this mean to digital access to Indigenous territories? This is a severe problem that we're still dealing with, and we're going to continue to deal with. I'm not here to interfere in Canadian politics. It may sound like I am, but I'm being very careful to not steer the European ship. Just as, again, under the terms of the treaty, you're not supposed to interfere with ours to steer a canoe, and you're certainly not supposed to crash into it. You're certainly not supposed to surveil it. look over, be like, hey, what's going on over there? Like, and at the same time, all of us are being bullied by our neighbors to the south. Because again, Haudenosaunee people are on both sides of this imaginary line. Our communities are still scattered all about both Canada and America. And we're all being oppressed by the Americans as well. So I understand, I relate, I totally get this reaction to this fear of being colonized because I have to deal with it all day, every day. And not just me, like so many Indigenous people know so much about sovereignty because we don't take it for granted. Because if we do, we cease to exist. So don't treat us as if we're children. We're not looking for treats. We're not looking for we actually know a lot about how to deal with and resist colonization. This isn't our first rodeo. So all I'm asking is for you to accept that fact, that we know a lot, I'm saying in a very large collective way, about resisting colonization. We know what it's like to have to resist imperialism. We certainly know, multiple generations in my particular family know what it's like to resist Americans. We also know what's important to effectively encrypt aspects of our culture that were once made illegal because we don't assume it won't be made illegal again. I mean, our baskets that we weave aren't just baskets. So 150 years of the Internet Act, what has really changed? If Canada is continuing to oppress or continuing to attempt to pass oppressive laws that are ultimately replacing Indian agents with police and even corporate representatives, what has really changed in this treaty relationship or lack thereof? So all I wanted to ask is if you truly want to distinguish yourself from the Americans, from your cousins, some of you might even be American, no shade, no slight. We're all dealing with a lot of interesting people right now. All I'm asking is that you just take a look at this paternal relationship you may maintain with Indigenous peoples here. It's not an accusation, it's not me trying to be a jerk about it. I'm just saying try to think about what it means if digital access is continuing to violate Indigenous treaties. If what we need to, quote, innovate is ultimately stealing from Indigenous lands. What if Canada and Canadians are ultimately violating their own laws by building data centers, power plants, pipelines, so many things without the free, prior, and informed consents of the people whose lands you acknowledge at the beginning of events such as this? Because remember, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is the bare minimum. TRC calls to action, bare minimum. MMIWG calls for justice, bare minimum. But they're there. They're spelled out quite clearly. So we're going to continue to repeat the last 150 years of the Indian Act, but through the internet or through whatever else? Or are we going to do something different this time? Gala.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you for sharing your perspective. And it's important to have this information and your experience shared at events like these, and to help inform decisions and inform solutions going forward. Okay, I would now like to introduce the second panel, Cybersecurity, Critical Infrastructure, and Sovereign Cloud. It's going to focus on where digital sovereignty becomes very real, how systems are built, where data resides, and how risk is managed. I'm pleased to introduce our moderator, Brent Arnold, Chair of the Canadian Internet Society and partner in INQ Law.
All right, can I briefly introduce our panel? Do you mind? Okay, great. I'm going to briefly introduce our panel just so you understand how intimidating it is for me to be talking to them. So real quick, let me just set the table by saying cyber is obviously at this point not a niche technical problem, hasn't been my whole career, hasn't been any of their whole careers either. It's a governance issue, and we're finally recognizing that. It's an infrastructure issue, it's a legal issue, and increasingly it's a public trust issue. And at the same time, your answer can't just be fear, although as a lawyer I do recommend fear. It also has to include resilience and practical mitigation and a realistic conversation about what digital sovereignty can mean in a country like Canada. So this panel brings together three different viewpoints, distinct but complementary. We have Sami Khoury, to my right, who is with the Government of Canada and is also one of the sort of founding persons in our whole cyber community. He formerly ran the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity. And he brings the government's view on the evolving threat environment and resilience. We have Charles Noir, who's with CIRA and brings the perspective of an operator working on internet infrastructure, DNS abuse, practical mitigation. And we have Dr. Emily Laidlaw, who brings legal, policy, and training lens, including what reasonable safeguards and overdue law reform should look like in a fast-moving and threat environment. So with all that said, and I hope you guys are going to have questions because, get your money's worth. Let me start with Sami. Sami, from your government-wide vantage point, where do you see the most important cyber risks evolving right now across public systems, critical infrastructure, and so on? And what should organizations be doing today to build resilience rather than just sort of reacting to bad news?
Good. Thanks, Pat. Glad to be here, and maybe I'll echo the fear message a little bit before I get into what should people do. So the threat landscape is real, and it's getting more and more sophisticated by the day. We often talk about, the nation states. We talk about cyber criminal. These are things that haven't changed. We talk about ransomware getting more and more sophisticated. But there are also elements of threats that are evolving very, very rapidly. So the first one would be AI, and we can't have a conversation today without talking about AI, on both sides of the spectrum. So AI is a capability that is sort of enabling both the defense and the offense, but it's also moving at a very, very fast speed. Who would have thought that, 6 months ago we thought, criminals and nation state will use AI kind of so. Now we see campaigns almost entirely run by AI. And then we also have, if we look further down the path, the evolving threat from a quantum perspective, and the window around quantum keeps shrinking. So even though we put out advice from a government perspective around timelines like 2031, 2035, Google updated it and said 2029. So the window is kind of shrinking. So these are some of the threats that are out there. And we talk about them, we're well informed about them, and the important thing is that organizations, big or small, have to take that seriously. I mean, I think our biggest enemy after the threats are complacency, and that's something that I worry about a lot, that companies say, well, why would anybody come after me? And actually, they're coming after you because they find an opportunity to come after you. They don't come after you because you are who you are, especially around the small and medium business. That becomes a bit of a problem when complacency sets in. And the reality is that a lot of basic things make a difference. I mean, we don't have to, basic hygiene matters. Basic hygiene like patching, basic hygiene like passwords, get complex passwords, know your assets. Raising the bar on making it difficult for a cyber actor does make a difference, because they'll try once, they'll try twice, they'll move on to somebody else. So the idea is we want to make it difficult enough that they move somewhere else, and ideally that somewhere else is somewhere outside of Canada, not here. So when we talk about cyber, at times it feels a bit intimidating because and there's maybe a misconception that you have to spend a lot of money to build that resilience. And my argument is that sometimes you don't have to spend a lot of money. Depends where you start, but if you make a difference with some of the basic things, it will make it more difficult for actors to find a way to get into your systems.
Absolutely. I'm still seeing a lot of the vulnerabilities that I, as a data breach coach, end up mopping up after our patches that weren't implemented a year after they were available and so forth, basic things. And I'm sorry for smiling like an idiot while you were talking about serious things, but when you said cyber hygiene, Wendy started making a show of checking her deodorant. So, and then that made me think I should, but I'm on camera, so I'm not going to do that. Like, always the bad ones sit in the front row. Charles, how does what Sammy's seeing line up with what you're seeing from the CIRA side as an operator? Talking here about infrastructure, I guess, and well, just what's coming across your desk. And if you don't mind, maybe you could start, because I didn't do this, explaining a little bit more for anyone that doesn't know what CIRA does, because you're a vital part of the ecosystem, but I think not one that people hear about as much as they should.
Great. Also pleased to be here. This is my first digital access day in person, so it's great to be here, and thanks for having CIRA. Just really quickly, CIRA is the Canadian Internet Registration Authority. We're responsible for the infrastructure behind the country code top level domain .ca. So any domain that you use on the internet that ends with .ca, we're responsible for making sure that you can connect to that particular one and only domain, and that domain is legitimate, it's not fraudulent, for example. And we do that by running something called the domain, we are an operator of the domain name system, the DNS. Really quickly, don't glaze over on me. We remember names as human beings, so CIRA.ca, that's something you're going to hopefully remember when you go home today, but you're not going to probably remember the IP address that the machines are using to get to each other to distribute that information. So the machines behind the internet, or through the internet, through the plumbing, are using numbers, long numbers, IP addresses, to understand who they should reach out to and what information they should pull back to you. But we, as human beings, are better at remembering names. So we have this system that translates the name to the number and then gets you to where you need to be. I hope that was probably as far technically as we want to go. So that infrastructure is invisible, and it should be invisible, and it's complicated, and it's global, and it runs all the time, and there's billions and zillions and trillions of signals ripping across the network at any given time, trying to ensure that those resolutions, those DNS resolutions, are taking place. And so one of the things that we offer Canadians free of charge, and Sammy talked about, not everything is going to be costing money to to take cybersecurity into your own hands, is Canadian Shield. And that is a product and a service that any Canadian can download. And what that does is it uses that system to block threats that might be working in that invisible layer. So if you're trying to connect to a website that might be CIRA.ca, but somehow has become malicious, or there's something happening that you're not aware of, that system will block it, okay? So in terms of what Sammy's talking about, we are seeing the industrialization of abuse. We call it DNS abuse. People using that system against what it's supposed to be using for. They're using it to do phishing. They're using it to distribute malware. To give you a sense, we have about 3.5 million Canadians on the platform that are using that. We're very proud of that. A number of those, about 500,000, are using a protection service layer of that. And in a year, at any given point, we're seeing about 2 trillion resolutions happening through that system. So that's a fair amount of resolution. Tells you there's a lot of activity. And we're seeing about 2 billion blocks. So over the past year, before I came in today, we looked at a year's worth of data. So we are seeing an increase in the blocks that are happening. On our other side, in the industrial side, we do provision these for a fee, this type of service, to about 4,000 organizations with about 4 million people there. We're seeing 18 billion blocks last year. That's a lot for us. I mean, if you get into large protectors that are doing this globally, you're going to get into some numbers that you would have a lot of trouble believing. But from our perspective, from an operator perspective, those threats are increasing. They're increasing for the reasons that Sammy said, because of AI, automation, industrialization of abuse. This is no longer about a few people working together. This is about a few people working together, perhaps across the globe, using very sophisticated technology to do this at scale.
Thanks. As a small business owner with two .ca domains, I'm glad you mentioned Canadian Shield, and it's not going to come up again in our conversation possibly, but for what it's worth, there's a lot of great resources for small and medium-sized businesses that I think not enough of them know about. CIRA's doing great work. The Canadian Cyber Centre has a lot available as well. I send my clients to them. Speaking of clients, Emily, you and I are lawyers that practice in this space, although you're smarter than me. One of the issues that always comes up when you're advising clients in the cyberspace, I find, is what's expected of me? What do I have to be doing to be fulfilling my obligations? Tough to do when you're dealing with an environment that's changing by the hour. What would you say in terms of what is good enough? How do organizations even assess where they are on that in terms of, am I fulfilling my legal obligations? Maybe you can start a little bit by what those legal obligations even look like.
Yeah, thank you. And Brent, jump in at any point. We like to sit and talk law quite a bit. And of course, that's kind of narrowly where I come into this particular area. And I was thinking of the stat given in the earlier panel that 98% of Canadian companies are small and medium-sized enterprises. And that has an enormous impact on the Canadian landscape when we're looking at sort of their maybe where their investments sometimes when it comes to reasonable security safeguards. I mean, they're trying to just keep the lights on. And it's surprising the number of even, I'd say, medium-sized organizations that have huge turnover and are highly vulnerable in terms of cybersecurity that don't have the most basic practices in place. So you should go and hug an IT guy at every opportunity, because they're fighting with executives trying to bring home what that threat is, without the resources and without the commitment of it being a top priority. And so I laughed slightly last week when the announcement was made about Mythos and the huge risk and the AI risk that Sammy was talking about, and how everyone really needs to double and triple down on their cybersecurity defenses. And I thought, my God, we're still so far behind when it comes to some of the organizational commitments to that. And so some of this is about building up that understanding and capacity at an executive level to then have that trickle down. Now, I am fully not answering the question that you asked, but this is top of mind of what I just wanted to get that out there, because this has this is what you're facing on a day-to-day basis when you're advising these organizations, or when you're rolling in when the data breach has happened. And you are kind of, if their plan hasn't been in place and they haven't reached out to you until it's happened, then you're facing a situation where you're putting out fires without any of the plans in place or any of the protections. So what are the reasonable security measures? I mean, if you're advising a private company in Canada, you're either dealing with PIPEDA or PIPEDA. Ask different people and they pronounce it different ways at a federal level, and then various provincial private sector legislation. Of course, there's different public sector laws, and it is in dire need of reform. We had a bill on the table. Of course, it died with prorogation. There'd been a lot of feedback about it, and so I'm hoping, especially too with some of the kind of hints and comments earlier today, that we will see a reintroduced private sector privacy law hopefully soon, because it makes it difficult to advise companies on what their reasonable security safeguards are. What we are piecing together is essentially guidance through various investigations by federal and provincial privacy commissioners, where they're identifying both the technical and organizational and kind of physical measures that have been put in place to reach what they're seen as just an adequate level. But what is wholly unanswered right now is, what does a reasonable level of security look like given the threats that we've talked about so far today? And Sammy's talking about quantum and he's talking about AI. What can we advise an organization where you say, for compliance purposes, because we want to kind of push aside any overly complex requirements, but just on a basic level, what do you need to do to achieve that? And that's not an easy thing to advise on right now, and almost double difficult when we think of the SME environment. Do you have anything else to add on the legal side on this?
Thank you. That's great. I have two things. One, Bill C-26 is now Bill C-8 and is in the Senate. It sailed through as far as parliamentary speed goes, it sailed through the House of Commons, largely the same bill that we had last time. So it's working its way through the Senate. We should have a federal bill soon. So, third parliament's the charm, I guess. Absolutely right in terms of the lack of guidance, because I've been doing this for over a decade. There's still almost no case law. Because in the absence of statutes just laying out explicitly, here's what you have to do, it gets determined on a case-by-case basis, and then you have an accretion of case law that sets out, this is what you should have. We have very little of that in Canada. Most of what we see attempting to build law in that space is class actions, and almost none of them have ended up going forward. So we're still reading the tea leaves. We're relying on American case law and so forth to give us some indication. I should also say, for any IT people out there who are now experiencing an unsolicited hug, that's on us. But, enjoy it. Charles, let's take this back to a bit more of a technical level, away from a legal level. What are the threats that you're most worried about now when it comes to the DNS and related systems? And what sort of practical mitigations are underway, are being implemented? You talked a bit about what CIRA is doing in this space. I know you've touched a bit on this, but maybe you could give us a bit more.
Sure. Thanks. Just to clarify that my role is VP of Policy and Advocacy and Net Good, which is a give back program we have. So I understand some of the tech behind here, but I'm not an engineer. So I'm going to look at other folks in the room who really get the tech, Sammy being one of them. Look, I'll go back to what I originally said and some of what we're talking about here. I think we're moving into an era, obviously, can't not talk about AI, as Sammy was saying, where we're starting to see the ability to automate and discover vulnerabilities or to defend, hopefully, being something that has such a capability that used to rest perhaps only with, not 10 years ago with very sophisticated actors and nation states, I would argue increasingly becoming available to bad actors and individuals in a way that I don't know if we're entirely prepared for, to be honest with you. So for us at the DNS layer, we're very concerned about what we're seeing there and how that's going to impact. And we don't really, to be honest, know because things are unfolding and capabilities are unfolding so quickly. But we do see that rise. And so the way that I look at this is, there's things that we can do personally, and we talked a little bit about Shield, and that's not by far the only technical solution. And then there's education, and we'll get to that later. But as an industry, as an operator, CIRA is working with other operators around the world. There are about 250 to 300 CCTLDs that have the country code behind it. There are about 1,200 to 1,500 generic top-level domains, .com, .net, .org, all of that. We have different contractual agreements and we have different relationships with governments and ICANN, which kind of manages the technical core of a lot of this domain space. But I will say that we're coming together increasingly on our own, outside of contractual agreements, in order to address some of this DNS abuse because it's proliferating so quickly and it's because it's so problematic. And because we also believe that operating those pipes and operating that infrastructure, we have an obligation to address some of it. It gets a little tricky when we're talking about content versus technical abuse. Won't touch that right now, but there's a lot of work we're doing. So we're working in new forums. One of them is called the Internet Infrastructure Forum, which is bringing together not only DNS operators, hosting providers, ISPs, big tech, and we're recognizing that the problems we might be solving at a DNS layer also need to be solved at a hosting layer, also need to be solved in a tech layer and in the tech space. So there's a lot of work going on between companies and between both profit and non-profit. That's really important. We're working with the Government of Canada. Canadian Shield ingests a very important threat feed from the TCIS. So there's work going on there. And then, of course, there's contractual hardline progress. It's a bit slow, but that's increasingly becoming part of the toolkit.
Probably the lawyers are holding up that contract bit. You make a good point about bringing Sammy into the conversation at this point. First of all, thank you for that, and I think I'm probably not the only one who's surprised and relieved to hear about all that activity happening on that voluntary basis at the operator level. Sammy, can you sort of contextualize for us how big and how important a piece is that operator-led initiative in the overall project of sort of cyber resilience? Because I think when ordinary Canadians think about this thing, they probably think this is the government's job. So what's this ecosystem look like, and how big a piece is the operator-led piece?
I would say it's hugely important. The government cannot solve Canada's cybersecurity problems by itself. We have a role to play. We have a role in informing. So the Cyber Center that I used to run, defends government. So that's our job one. Our prime directive is to protect the government of Canada and all of the systems that are housed there. The CRAs, the ISADs of the world, all of the government departments benefit from a layer of cybersecurity that the Cyber Center has. Outside of government, we don't have a stick, but we have the sort of the power of convening and also the power of informing. So trust us in saying that when we issue an alert or when we issue an advisory, that advisory is sort of authentic and well informed. But we need everybody to contribute to making Canada safer. The operators play a huge role, so CIRA plays a huge role, and that's why we're contributing to Canadian Shield with Avantail, our threat feed. But the telcos have a big role, the energy companies have a big role, the banks have a big role. And while we cannot talk to each company and each organization individually, we use kind of sectoral groupings to share with them what we know that is specific to their sector. But every opportunity to amplify, one, the threat, and two, the mitigations that come along with those threats. I mean, there are things that can be done to mitigate threats, but it kind of varies depending on the sector. But it is absolutely the cliche. It's a teamwork, and everybody has to be on that team. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
Absolutely. You often hear the phrase with defenders, cybersecurity is a team sport, which those of us that hated gym class, we're sorry to hear that, but here we are. I'm going to get into one of the two topics that we're required to address on every panel. So we're going to talk digital sovereignty now. I was going to start with you, Charles. I think I'm going to start with Sammy, and then I'm going to come to each of you. And so let me tell you, just to save us a mic pass, here's what I'd like you each to sort of help me out with. First of all, Sammy, what do you, and I don't know if you could speak for the government at this point on this, but at least tell us what you think we're talking about when we talk about Canadian digital sovereignty in terms of what's actually possible here in terms of the overall picture. Emily, I'd like you to tell us what sort of stands in the way of that, or what helps us when it comes to dealing with the jurisdictional issues, because we're sitting inside a complicated legal framework and an international sort of framework as well. And then Charles, what's actually doable at the technical level? And I know that you're not an engineer, but I mean, I'm sure these are conversations that you're having at CIRA. What's actually practical with what we have now?
So about, I would say, last October, September, October, the government Treasury Board convened a bit of a round table of associate deputy ministers to talk about, or at least to try to frame, what do we mean by digital sovereignty? And we went back and forth on definitions, from legal definitions to dictionary definitions. And at the end, we settled on a paper that is published on Canada.ca. So if you go on Canada.ca and look for digital sovereignty, you will see where is the government thinking about that. So this is not a policy, it's not a regulation, it's a thinking piece. And I mean, it can be summed up to, the government position on digital sovereignty is having autonomy over our digital assets, our data, our intellectual property. So the tech stack, what makes us digital is everything from networks to servers that have memory chips, that have hard drives, that have CPUs, to software that runs on those. It is not about everything at every layer being built in Canada. So digital sovereignty is not about where the technology is built, but it is about, do you own the stack and can you control the stack, both for product and for services too. So is your IT managed by a company that is not in Canada? So that would be maybe contrary to digital sovereignty. Is your data stored in a data center that is not in Canada? That also would play into the concept of digital sovereignty. So until you can answer yes to, or no, depending on the questions, but until you can demonstrate that you own and you have autonomy over that stack, you have not achieved sort of the concept of digital sovereignty. And we're encouraging everybody to revisit their IT stack, to their contractual obligation, their legal obligation, and figure out, is there fine print, and this is where the two of you can come in and offer an opinion. Is there any fine print in any of that language that maybe, removes my autonomy over my systems, over my data, over my intellectual property? Right.
Is it to me or Charles? Aha. Okay. So I think I've been thinking about it in terms of then how do you layer on top of that the idea of what legal sovereignty looks like. And there are a couple challenges, and they're not necessarily challenges. I'd say as a starting point, if we go way back when, the internet was built on the idea that of the free flow of information. And so internet governance was really built out of the idea that this was about multi-stakeholder governance. It wasn't just about one country. And it was about a lot of shared practices that were really beyond law because of the understanding of the global nature of what we were facing. The other is the rule of hard law, and we haven't got much further from some of the early jurisdictional cases from the 1990s. And I think of one of the very first cases with a Yahoo message board that was selling Nazi memorabilia in France, and that is illegal in France, but it was a US-based company. And it was before geolocation, and the courts were like, well, you should really come up with something to sort of like figure out the countries that people are in. And it was about the enforceability of this type of legal requirement on an American-based company. But the laws haven't particularly evolved when it comes to that, I'd say, skirmish between some of the American laws and all jurisdictions, but in particular, some of the differences between American laws and other countries. So for legal sovereignty for Canada, it really has then two features here. And one is we are a country that can pass our own laws to protect Canadians. And the other is it does need to be, I'd say, interoperable with other countries because no matter what we do, tech is global. So what does that look like? Sometimes it is that if there are certain common approaches that are seen as the gold standard for addressing some of the issues that we're looking at, that our laws and our reforms mimic that in some ways, but also are kind of bespoke to Canada, but reflect some of the inner core similarities. This isn't unfamiliar in law. I mean, this is quite common in trade law, which focuses on this idea of interoperability between different regimes. But that fine print ends up being incredibly important. And I don't think we're wholly through this either. So, for example, we talk about the idea of data residency requirements as perhaps being a solution. But of course, we're facing right now a trade environment with the US and Mexico, where at the moment, one of the key provisions in this was the promise that, there wouldn't be data residency requirements. And that is because they want to facilitate the free flow of trade. Well, that kind of makes things a little bit difficult. Or if you do set up the data in Canada, that doesn't mean that there isn't legal access to that data, which is, of course, the problem that we're seeing through the US with the US Cloud Act, is that there's still rights of access to that particular data. So there's the security level of it, but then there's the fine print of law. And then there's also how we write laws in this particular space. So sovereignty legally is passing Canadian laws, but also thinking in terms of who do we have relationships with, who do we want to operate with, and how do we want our regimes to be workable together in this new global environment to kind of the shared defenses that we need to fight these threats.
Thanks. So, for again, coming at this as an operator, and I appreciate that framing. I think we've certainly been doing a fair bit of work at CIRA as well, and testing and seeing how we feel about the terminology and definitions, and I think that what we've come up with, which has been really helpful, and for us, what's important as being an infrastructure operator, is sovereignty as a notion of practical resilience, right? So, and this kind of feeds into both of what I think you both framed up, and particularly with what Sammy was talking about. For us, we're starting to think about that largely in terms of in a crisis, in a conflict, in a disruption, in an extreme weather event, does Canada have the internet architecture, and does it have all of the fundamental plumbing in place and governance in place to be able to operate that infrastructure in the face of a disruption, conflict, or a major weather event? So the question is, if there's something happening on the East Coast, God forbid, can we quickly ensure that the routing and the traffic and the data packets that are coming to your computer and going from mine can actually do so in light of that? And to what extent are we dependent? Are we introducing or carrying on with dependencies in that environment that we don't really need to? So it's about avoiding unnecessary dependencies or over-dependence for us. One of the concrete ways that you asked me to think about this, and what we've been thinking about and recently have written about at CIRA in a couple of different pieces, is this notion of traffic routing in the country, and when is it okay for a Canadian a message that originates in Canada going to another Canadian, sometimes perhaps just down the block or across the country, doesn't matter. Why is it, or how is that traffic flowing? How are those packets moving? Are they moving through only Canadian infrastructure? Are they moving through other infrastructure like the United States, for example? And there are some studies that are showing, XMAPS did a study, one of their data sets showed at least 25% of Canada to Canada point traffic was moving through the United States. Some say that's low. Some say that's going to be a lot more, but that's a great example. And we would come at it, I think, from three ways there, just really quickly. One would be on performance. Look, the longer you have a path, the more latency you're going to have. It's just the physics, right? And now we're talking milliseconds here. That might not matter to you and I, but for high frequency trading, that matters. That matters a lot, right? For an F-35 that's moving across vast amounts of land, that's operating with potential autonomous systems, et cetera, that matters, right? So that's an important point of consideration. I think the resilience piece is, if we're connected, the more networks you're connected to, the more infrastructure you're connected to, the greater your threat surface, right? If something happens in Detroit and I'm connected and dependent on that, then all of a sudden, regardless of the fact that I'm in Newfoundland, I'm still out because Detroit's out. So let's talk about that. And then there's the privacy and national security implications of packets that are moving across infrastructures that don't have the necessary jurisdiction or legal protections, which we've talked about. So that's how we're starting to think about it. And one thing I would say about the routing is we're big proponents of internet exchange points at CIRA. That's a place, where there's a number of points across the country where Canadians can come together, both corporate and other organizations, and exchange traffic here. that's one concrete way that we can start moving towards less dependence.
Thank you. And sort of related to that last point, just I don't have a question on this, so I just want to make sure we throw it out there. There are some opportunities in Canada, not as many as I would like to see, for sharing threat information, both at that technical level of the ones and zeros, but also at sort of the more discussion level. So if you're an organization of any size in this country, you should look into the Canadian Cyber Threat Exchange. It's an organization with, at the moment, I think we're into hundreds, maybe it's the low thousands of companies, and it's everything from the big banks and the telcos down to my own law firm that I started up a year ago was the second law firm to join with a population of 1. And I'll put in a plug for them. Being a member to that means you get access to the raw data streams if you've got the people that can work with that and interpret it and can contribute to it. You also get weekly threat calls where you just jump on a private call with a bunch of CISOs and people that really understand this stuff who tell each other what they're seeing. And those calls are fascinating. So if you feel like you're bowling alone here, there are places where you can get that sort of networking and exchange, and I really encourage more companies to do it than are. I want to move now to the skills gap, the training gap, and this is something that anyone that works in cyber, you hear about this all the time. We don't have enough people to work in cyber. There are more jobs than there are people. And we're still seeing an incredible amount of outsourcing, which is we try to move to a more sovereign framework and maybe a more tied down cyber system in this country. That becomes more problematic. I'd actually like each of you to weigh in on this. I'm going to start with you, Professor, because we're holding you accountable for what all the universities are doing. So we did have some thoughts about this on the previous panel. I'd love to know your thoughts in terms of where are we going to get these people? How are we going to train them? Good.
Yes, and I did say to Wendy earlier, I said, listening to you talk about universities was therapy for me. It's, they're bureaucratic, and I think that one of the things that we should be open about, too, is that they're operating in kind of problematic times where a lot of funding has been stripped of universities, both federally and provincially. I'm in a province, too, where the government is actually kind of interfering with the training itself to require certain outputs. So that sense of academic independence and university independence is being challenged. So you layer onto this the idea of training. Well, I'm trying to train lawyers, and I'm trying to prepare them for the landscape to come. And some of the things that we need is working across different specialties. So we did trial that at the University of Calgary. We sat down and talked to people at the CSE about what do you want? Like, what are you wanting out of your graduates so that we can start delivering that? And they're like, we're actually needing more of the generalists who can speak across different areas, who can be the lawyer, you can have a sense of international relations, have understanding of tech. We're like, fine, we will try to create that. The problem with the way universities are set up right now is that a lot of the times it's boring stuff. It's that the money doesn't flow to a department unless that student is primarily just taking a class in that department. So the types of joint programs we need to create require universities to fundamentally change how they operate. And as Wendy mentioned, that is really hard for them to do because each department needs money, and if that bum in seat is not bringing in money, then they can't keep the lights on, and then we've got a problem with training. So we're not actually providing some of the training that we need to be providing. And I think that the other, though, is that is then left, professors are working really hard. I mean, Brent has come and spoke to my students. They absolutely loved it. Teach a privacy and cybersecurity law class. I run it like a lab, so we're doing simulations and trying to have them really work through on the ground what it was like, and without trying to be good at it. I mean, part of what they have to do is to come back and say, what was hard, what went wrong, what would I do different, where do I think this is difficult, because of the uncertain environment within which that you're giving that type of advice. But as you say, it's a kind of team effort. So building up almost the capacity of those trainers too. We're going to have a conversation later about the simulation that you were recently running, and I want to learn from that as well to improve what I'm doing. The federal government is providing more funding to build up the talent and the chairs that universities are kind of attracting from abroad. But more needs to be done, and it can't just come from the professors, and it can't just come from the universities themselves. This actually needs to be a broader investment in the kind of training we want to see.
Thanks. I'm thinking about in terms of how we approach it at Sierra, and I want to just kind of ground it again back in that operator perspective. I think one of the services we work to provision, we provide another service on training and around phishing, for example. It's automated. So we certainly have found, even myself, I have to admit, I've clicked on a link here and there. So the opportunity to actually live and breathe it in that kind of process of cybersecurity, more than just learning it on a page, right? So when an email comes into me that the system has generated that really understands where I'm more likely to be encouraged or incented to click, and having that happen in a safe environment, so I'm not blowing up the company network, has been very powerful. And I think we need to see more of that, right? And I know certainly Sierra is thinking about it, and we're thinking about bundling that with different services and products. So the actual physical experience of going through that process, as opposed to just learning on paper, that has, I think, a tremendous impact.
So I'll start at the CSE level and then maybe work it at the government level and then broader than that. So at CSE, we don't necessarily have a problem with skills, as we manage to fill the pipeline. Where we lose people is often it takes about a year to run through the process because of the clearances, the security clearances. So while we have a lot of candidates, some of them drop out because it's too long to wait about a year to basically join the organization. But we take them, generalist and specialist, and we then train them and offer them, the good training so that they reach a good level of competency in cyber. At the government level, we worked with the Canada School of Public Service to develop what is now a cybersecurity mandatory course to educate the public service at large. But I think we need to do more in that space, especially when it comes to AI. It's still often bandied around as a buzzword, and the good appreciation of what AI means is still something that I think we need to work on at all levels. So not just at the implementer level, but even at the executive level, to spend enough time for executive to appreciate what AI can do and AI can't do. Beyond government, I still think that gap still exists, and it's going to get worse because of the threat surface is expanding. So it's not just about cybersecurity in IT network. I worry about operational technology, and do we have the right skill set out there to look at the cybersecurity of these operational networks, the big energy companies, the big transportation hubs, the HVAC systems, the building management system. All of these things are connected to the internet, and is there enough people who can appreciate the cybersecurity of those complex systems? But also, lastly, I would say there is a role for organizations to educate their workforce also and invest in them. So it's not, how do we run enough phishing exercises so that people learn not to click on those and not make it punitive, but sort of course, unless you blow up the network, and then Charles will be fired. But how do we make it so that it becomes a sort of build that muscle memory that people can be trained on, not to click on the link and think twice about it. Some of the phishing emails we're seeing are super sophisticated, and when you combine that with a phone call, or you combine that with a video now that AI is delivering, like you really have, and it fools some of us. You really have to think twice. So how do we build that knowledge and that muscle memory so that at least that's one element of the threat surface that we can remove?
Anecdotally, I have a client that, and this came up yesterday, got an email from ostensibly the RCMP asking asking for production of a bunch of stuff. They're like, "Is this real?" So we're in an environment where you can get an email from the RCMP and still not be sure it's real. I've actually, as luck would have it, I know the detachment, so I know the answer to the question. But yeah, there's a lot to do here. I just wanted to put out there as well, there's a role here in terms of finding opportunities for people who are in this space to sort of help out at the community level. We're now working, some organizations are working at spinning up some hubs in different regional centers that can help small and medium-sized organizations that can't afford to have a full-time CISO or the sort of on-prem workforce to work on this stuff, to give them the sort of basic advice they need. The first one of them has spun up in Victoria, and it's doing tremendous work. So more to come on that in the future, I hope. Yeah, please.
Last night I was at an event right here at the John A. Macdonald building for Coding for Veterans. And that's a program with the University of Ottawa that takes veterans, and they ran 1,000 veterans so far through the program. And 70% of them have found jobs sort of post-military career. So this is an example of sort of contributing to the community and building that knowledge of them.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. Thank you. I saw that. Yeah. All right. We've got a few minutes left, so we're going to do a lightning round here. These are for anyone that wants to answer them. So starting with this one. What's one cyber risk Canadians are still underestimating? Just throw up your hand if you want to take this. Anyone?
Just helpful. So just say one word: phishing.
That was it.
Yeah, phishing is still the bane of our existence, I agree. And what we're starting to see now, statistically, more than ransomware attacks, are just more and more business email compromises, we call them, which usually start with the phishing email. Absolutely. What's one resilience measure that should be getting more attention than it's getting in the national conversation?
Passwords and MFA.
Two things. Say more than 2 words.
I'm passing to you, Siobhan.
Risen. Go. Well, I'm going to go back to what I said before. I think we should be talking a little bit more about routing.
Interesting. On the technical side, I'm always going to defer to them because I like to stick clearly in my lane on law, but those sound good too. And I would actually echo that. I think that the MFA criteria and also just building buy-in from organizations on that, I think it's still difficult to convince employees that it is important and not just a pain in accessing and doing the work they need to do.
You want me to elaborate?
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Different passwords for every system. I know it's a pain, but that makes a huge difference. Use a password manager to store those different passwords, so don't write them and stick them under your laptop. Patch your system and keep them up to date. And where possible, I would say enable multi-factor authentication. Those are the 3 things that every Canadian.
Absolutely. And they use a different password for everything one is one they don't talk about enough, because the problem is if your password gets leaked in some data breach and you use the same password for everything, and if you're using 123 password, leave the room now. If you're using the same password for other accounts, people will figure that out, because those data, they automate and they just run all these passwords against any website. And if you happen to have an account there with the same email address and the same account, your data is now available to them in this other service. Absolutely. What does Canada need more of right now in terms of law reform or infrastructure or investment or better routing or people with more hands-on skills? So I'm going to really dumb this down and make you pick one thing, which is not at all how this works. Pick your favorite. Yeah.
My answer will not be surprising, and I will remember this is a lightning round, but Canada is behind on passing laws and comprehensive laws in this particular space. There's been a lot of efforts and movements on digital policy that have, for the most part, except for a few like the critical infrastructure bill, died out. And there needs to be far greater coordination between the federal and provincial governments. I talked about interoperability internationally. I didn't talk about how important that is within our own country, and I do appreciate the irony of me saying that coming from Alberta. But that is, I think, some of the key moves forward is we need to actually think, what do clear, comprehensive laws look in this space that don't create needless business complexity, or but also provide the right incentives and outcomes that we're hoping for.
Can I go a little meta at first? I mean, getting to this, I think we need processes, whether that's law or whether that's what we're doing to facilitate or keep innovation here in Canada. We need to move a lot more quickly. In general, we need to find ways in terms of our processes to move more quickly. The machine speed at which these threats are growing is only accelerating, and it's already moving damn near at light speed. So we really do need to work faster, and we do need more investment. It's just we really do need more investment. I think the NATO targets are going to help. I think that we as a country should be thinking about really ensuring that we take advantage of this opportunity and really stick in on investment in cyber and infrastructure.
I would say two things. One is culturally, we need to take a bigger chance on Canadian innovation. I don't think it's a procurement issue. I think it's a cultural issue that, we like to buy things from well-established company, but it's a risk to buy something from a small innovator in Canada. How do we change that attitude? And the other thing is, how do we push the cybersecurity curriculum further down, almost to elementary school, and get people to grow up with a kind of a digital mindset and not wait till you get to university to learn about computer science and sort of cybersecurity. Get same way that a kid knows when they get in a car to put the seatbelt. How do you make sure that when they get their first phone, that they know how to secure it?
On that point, I spun up a new laptop for my kid last year, and I just set a very basic password just so she could get on it. And the first thing she did was say, "Really? That's the password you picked?" So, excellent point. I think that we're going to stop it there. Thank you so much for this, and hopefully you can stick around and talk to some of our people here. Thanks so much.
I think.
Thank you, Brent, Emily, Charles, and Sammy. Now we're going to break for lunch, so please help yourselves. The lunch is out on the table in the hall, and we'll see you back in an hour. Okay, I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. Our third panel today, Oceans, AI, and Data Sovereignty. This panel is going to explore concrete use case for oceans, AI, and data sovereignty. It's going to examine how data and infrastructure decisions play out in a strategic and operational context. I am pleased to introduce Georgia Evans, board member of the Canadian Internet Society and a consultant at Earnscliffe Strategies. I'd also like the rest of the panel to join Georgia on stage.
You sit anywhere you would like. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you all for being here. It's nice to see so many familiar faces in a new space. All right. Okay, sometimes I like to start these things with a bit of an interactive exercise. And so my question to you, show of hands, how many of you have either written or read the phrase from coast to coast to coast in the past few months? Okay, yes, I'd expect that's all of us, because it's a turn of phrase that we use a lot when we talk about Canada. Most of us in this room, I imagine, are Ontario-based, so we can take for granted the fact that Canada holds the world's longest coastline across the Atlantic, Arctic, and Pacific. Canada's coastlines are among the most economically and ecologically significant, supporting fisheries, marine industries, and Indigenous and coastal communities. And like in every other aspect of our lives in the economy, AI is reshaping how we monitor, manage, and make decisions about these waters. As AI systems and tools become more embedded in Canada's ocean economy, the same critical questions that we grapple with in other sectors arise. Who owns the data? Who controls the models? Who makes decisions? Who's held accountable when something goes wrong? And these questions sit at the heart of the theme underpinning today, digital sovereignty. And so I'm joined by three excellent speakers. Christiana Cavazzoni, Assistant Deputy Minister and Chief Digital Officer at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. Sarkis Abrahamian, Director of Business Development, Government and Defense at Evertz. And Jad Taher, CEO and co-founder of GoFleck. And so today we're going to talk about a few things. What are some of the practical AI applications being used in Canada's coastal economy? How are digital sovereignty considerations being embedded into the adoption of these tools? What are the opportunities to further advance AI adoption along Canada's coast? And what are some of the key challenges to harnessing the benefits that AI poses? And so to give all of our panelists a chance to welcome themselves and speak to you within the first few minutes, I'm going to start off with a rapid fire question. And so I'm going to take the long route to get there first. Digital sovereignty has been the buzzword of the year in digital policy circles. There's no doubt about it. And there are a lot of competing definitions. Right now, somewhat of a working definition is the ability to own and control data, digital infrastructure, and IP. And at a high level in our prep chat, we discussed how digital sovereignty exists, sort of on a sliding scale with different trade-offs between availability and cost and controls, depending on the use case. And so my question to you folks, in 60 seconds or less for each of you, is what does digital sovereignty mean to you in the context of Canada's ocean economy? So I'll start with you.
Thank you for the question. So it's great to see you all here today. I see some familiar faces, actually, which kind of surprised me. Hi. So what does ocean digital sovereignty mean how would I define it? It has to meet Canada's interests. The ocean is a big space. There's a lot of equities. There's obviously a domestic component. There's a global component. And the question is, where do we strike that balance? So whatever we look at from a deployment of technology, data, sensors, and so forth, if it's in the Canadian context, then we need to apply mechanisms to that we can control and align to Canadian legislations. If there's a global component, then we need to look at a more balanced act, I would call it, especially nowadays. There's a marine security nexus, fisheries management nexus, and of course, as well, Indigenous communities on the coast. So that's how I would frame it. It isn't just about Canada interest. I can give you numerous examples, I know that was 60 seconds, about vessels that are entering Canadian waters and are allowed to do that and fish. So what do we do as a response of that? And that's what I mean in terms of striking the right balance.
Thank you for the question. Nice to see everyone. From my perspective, it's more from an infrastructure. So infrastructure perspective, it's the plumbing and what exists in the background that I think would be the definition for the sovereignty side. We're very used to, in Canada, kind of using foreign type technology. We've been doing it for years. It's kind of the easy button to move forward on things. But I think one of the biggest shifts that we should see hopefully happening is that shift over from the infrastructure side. So that way, if we can actually take the sensor fusion data coming in, but still transport it in a Canadian-based system, I think that would probably be the starting steps to actually seeing a true sovereign system.
Sovereignty to me is all-encompassing. You can't have somebody who's half pregnant, and I think you can't have half sovereignty. And the way that manifests in the digital world is the infrastructure layers and the AI layers that we're using and building on top of, right? All the extra things on top, like the fancy dashboards and the applications and all that, that can all be changed without really losing control. But fundamentally, where the data lives, how the models are trained, how they're being used, the software licenses really underpinning the digital infrastructure, that's where sovereignty lives. Because without sovereignty, without Canadians controlling that part, if it's foreign actors, then it's very hard for us to say that we are sovereign. in our digital infrastructure, right? And to give you a very concrete example, we look at our ports. A lot of our ports are using American technologies for their optimization. And what does that mean? That means with the Patriot Act in America, they can take all our trading data, and the same trading data they're using to threaten us, to tell us, okay, who we can and cannot do business with, and under what circumstances, and the threat of tariffs, that's all under their control. I don't think that's right. I think there has to be a fundamental shift in understanding how important it is for Canadians to own that digital infrastructure for us to be fully sovereign.
Thank you. So I want to start first with AI in practice and what we're seeing being used. So what are the most compelling uses of AI tools and technology that you're seeing, using, or building in Canada's coastal and ocean economy right now?
Start.
So the applications of AI in the ocean sector are so vast. It's such a beautiful spectrum. And, there's everything from marine preservation to autonomous vehicles to all kinds of ways we're using seaweed, to my area, which is more maritime transport and logistics. And in maritime transport and logistics, it's how we compile all this vast amount of data we're getting from our ships and to be able to make sense of it and use it for, risk assessment, maintenance, and things like this. It's aggregating this huge amount of data coming in from these Internet of Things systems and to make sense of it. And under logistics and ports, it's more how we can have the right kind of predictability, right? Because supply chain doesn't like fluctuation. And so how can we make sure to allocate our resources in advance, knowing that, at certain seasons, certain times of the year, under certain circumstances, there's going to be congestion, right? So these are some of the ways. The reason we are able to do these applications very well is one of the biggest issues in AI today is the black box issue. AI is not transparent, right? So we're a Canadian company that's developed fully transparent AI that is very useful in these kinds of sectors. And also being able to collect and process vast amounts of data, which is usually the case in this area, and to do it in a way that can be scaled cost effectively. So you look at all these combinations together and the fact that we don't run these kinds of intelligences through American servers, that's all purely Canadians. Canadians own and control the data that's going through it. And I think this is a very exciting time for the ocean sector and AI in Canada.
Yeah, I would echo what Jad was saying. So sensor fusion has kind of been, I think, the biggest leap forward where AI has played a big part. You typically in, say, an intelligence room or somewhere where you're trying to make decisions, if you have thousands of feeds coming in, how could 4 sets of eyeballs actually be able to see everything? So AI has been very important, I think, in bringing that sensor fusion data together, keeping the human in the loop to always have that aspect. And I think probably the efficiency, speed efficiency, to have that data in front of the right set of eyeballs to make a informed decision would probably be the biggest advantage I think I've been experiencing.
So I think my colleagues have covered kind of maritime security flavor. I'm going to go spin it a different way because my perspective is a little bit different. So the big, when we look at AI applications, day-to-day at DFO, there's several. We have a full scientific arm. And what do scientists do? They collect a lot of data. They go out on boats, they collect data, they need to store it somewhere. This is where we need to have a conversation about sovereign footprint. And then they analyze it. But it's not, a closed continuum. It's they analyze it for a purpose. And what is that purpose? Species identification, marine conservation, informing industry, informing stakeholders to say, for instance, well, there is a reduction of species X based from the models we're seeing, from the images we're taking from the ocean, and we're going to have to inform industry and upstream, you're only allowed to fish this much. So that's one application that our scientists, for instance, a redfish or species identification is massive in the AI space. The other one that we're actively chasing right now is enforcement. So you probably don't think that fisheries management has an enforcement piece. It does. We actually carry guns. What we do is look at illegal fishing, anything that's on the coast of our country that could be determined as suspicious. So there is a nexus to maritime security. So what are we doing right now to be able to digitalize what these officers need to do to be able to get better informed. And it's all about information and insights. Well, they're wearing body-worn cameras. Oh, that's great. You're capturing things, but what do you do with that data? You need to start looking at advanced analytics and AI practices to be able to analyze and inform you season by season, species by species, many, many fisheries out there that are opening next week. And what do you need to know from past year to be able to inform this year based on trends? So it's massive. Drones, that's another one. Drones is one that we are going to be leveraging as a government. And again, is to be able to give us that overview of the coastal activities and to be able to inform upstream or downstream maritime security and so forth. So there's a lot in the, I would say, more in the scientific experimentation phase, but some of the information that's being produced, for instance, we have an ability right now, it's called Octopus. We love everything that's fish, that actually pulls data from a drone, sits it into our data platform, and from there, we're actually able to inform our fisheries management and our scientific what I would say, sector and scientists for the research and so forth. So numerous activities that can be done in the ocean space. Regulatory is another one that I think we can leverage AI even more forceful. Like the Prime Minister is talking about regulatory streamlining. Well, we're not just going to be able to do that through policy. We're going to have to do that through implementation as well. And to develop new regulations, you need to have information about what's occurring and how you need to tailor it, and what are the socioeconomic or geopolitical things you need to inject on top of the regulation to be able to inform it for the future. So there's a lot in here that can be unpacked.
Thanks so much. So I have sort of two follow-up questions. The first is, and I think we can hit both with me only having to speak once. The first is, what are you also seeing happen globally? Because you mentioned that there's, it's no secret that Canada shares these oceans, that they're international waters. So what else are we seeing globally? I know, Jad, you've been at the UN Ocean Conference and World Ocean Summit representing Canada, so you have some things to speak to. And then the second thing I want to know, but building on that, is how do these applications advance other goals like efficiency, productivity, sustainability, decarbonization? So a two-part question. Maybe I'll sit you where I think.
Yeah, being at the UN representing Canada was fascinating because we're here in our little corner of the world, kind of on cruise control, and the world is moving extremely quickly and extremely dynamically. And actually, you'd be surprised how much incentive there is for Canadian innovators to leave the country. And the ones who stay here because they love Canada and they want to build a future here for all of us. That's part of the reason I decided to stay, because the world is moving so quickly and we've kind of lost track of that. And we're just starting to catch up now. We've had a little shakeup geopolitically that's woken us up to the reality of the world. And I'm very excited to see where we take this. I think there's a huge opportunity now for Canada if we decide as a collective to seize it. And that being said, coming back to decarbonization and all this stuff, obviously shipping is one of the areas where we can make the biggest impact. The IMO, the International Maritime Organization, is extremely ambitious regarding that. And there's all kinds of ways of optimizing ships, optimizing energy efficiency on ships, which reduces carbon, optimizing ports, increases efficiency. The reason we love this area is because civilization and just international trade is what brought people closer together. What's happening right now is a tragedy because when we close ourselves off to others, then we lose what has gotten us here, what has built civilization. So we want to be a part of the force that builds it back up. And I think Canada has a very unique place with the biggest coastline in the world, amazing AI talent to be able to do this kind of thing. So very excited.
So I agree. Lots going on in the world. Globally, we're looking at, a shift and a faster adoption of not just technology, but also being a little bit more aware and conscious of the fact that we do have a data sovereignty urgency, I would say. We collect a lot of data as a government. We collect a lot of data as Canadians. Canadians are becoming a little bit more nervous about what's what are we doing with our data? And we need to provide ourselves with the mechanisms to be able to safeguard and steward that data appropriately. In terms of streamlining, optimizing, I can just talk about some of the experiences right now that we've taken on. We're big fans of change management and user research. That's been a game changer for DFO because we're actually sending, which we didn't used to, we're sending UX designers out with harvesters. And harvesters, you might think, well, that's a big deal. Well, harvesters, some of them are, grade 9 educated. And what we're trying to learn from harvesters to streamline their experience through a digital intervention, as I call it, is to understand how they want to work. It's amazing the results we've gotten. I've never seen such an acceleration of digital kind of transformation within DFO by just having that understanding the end user. And that's one thing that is leading us to optimize a lot in terms of digital transformation and so forth. It's amazing how when you have simple conversation with end user, you kind of understand how you need to drive AI because they're looking for more. You're given this much and they want more. And you say, well, you can't do more with this application, but if you collect the right data, we're going to be able to model it in a way where you can see the future, sort of. So I think there is a lot of possibility just in terms of what's going on in terms of trying to understand better in modern practices. But yeah, and I'm gonna refrain from having my own opinion on what the global situation is like. But I think Canada needs to think big.
And I can speak to maybe the global side. So the global situation, I think, has impacted Canada in a positive way to what Jad even mentioned, the stresses of partners in the South and what have you have really woken us up, I think, to realize, we do need to implement something and we do have a lot of work to do. I do see a lot of other, say, countries and nations, really pushing ahead, striving and already having systems in place. We are just catching up. I think Canada has potential to be number one in the world, but it's good to see we're starting now. We might be a little bit late, but we're starting.
Thinking about global, and I'm sure some of you might be aware, like there are countries in the EU, like France, that has now pivoted away from a major suppliers, technology suppliers, American suppliers. This is public news. So the question is why? Well, they're worried about certain things. They're worried about dependency, but also worried about data sovereignty. And the EU has always been a little bit at the forefront of, data sovereignty and the rights of your data. So it's happening. I think we need to look at, and I talked to my colleagues about that, diversify a little bit more in Canada. And I know our Prime Minister is looking at that actively, but we need to put it into practice and implementation.
And so this segues really nicely into what I want to talk about next, which is some of the opportunities. But before we do a dive into the opportunity, I just want to do a quick pulse check on AI adoption in the sector. Like, is it already deeply embedded? I'm going to say the answer is probably no. Or, is there 10% adoption, or are things still being held together by Excel spreadsheets, or is it a mix of both? So what's sort of the grade of what we're looking at? Because that will lead into what some of the opportunities are.
So yeah, it's more Excel spreadsheets than anybody wants to admit. That being said, I think it's important to just take a step back and ask ourselves, what is sovereignty, right? Because we're defining a lot data sovereignty. And I don't like that term personally because we had a cybersecurity panel earlier, and you look at data sovereignty, and companies and organizations have taken that seriously for a very long time. We have all kinds of systems, protections in place already, and that's an old conversation. The new conversation is more about technological sovereignty. It's about the fundamental layers that we're building on top of, right? Because if we have foreign ownership there, then first of all, it's very difficult for us to be sovereign. And if they start to do something that is not in the interest of Canadian sovereignty, then first of all, we have no choice. We're kind of screwed. And then second of all, it's going to be too late to change it at that point. So the decisions we make today about technological sovereignty per se are so crucial. Right, and so as a Canadian innovator, we started from the beginning and we designed sovereignty from the beginning and embedded it into the systems we're using so that we can give Canadians the control and the ownership of the technological systems so that they can build them from the ground up and so that we can design with sovereignty in mind. And I think that's very important to keep in mind as we talk about AI adoptions and scaling AI across the board, is to have that strong foundation.
From, I guess the short answer for adoption, I don't see it too much, still very much on the surface level. There is stuff like, cloud being used in Maven, for example. There is implementations from the world we come in, which is media and broadcast. AI is used more. The highlight reels that you see from Hockey Night in Canada is actually run through AI in our system that gives you a 5-second clip. It's implemented there and probably used 85% of the time. But when you look at it from the government side and defense side, I'd still say, to answer your question, still very much surface level, still new.
From our perspective, we are picking up an adoption of Gen AI tools, that's for sure. We've trained the organization, at the executive level as an example, and as well at the staffing level. So it's being leveraged. It's being leveraged from Gen AI capabilities. What has been still a ton of spreadsheets, absolutely. But what's been a game changer, or what's going to be a game changer already, is that we've invested in building the foundations. So through a partner, we've partnered with an integrator to help us build the data platform. So this data platform is not just an AI platform, because it is such a thing, really. It's a data management platform, that can catalog your data, especially scientific data, and can actually has all the capabilities to build and exploit that data, either analytics or models. So it's been huge, heavy lifting. When people say, well, I'm just going to do analytics, I know why. Because doing what I just described, it's, first of all, not sexy. And it's not something that, senior management can really appreciate the nuance of it, or the value creation that comes behind that investment. But it's going to pay dividends. You have to set the conditions for success for AI. You can't just expect to happen. You need to have the proper infrastructure. You need to start thinking about your data. You need to start thinking about data quality. You need to start thinking about, and I'm in a different context, right? I'm in a government context by which we do have checks and balances every time we want to deploy AI solution. We do. We have to have full transparency on the algorithm. We have to have the cybersecurity checks. So it takes us, the lead time is long. Now, we're being able to create a chatbot, simple chatbot in 3 months. You probably say, yeah, okay, I can do that in 2 days. Yeah, this is a different context. And the reason that this is a different context is because we're looking after your data. And we have no choice. When we ingest data that doesn't belong to us, we need to make sure that on behalf of Canadians, we can steward it.
And so what are the biggest opportunities? And give us some concrete examples to further advance AI adoption and apply AI to ocean data, both in from a commercial perspective and from the government perspective. And I think we have a bit of an understanding of what's holding it back, but how can we get there?
So I know that one of the major obstacles for us is cost, and having the proper infrastructure to be able to operate and deploy AI solution. I described the data platform. Yeah, it's a data platform, but the consumption behind that, we need to worry about that. And I'm not the only department that will say that. That's where we're having some, we need to start taking that into consideration. So any local or Canadian-based solutions that can be maybe a little bit more competitive and provide us with more flexibility will be welcomed. I'm not SSC. I rely on partners to be able to work that out for me, but skills is another one. But there are many companies out there that can provide those services. So it's not realistic to hire somebody fresh out of university to be able to do that work. Data scientists are highly competitive. Like my colleague said, we're losing a lot of brain going to different countries. So we need to make sure that we're realistic about what are the criteria for success for us to be able to do that. And cost is, for me, is problematic, because if we don't invest, I think we're going to have very mediocre returns on artificial intelligence.
I'd say the biggest opportunity for us being a hardware manufacturer is the infrastructure side. So the questions of, having a non-foreign based infrastructure is exactly the opportunity for us. And that would then grow out to being able to connect data coast to coast in real time, and in a way that's already been proven. This is nothing new. It's stuff that is truly dual use, off the shelf. We're doing this a lot with media and broadcast, and have been for over 30 years, where you have small data centers within each of these small media facilities. Now bringing that infrastructure in a proven way to Canadian type applications, I would say, is probably the biggest opportunity, and will probably be the biggest advantage and sea change that we'll see.
Yeah, and I would echo, going with the infrastructure, proper infrastructure layout is also how do we integrate the proper intelligence layers to go with them. And one of the areas, especially with shipping, is, it's a complex systems. You're dealing with a lot of moving parts. You're dealing with legacy systems typically. So the opportunity is, how can we bring in a fresh way of thinking, right? So with shipping, for example, concretely, you look at ships. We decided to look at ships as almost a human being with different organs, different parts of the body, and also to look at it in the sense that they have their own behavior, unique behavior, each one of them, right? So when we applied this way of thinking from kind of behavioral analytics and kind of medical thinking onto ships, it's kind of a completely new way of looking at the issue. And that helped us have breakthroughs in terms of the way we see fleet optimization, the way we see predictive maintenance, the way we see risk modeling. So I think that's the role of innovators, essentially, is to bring a fresh perspective to an issue that already exists, that people are applying the same way of thinking to. So I think that's a big part of the opportunity, is just looking at things in a new way. For ports, I think because there's about 1,000 container ports around the world, people have solved the problem somewhere. And actually, luckily for us, one of the best ports that I've seen around the world is in Canada, is in Halifax. They've essentially built kind of an operation room where the innovators can bring in their technology without exposing their IP. They created this kind of middle ground, and then the port is able to put its operational data through it without exposing the data to the innovators to train models in ways they don't want, right? So I think they put in the right thought behind it. They built the infrastructure for it. They've kind of started scaling it out from there. They've done an amazing job. In Canada, I think that's one of the best examples. And even globally, I think that's one of the best examples. So we can be inspired by kind of what's already being done and not having to reinvent the wheel. And I think that actually what they did in Halifax at the pier solved one of the biggest issues, which is data sharing and the data privacy issues. And that's one of the reasons a lot of companies are maybe reticent to work with innovators. So they created this middle ground that works for everybody, which is great. And I've seen other ports around, like other countries, do amazing work, which I don't know how much with Canada and the environment we have and the unionization we could actually get done. But we can still be inspired by. One of them was how what they'd created essentially, I was just in Africa, it was my first time, and it was fascinating to see that the world is moving so quickly. They had leapfrogged in terms of innovation, and what they were able to do was they centralized the intelligence for the whole country through one agency. So as an innovator, we had a one-stop shop, and I wish we had something like this in Canada. I don't know how realistic it is to get it done, but the idea is to make it as easy as possible for innovators to be able to work with the people they need to work with. It's hard enough to already come up with technologies. So how are we facilitating as a country for innovators this entry into new markets, right? And I think Canada's Ocean Supercluster has done an amazing job at that. But unfortunately, their funding is about to run out, and we don't really have a replacement. They've de-risked a lot of the big AI and ocean projects that we've done so far. And so right now in Canada, we're in an interesting time where we're coming face to face with, do we actually care enough about the sector? Do we actually care enough that the world might pass us by? Do we care enough that we have the biggest coastline in the world? Do we care that innovation in this area is kind of almost an arms race that's happening around the world, including the Arctic, which is a big part of our sovereignty, which we barely touched on, right? So these are big questions that we're coming face to face with, and there is no right or wrong answer. I think it takes a panel. I think it takes a collective effort for us to truly understand what these problems entail. And yeah, I think it's an exciting time to start bringing people around to start discussing them, because the future of our country depends on it.
I'm going to go off script for a second and talk about risk. Very sexy. What would be, how would you help de-risk these innovations for companies and communities that are operating in this space? What would be the priorities from practically or from a policy perspective, to the extent that you can enlighten us? I don't know who wants to go first.
I think it's bringing as many actors as possible from different areas of life and not being in our echo chambers. I think we have this tendency of being completely, like, government tends to be in its own silo. Private corporations, especially big corporations, tend to only work together. Especially in Canada, we've had a lot of brain drain that's happened because of the slowness of adoption, right? Academia is its own kind of world. We're amazing at AI research. We suck at AI commercialization, which is a disgrace, by the way. But without going there, I think the most important thing is to start bringing actors, creating, I think, like partnerships between academia, big private, small private, innovators, and government, as many of them as we can in certain projects, and that's what OSC had done. That was their aim, is to bring kind of a trifecta together. I think we can go further than that, because we have amazing academic institutions, we have great corporations, including Evertz, by the way, who's done amazing work on Human in the Loop and some of the infrastructure projects. We have a government that's very cooperative, that people trust, and we have great innovators, that the ones that stay here really care about the country. So let's make something of it. I think it's really having these conversations and more of these conversations. So, by the way, thank you for putting these conversations together.
I'll echo that. Yeah, I think having being just more open and meeting a lot more different companies. I'll say over the past year and a half, I've met so many companies within Canada that I had no idea existed. But with the announcement of, Canada First, Ontario Pie, we saw everybody kind of come up. So why were we not having these conversations before? A lot of the common things I hear is, well, we're already doing business with the US. We're going to keep doing that. No need to focus in on Canada. But I think, yeah, the time is now, and the more books we open and doors we open, more conversations like this, I agree. I think it's the most helpful thing.
Yeah, I agree with all that. Although, it's tough to reconcile industry interest versus government interest. And this is where it gets really, really messy. We all get along, but when we start putting on the table some of the constraints that we have as a government, then there is, well, okay, but yeah, those are the constraints. So I think industry needs to understand more of the constraints. We need to relax some of, I would say some of, I wouldn't call it legislative, but some of the controls that we have. Cyber is a perfect example. So you talked about risks. Cybersecurity is a risk. Like, the average Canadian doesn't see what's going on out there. There's a lot going on out there. And a lot out there that has to do with some of the things we don't want people to have access to. So we need to be mindful of that reality, because not being mindful of that reality is going to put the country at risk. That's as simple as that. So we can do the things, we absolutely can do innovation, but we have to be able to understand some of the risks that are attached to data integration, data sharing. We can do that much better. We should be doing that much better in government. But when you start asking, and I deal with this, when you start asking various communities that, can we share your data? No. So it's kind of a mindset, a Canadian mindset, that we cannot be open or we don't trust each other. And we need to kind of break a little bit more of that barrier, but also be conscious of the fact that the world is not getting friendlier. And we need to make sure that the controls that we put in place, especially as we, as we start raising our ambition around AI, we take that into consideration. I do worry because a lot of the AI solutions that we have, I mean, everybody reads about Mythos. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of discussion. There's a lot of angst. But it's AI sprawl, right? I think we can do more. The risk that we have is that we have AI sprawl, and that we don't get ourselves in a situation where we're really focused on what we need to invest in AI through private sectors. And I'm saying that intentionally because I think private sector plays a huge role in the implementation of artificial intelligence, and also provide that challenge function. That I'm sure if you and I were having a conversation, there would be plenty of that.
You look like you do want to weigh in.
Yeah, he does look like he's on seasonal.
Say. I'm going to go way too off script.
No, let him get off script. Remember, though, you're only new to it.
I know. That's the best part. No, but I think, look, to go back to something you had said is, I think challenging each other is how we're going to get further. I think we don't challenge each other enough in Canada. We're too polite. We're too nice to each other, especially in the business ecosystem. We've seen businesses completely fail because nobody had the courage to tell them that their business model sucked. That's just the reality. And it's the same thing with dealing with government. And we don't do it enough. And I think now we have no choice. We're being bullied. How do you stand up to a bully? You know the answer.
All right. Okay, so we've talked about it throughout the whole panel, but we'll go back to it again, calling it digital sovereignty. So questions of data location, cloud provider jurisdiction, other procurement choices. On the ground, are port operators, forgive my ignorance in the ocean sector, like fleet management, harvesters, yes, thank you. Are they treating these decisions as sovereignty questions, or as cost or convenience or compliance questions, or a mix of all three?
Yes. They just want to get the business going. I have to be honest, like a lot of the industry wants to for us to simplify how we interact or report back to us. We are working on it, like the whole regulatory framework, streamlining around major projects, but also looking at some of the work that we're doing in Harvest. Like I just talked about UX research, and massive, because we can actually inform. We can actually inform by talking to them, because you know what? This is overly complicated. Partnering with others, but if you were to talk to the harvesters, the multi-billion-dollar industry that we export, they want simplification. Compliance, I mean, who likes to be regulated, right? But it's also for their own good, right? Because at the end of the day, we can supply them with information that would inform their industry. But that's where I see it as key for our stakeholders.
Yeah, I wouldn't have too much to add to this, but I think from the conversations I've had, it's more or less the question is always, how do we do this? We know what we want. We know what the end result should be. It's just, how do we get there? What's the technology? What is the easy button in order to get us to that point? So I'd say it's probably been the biggest challenge that I've seen.
Yeah, I actually agree with that quite a bit. The tendency has been towards compliance heavily and nothing much. This whole idea of sovereignty is fairly new, where it's just kind of like now buzzing in policy circles, and suddenly we found this sexy word and we want to throw it around everywhere. But sovereignty is an important discussion. The fact that we're starting to even have that discussion is already huge, because this was beyond the scope of our understanding of the world just a couple of years ago. So I'm very optimistic regarding where this can go. Yes, we're moving more slowly than the rest of the world. Yes, there are countries that are moving at breakneck speed that might pass us by. But we have everything in place here in terms of institutions to be able to start to move in the right direction and to start to formalize this as more than just a thought process. And I think, we have all the key ingredients, and it just takes more discussions like this, and it takes more actors who have the courage to move in the right direction, even when sometimes it's more convenient to work in a way that's not sovereign. But luckily and thankfully, we have a lot of people who love this country and that are willing to make that effort. So I think the next few years will tell. We're kind of like at a point where the next few years will be critical in determining whether or not we will have a future that we can be proud of.
There's something to be said about doing things the right way. Someone give me a time check, please. What time is it?
5 after 2.
5 after 2. Okay. We've been going quickly through this conversation. Is building distinctly Canadian AI capacity for ocean management a realistic goal? Or is deep integration with global platforms just the practical reality for a country like Canada? How do we reconcile those? And given the current policy path that we're on, trying to reconcile those, what needs to be done?
I just don't think it's realistic that we don't expect integration with global companies. It's just not realistic because we have to integrate with partners. Like I said in my opening remarks was, the ocean is big. What are we going to tell? We're in maritime security, we're navigating, we see something suspicious, we're going to say, no, you're on the wrong platform, we're not going to send you the data. Like, no, it's not going to work that way. You have to really provide that level of data security within the protocol or the standards that they need to operate under. But I think we need to really fuel Canadian innovation, absolutely, because we need to be able to be at the table. Right now, what I feel sometimes is that we don't have a choice, right? And I procure what I'm allowed to procure, and what I'm allowed to procure a lot of times is what, it's a lot of US-based or international or global companies. But the net of it is, I think we should try and maybe start experimenting around what does it look like. But when it comes to kind of more integration with partnerships and, in security with allies, it's not realistic to say that we're just going to work from within. We obviously have to interoperate with others. Ships are an example of that, right? You can't, vessel management system is a view of the world, a view of the ocean. So, and you don't know what platform those individual entities are running. So I think we just be platform agnostic as much as possible and maybe focus more on data interoperability.
Yeah, interoperability, I think, is the key part. The short answer I would say is yes, of course we can do it. We want to be our own infrastructure and we can provide that. I'm coming from a different view. But additionally, yes, there is interoperability that has to take place. There is not one or two manufacturers out there building IP switches, for example. There's so many. So being able to communicate with those at a hardware level, at a software level, very interesting, very important. But to make the first steps to actually at least own our own infrastructure or make steps towards that, I think is key. And but as far as data sharing, why don't we actually have the control to say, yes, we want to share this data, we don't want to share this data. As of right now, it more or less feels like we have no choice. So having that choice to actually say A or B, I think would be fantastic.
I think the government is its own animal, so you guys have your own way of operating, obviously, with a very a strict vendor list. But I think in general, if we're looking at policy, we're talking about policy, right? The goal of we want to be, let's say in 5 years, 50% sovereign doesn't exist yet, but that would be a great goal. And the goal to say, okay, we want to be at 100% in 10 years. Like, why not set these kinds of objectives, even if we don't reach them? Because to your point, there's all kinds of constraints. Even bigger companies, are taking innovations that are happening around the world without having to reinvent the wheel. Like, there's definitely going to be some of that. And there's a huge value in that. But I think to have that objective and to have that vision, we haven't seen that yet. And I think that's something that we'd like to see more of. And concretely, where does the rubber hit the road with that? It's with the right kinds of partnerships, bringing the right people together. So for example, give you a very concrete example. We're in the building here. Sarkis and I met at an MDA Space event. MDA Space is actually in this building, funny enough. Mike Greenleaf from MDA Space said that there have huge amounts of data that ocean companies can benefit from, and that ocean companies never even thought to reach out. But they've been collecting this data for so long, and the ocean sector would have to reinvent the wheel versus just reaching out to them. They're a fellow Canadian company, right? So sometimes these connections are there, we just don't even think of them, and we don't go out and reach out enough within our own business communities to be able to make these things work. And I think that's where I would see it as a practical starting point. It's to start with these kinds of partnerships. And I think it only takes a few good examples like this. And then suddenly Canadians will start pointing to them and say, oh, look what happened here. Look what happened here. And that will create a positive momentum. And that's what we'd like to see.
It's all good news for the open internet.
Yeah.
Okay. The marine sector is set to solve problems that other industries are also now just confronting. And so what are one or two lessons from Canadian maritime innovation that you think other sectors like energy, transport, logistics could use?
To you guys. Seeing a few of other sectors.
So I think one of the biggest things that applies not just to other sectors, but to AI in general is the black box issue. It's the transparency, right? And the reason this is becoming to the forefront is, first of all, in the maritime sector is regulated. We need to understand in very, very high stakes environments why the AI is making certain recommendations and why it's acting a certain way. We need to be able to audit the decision-making process, right? And this is something that, in general, big tech companies and a lot of AI companies do not want to talk about, because it's something that is against the way that they operate, against their business models, etc. But ultimately, when you look at what's happening now, the godfather of deep learning, Yoshua Bengio, who's a Canadian, who's one of the biggest AI brains in the world, recently had this moment where he was holding his grandchild and realized that the decisions he makes today are going to impact the way that his grandchildren are going to live. And one of the biggest issues that comes to mind is these non-transparent black box AI systems is we can lose control of them. And that's a big danger. Like the decisions we make today about the AI infrastructure we build literally has an impact on the future that we want to live in. It's not about cool and sexy engineering. It's about what we're going to do with the future of our civilization. It's a very big question, I know. This is very intense. But I think what is important to keep in mind is that without this transparency, without this understanding of these AI systems, then we're forgetting something that Native people in Canada have been talking about for forever, which is the decisions we make today are going to be crucial for the world that we want to create. And every decision we make, major decision, has to take future generations into consideration. And I think we can learn a lot from our Native friends about this topic.
I would say remote connectivity is probably the one thing from the maritime side, just because of the amount of data coming in. Not having connectivity all the time, being in remote areas is probably one of the big benefits that does apply into different defense and government, especially you can say in RCMP or OPP, being in locations that don't have connectivity. There's a lot that can be learned from the maritime experience. To be able to make those connections, the uplink, the downlink. So very much from a technical side, and learning that workflow, I'd say, is the big one.
Yeah, actually, I would agree. I agree with that. We still have challenging connectivity issues in the Arctic, of course. We haven't solved that. So if we can solve that, but all of this is in partnership. So it's kind of hard to pin down a sector. If I think about some of the kind of innovation that's coming out, let's call it innovation for the sake of the conversation here, but the innovation that's coming out of DFO, one could think could be applied to defense. So there are things that we are working with, especially on the enforcement side. We're more nimble, so to a certain extent we can move faster. I think that's one area that we need to explore as a government is, just because large departments have more cash, more funding, does not actually mean they're going to deliver more innovation. So when I joined the government from high tech, I kind of realized, and it says, well, where is your R&D hub, right? If we actually had an entity that can work. And we stand these things up, and when then, we think about it and we don't give it the time for it to come to fruition. But I think, overall, there's a tendency to just continue doing things the way we've been doing them. But if we wanted to actually do some really useful stuff that can be redeployed across various, let's call them sectors, I call them more government services, then we should be looking at that as a first way of thinking around AI. Reuse.
Okay, I think we're getting close to the close. So I have one final question. Because life is a series of choices. If you had to choose, what would be your top 3 priorities for digital sovereignty and AI adoption along Canada's coastlines?
Digital sovereignty and AI? I would say data integrity for us. Having good data, being able to store that data. So that's the second piece, the storage of the data. And the adoption. We can't expect to just, pull AI solutions out of a hat and then get citizens or internal stakeholders or industry to just pick that up. There's a whole change management piece to it. But we don't spend enough time talking about data integrity, and we see it every day. Like, if we don't have good data, you might as well we have a lot of data. That's the thing that we can't really store anywhere.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with you on that. So definitely the data side, the infrastructure portion, of course, which I'll keep harping on, is probably the big one, the management, and being able to share and transmit that data to multiple points. Canada is fairly large, so having a unified view from a national level and also being able to stovepipe that down into, say, provincial or sectored approaches is probably, I'd say, my top 3.
I love what you said, data integrity, infrastructure. I think speed is also very important when we look at how quickly things are moving around the world and how AI is almost like an arms race. And Canada has started off in a very good position, and we're slowly losing that. I think we have to be aware that moving faster than we are right now is going to be crucial if we want to actually thrive as a nation and build a future for that we can be proud of. And I think to do that, we've gone in the right direction. We built certain infrastructures. You look at what they've done in Halifax, they're doing the same thing in Quebec now. So things are starting to pick up, and I think building on that momentum is going to be huge. And then finally, I would say it's sustainable partnerships. It's putting the right people together in the right rooms. And so I think that's exactly what we're doing. Internet Society, Orchestra is doing that. And I think a lot of people here in Ottawa are passionate about having these conversations and moving in the right direction. I'll bet we're moving slowly. I think at least we're starting to move in the right direction. We have all the ingredients. We have everything necessary for us to be way more than just a natural resource economy. Like, we have everything it takes. So I'm very, very curious to see what the next few years are going to be like.
Well, thank you very much. Everybody, please give a round of applause for our excellent speakers. And I will turn it back to Franca, our fearless leader.
Thank you, Georgia, Christiana, Sarkis, and Jad. Jad, I love the enthusiasm. It's great. So now I would like to introduce the next panel: Access, Affordability, and Sovereign Infrastructure. As Canada invests in digital infrastructure, this discussion asks a critical question. Who benefits, and how do those investments translate into real outcomes for Canadians? I'm pleased to introduce our moderator, Matthew Gamble. Matt is Vice Chair of the Canadian Internet Society and AVP Network at Security Services at Canadian Tire. Matt, I'll leave it to you to introduce your panel.
Great. Sorry, I switched it up and changed sides so it was easy to see my laptop. So good afternoon, everyone. Earlier today, we heard from a great panel on the critical infrastructure and resilience, but resiliency actually assumes that you're connected in the first place. So this is where this panel lives. exploring the connectivity and affordability challenges of Canadians. And we've got a great panel here today to talk about it. We have Joel Templeton, the Executive Director of the Internet Society Manitoba Chapter and Project Manager for North End Connect, a community network initiative working to expand access in underserved Winnipeg neighborhoods. Next to him, we have Shelley Robson, the Executive Director of National Capital Freenet, one of Canada's longest-standing community networks, and with a mandate focused on affordable and inclusive connectivity in the Ottawa region. And last but not least, Dr. Michael Geist, who holds the Canada Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce Law at the University of Ottawa, where his research and commentary have made him one of the most prominent voices in Canadian digital policy and law. So before we dig into the questions, I'd like to give each panelist a moment to set the table from their own perspective, and we'll go left to right, starting with Joel.
Thank you, and hello. In addition to working with the Internet Society and North End Connect, I'm also on the board of Computers for Schools Manitoba, part of the Computers for Schools system, and I'm also halfway through a doctorate at the University of Calgary, specifically in education, looking at hudagogy, which is pedagogy, andragogy, hudagogy, the learning sciences that dictate how you are your own teacher. So that requires technology, requires access to the internet, so different fields. So that's my background in education. And I spent about 13 years full-time in the military building IT systems. So both sides of the fence, both federally, military, and education. So that's the background that I'm coming from.
Over to Shelley.
My name is Shelley Robinson, Executive Director of National Capital Freenet. So not-for-profit internet service provider based here in Ottawa, but serving the National Capital Region. First ISP in the region, started in 1992. So Freenets were a burgeoning global moment in the early 90s. So there were 170 Freenets across the world. There's very few left now. And it was really about providing community portals that were facilitated by dial-up access. And then over time, that dial-up access became sort of more important than the community portal. And so we transmogrified. So we are a wholesale provider of Bell and Rogers internet services for residential subscribers here in town, which is, we'll talk about this, but fundamentally broken model. So we've now transitioned, and we, with support from CIRA, who you heard from today, as well as some other community partners, have built Communify, which is a free to use, not free for us, free to use Wi-Fi network. So it is built in Vanier on top of an Ottawa community housing building. It's a fixed wireless network. So our first 2 sites connected 4,000 devices in a year, and using Canadian Shield infrastructure blocked more than 150,000 threats. So just getting that out there. And we're trying to pivot into this new model.
Thanks, that sounds awesome. So I'm Michael Geist. I'm a law professor, as you heard, at the University of Ottawa. I focused for a long time on digital policy issues. I'm also a member of the board of the Internet Society that puts this on. And before we get into some of the substantive issues, I just want to say I'm so pleased to both be here and to see this event really thriving. I was a board member of CIRA for a time as well. And one of the things that I really wanted to achieve while being a board member was to try to ensure that CIRA put some money back into the community to support public interest projects, which is now the Community Investment Program or Fund. And this was an early recipient of that. And so it's fabulous to see that it continues to foster dialogue. And the issues have changed, but the need for dialogue from many different perspectives hasn't. And so it's really great to see this continue to thrive.
Thank you, everyone. So I guess the first question I have for all of you is, how do we ensure that sovereign tech investments translate into real affordability and access gains for people? Who wants to go first?
Good job. Yeah.
Okay, I can do that. Well, so can I avoid the question? Actually, I think people like Shelley are going to have a better position to talk about some of the affordability issues. I must admit that I think fundamentally, especially when I hear some of the visions that we see when the notion of sovereignty is framed primarily as an infrastructure play, I think both some of the kinds of affordability issues that we focus on in terms of local access that you've been focused have not been a core part of that discussion. And I think this will make for a really interesting panel to see where some of those connections might exist. But I think more fundamentally, even when it comes to thinking about infrastructure at other levels, sovereignty isn't free. And actually, I do think there is a cost when it comes to some of these issues. And it may well be that Canadians are of the view that that's a price worth paying, that the risks that we face from a sovereignty perspective are such that if it costs more to ensure that we address some of these issues, then that's something worth investing in. What I worry about, and when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When you're, I guess, a law professor, everything looks like a legal issue. It seems to me that at times the emphasis on the infrastructure side of it, which is quite clearly may have a correlation to affordability related issues, misses the fact that if sovereignty is fundamentally a legal concept, data sovereignty, if that's what we're talking about, or digital sovereignty is also a legal concept. And the emphasis on infrastructure without as much necessarily emphasis on some of the legal rules surrounding it, and I'm sorry I missed this morning, so some people may have touched on this, I think misses a big part of it. We could, to paraphrase one of the earlier panelists from the last panel, have targets of 50% Canadian or 100% Canadian in 10 years. But if the laws that apply to that, I don't think it's realistic anyway, but if the laws that will apply to it aren't our laws, I don't think it matters if it's 50% or 100% or 10%. And what we need to recognize taking place, and if you'll indulge me for just a moment, this draws on a piece that I had in the Globe a week or so ago. The U.S. has a two-pronged strategy when it comes to this that I think at least the first prong is pretty familiar to everybody here. And so that's often the shorthand is the Cloud Act, this notion that the U.S. asserts jurisdiction over data so long over any company, whether U.S. or Canadian or otherwise, so long as it has some kind of jurisdictional tether to the United States. I'd encourage you to take a look at the request that the province of Alberta has out right now when it comes to issues around infrastructure within the government. And I was talking to the CIO after I did this piece, and he pointed out, if you go to it, go to page 70, in which they identify FISA orders, they identify national security letters, Cloud Act, UK IPA applicability, Australian legislation, Chinese legislation, or any other foreign jurisdiction that seeks to apply its laws onto Canada and would like to find companies that aren't subject to any of those things. I think that's an exceptionally tall order to try to achieve, but it is the challenge that we face on the digital sovereignty piece in terms of ensuring that Canadian law applies. Now, even if we respond to that, I'd also encourage you to take a look at the recent trade barriers report from the United States, in which these issues are now viewed as a trade barrier. They identify 30 plus countries, including Canada, that have tried to take steps towards ensuring some kind of sovereignty, whether that's on the cloud infrastructure side, whether that's on the procurement side, some measures designed to address the very issues we spent much of the day talking about. And they say all of those things are trade barriers. And so it's a two-pronged strategy. If you try to keep your data here, there's a law that's going to try to say, well, we still may be able to assert jurisdiction. If you try to adopt measures to stop that from happening, they claim that that's a trade barrier. That's the challenge that we face. It's not just an infrastructure one, it's a legal one, and I think we're still trying to sort through what some of the solutions might be.
Right. Can you give me the question again? No. I know it, but I want the specificity.
How do we ensure sovereign tech investments translate into real affordability and access gains for people?
Okay.
Community networks do that.
Yeah. So we certainly care and are affected by the broader regulatory environment. And I think regulation is a huge part of this for all players, whether they're big or small, especially in relation to when big telecom in particular gets funding so that they can build out these kinds of big infrastructure plays, then there should be requirements that are around interoperability, which has come up, around maybe seeing inside some of these black boxes, about, we have a situation now where Bell doesn't peer. We talked about IXPs earlier, and so that's something that fundamentally makes the internet stronger, and Bell is choosing not to do. So when we're sort of investing in big companies, then they should have to meet those kinds of requirements. So that's sort of the big player. Locally, one more piece for the regulatory is like give money and carve out a portion of that money for smaller and community investments. So when you think about true resilience, on a network level, or even you want sort of failover, you want to be able to kind of have quick speed and pickup between things. And so when we have this fascination with one or two huge players who are gonna, an uneasy fascination, I understand, but nonetheless a fascination that the big guys are gonna come, they're gonna build the one or two big solutions, and that's what's gonna do it. And then when that falls apart, we're all freaking out, rightfully. So if you have a whole bunch of smaller things as well as the big, some mid-sized, different business models, all of those things, you're building some of that network infrastructure. So when Rogers goes down and it takes out point of sales at places and cell phones and people's home internet, then they have another place that they can go if there's free Wi-Fi in the city parks, which is something that we're trying to do. So the other thing, just from a sovereignty perspective, so we partnered with EBU Networks here in town. So they're owned by Hydro Ottawa, which in turn is owned by the City of Ottawa. So we're using city and municipally owned infrastructure. Like I said, our tower, the first tower, we're about to build another one, is on Ottawa Community Housing, which again is municipally owned. And so the funding initially came from CIRA. So what we're talking about is two not-for-profits leveraging municipally owned infrastructure so that we can provide this free-to-use service. We host our own data centers. Like we have 2 data centers that we're in here in town, and we have our own servers. We had an opportunity to switch over to AWS, and we were given very favorable rates as a not-for-profit to do it, and we chose not to do it. And now that looks really prescient, you know? So these are the kinds of investments that small orgs can make. Does it cost us more? Yes, because we have to ensure our own network redundancy by buying more machines. But do we think that it bears out? Yes, our email services are locally hosted. So that's something that then just makes these kinds of differences. So that level of community investment can really pay dividends with sovereignty, but you need to have the funding and then the regulations that support and constrain.
Excellent. Sovereignty, autonomy, essentially it's power, right? So looking at it from the most marginalized people that we have, it's power. Power is tied to wealth. Wealth is tied to the politics, right? So when we get down to the policy making, we need to fundamentally rethink how we design things. And so flipping it over, and I'll use, it's infrastructure, but I'll use an example of accessibility. When we design for accessibility, then everybody is going to benefit from that. So I use wheelchair ramps at schools, right? There was a period of time where the school was built for the majority of people, and there was no way for someone in a wheelchair to easily get into the building. Rights were fought for, and then things were for a while bolted on, added to, and then now you don't have a building that doesn't have that kind of accessibility. But we forget, well, that's not just for wheelchair people, that's for anybody who's carrying something, automatic door openings. I don't know why they have a wheelchair on them. I use them when I have boxes in my hands. If you have, everyone benefits when we design for the most difficult solution, right? So that kind of mentality into tech is a way to completely change, because it's about investment, right? So the dollars are there, we can find the money, right? There's a robot on Mars right now because we decided to put it there. It's not about the money, it's about the political will and changing the way we're doing it. If you could design for the most marginalized, everything else falls into place. Until we start having that flip of mentality of the way we approach things, there's always going to be a divide. You're always going to get to a point where the market fails, and then everyone else is some other solution. So looking to free net models, community access program models, things we've done in the past, things that Canada was really good at in the 90s and the 2000s that we forgot about, right? So maybe going back and remembering some things. We take things that cost money and give it away for free, so not great business, right? So please help.
And I think that drives in one of the other questions on the agenda really well, is how should governments balance sovereignty, competition, consumer protection, and openness with all these factors at play? Who wants to take a first stab at that one?
So we're good. I'm actually usually obsessed. So social enterprise, it means that we're always trying to balance the business parts of our of what we do with the social impact parts of it. So I'm obsessed with the concept of trade-offs. So on the face of it, I was like, oh yeah, a trade-off question. And then I was like, am I going to be one of those people who thinks that all of these things benefit each other and it's a virtuous circle? And I am. So I'm not sure that I think that there is such a balancing act that's required. And I think it's come up throughout the day. I, of course, left my notebook at my thing, but like throughout the day, people have been saying things that I'm like, yeah. And it is, in fact, I think one of them was the ADM this morning, who talked about how we tend to siloize the three topics that we're talking about today, which is access, open internet, and... No, it was AA and OI. Access, no, the theme of the whole day, doesn't matter. Access, autonomy, and open internet. I did AAOI, but it clearly didn't stick well enough. And so how, there can be this false kind of siloization between them. And in fact, they reinforce and overlap. And so that's what I see here. And I would just say as a not-for-profit, obviously, yes, I'm pro-competition, but I would think of it less as competition and as, I always have to do a community radio throwout. That's my background. And so community radio doesn't exist in competition with either the CBC or commercial broadcasters. It is seen as one part of this varied system, and that they all feed and strengthen Canadians, communities, the listeners, and themselves in different ways. And so it would be the same here. So if we call that multiplicity or something, competition, whatever.
And Michael, maybe you comment on the regulatory side of this? To the CRCC's beta, they get packets, right?
Yeah, so I mean, that moves us away a little bit from the sovereignty piece into sort of the vision if we were to move back 10 years ago, and the vision that we would have a robust independent sector in Canada that would increase the amount of choice, and that the regulations would play a key role in facilitating and fostering that, which would ultimately lead to better pricing and far more consumer choice. That hasn't panned out in quite the way that I think we had hoped. In large measure, we've seen over the last number of years, many of the independents get swallowed up. And so the amount of choice that we have now is not what the regulatory policy once envisioned, which I think is discouraging, but I think it is where we are at the moment. I think sort of looking back at that, it does highlight the challenge at times of standing up true consumer choice in a space that tends to be dominated by large players. And so we shouldn't underestimate how difficult it is to basically answer your question in terms of how do you ensure that there is a Canadian choice as part of some of the procurement practices or other opportunities that are out there that is truly competitive with some of the larger players. And we've seen over many years now, I can think back, many years where at times there just isn't that choice, and it crystallizes in some ways how you lose some of the policy options that you might otherwise want. I can think back, so the first time I started thinking about, we didn't call it data sovereignty at the time, but the first time we started thinking about trying to ensure that Canadian data stayed in Canada dates back to a decision by the BC government to privatize the management of its health data. It was in the roughly early 2000s, and so it put out an RFP for who would manage this health data, and it became readily apparent that the only two companies that were going to have a realistic shot at it were both US-based. This came in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 and the passage of the USA Patriot Act. And so at the time, there were a lot of concerns about what would it mean to take this most sensitive of information, health data, and send it to the United States out of government hands. And, the union that was going to be most affected, I think managed to get a lot of play out of this, but they raised what was a real issue. And you began to see various governments seek to respond to that. Well, that's an example, going back now more than 2 decades, of what happens when you don't at least have the domestic choice amongst the range of different choices. And so, I think we can think about what are some of the kinds of criteria that we might want to implement as part of some of these strategies. A alluded to in one of my first remarks about the Alberta document that gives you a sense of some of the kinds of things you have to consider and just how challenging that is. But the goal of at least having the option of being able to say, for certain kinds of data that we might view as the most sensitive or the most high risk, or at a minimum for people that might say, I don't care if it's sensitive or not, I want to have this protection, and I want to know that even if Canadian privacy laws suck, that I'm still going to be subject to those Canadian privacy laws. And we need to find some mechanism to try to achieve that. And that's in part, I think, what this discussion that we're having right now about, well, how do we build up some of these or stand up some of these kinds of Canadian alternatives, so that I don't know that it's about saying that it's always going to be buy Canadian, but I think it should be that we always have the choice to buy Canadian where the circumstances dictate it.
Can I steal it for 1 sec? I feel like I missed this opportunity to complain about the wholesale regulatory system. So let me just say, we're very proud about our Communify project, but the reason that we had to do it was because the CRTC mandated wholesale system that was meant to enable independents to deliver internet services meant that we couldn't fulfill our mandate around affordability. And so the tariff prices were too high. It was never changing. The last 10 years have only been getting worse. And so then we had to look elsewhere. I'm happy that we're doing it, but I'm sad that we had to.
Based off earlier, you're saying sovereignty costs, right? It's about investment. It's about decisions we've made, not 20 days ago, but 20 years ago, right? So a couple of just examples that came to me too. And I think one of the earlier panels, I think it's important to specify Canadian owned doesn't necessarily just mean Canadian headquartered, right? If you can't hack it, you don't own it, right? The right to reuse kind of a mentality. If we, individual Canadians, don't have a say in what the company is doing or not, then do we really own it, or is it really sovereignty? I'll use Rogers Satellite as an example. I was happy to hear I'm in Manitoba. I'm from Winnipeg, but I travel in Manitoba. Lots of connectivity problems. Awesome, satellite. Look up the details. It's Starlink. Who? What? Oh, I have many things about that. Anyway, but nobody asked me, right, about that decision. But that is a massive strategic sovereign decision that was made by a Canadian company. So anyway, that's just one example. The other one is Churchill. So I'm from Manitoba. Anyone been to Churchill, Manitoba? Wow, okay. I thought this was going to be a more interactive thing. Because the next question was going to be, did you get there by the train that takes 24 hours from Winnipeg to Churchill to get there or to get back? You can fly there too. The reason I bring it up is we have been traditionally a flyover province for a long time. We've been underinvested in, depending on what you look at. We have been either second worst or third worst in connectivity, for lots of time. But all of a sudden, between the global political problems we're having and the climate crisis, Churchill, because it's thawing, is now a strategic, it's on the map as far as the government's strategic interests. All of a sudden, all these years of saying, hey, can we have some investment? The only reason there's a fiber line up there is there's a research center up there. So typically really rural and disconnected. But all of a sudden, all this talk's happening. So I was just on the phone with one of the CAO of the town of Churchill, asking about the government's interest in investing and opening the port of Churchill and stuff. These all sound like good economic things. But I said, so what are your interests? What are your real concerns? What is the most important thing with you? And the answer is garbage. They used to incinerate their garbage because of the wildlife that's up there, and especially because of the polar bears. You can't have them coming to a town dump like you do in most rural spots. Their incinerator plant burnt down. I'll give you a second for that. They are in the process of rebuilding it, but they are currently burying garbage because they're so remote. Also, you can't just get rid of it, right? So anyway, there's a longer story to that, but a little bit of irony in it. But most important is, that's not the first thing on their list. Opening the port of Churchill is not the first thing on people who live in Churchill's. And then I said, if the government did suddenly back up a dump truck full of money to open this port, wouldn't that be great though? Wouldn't you then get on the digital train and do all these wonderful things? And it's like, I don't know where I'm going to house anybody. I don't have enough housing in this town right now to deal with the people it got, let alone a workforce that would have to come in to open a port that's never been done before, right? So the point is that infrastructure and the assumptions that are made at the government level and the urban level in these marginalized places are very important to consider, because but we will be shocked in 10 years when this doesn't work. And it's because we're not listening. We're making assumptions, we're not listening, and we're not solving the real problems. We're like, hey, here's a solution, you're welcome.
Great points, and I love the irony of an incinerator plant burning down on itself. So this wouldn't be a panel in 2026 if I didn't have to mention AI at some point. So AI keeps getting inserted into every policy conversation we've been having, whether it belongs there or not. So I'll ask directly to all of you, does the sovereign infrastructure debate change meaningfully when we're talking about the infrastructure being used to train models or process sensitive data? Anybody have thoughts on that?
I think it's your turn to go next.
It's your turn to go first.
Wow, didn't even hear the bus come by. Okay, I will answer it slightly differently. So I look at AI, again, back to my teaching background, I look at AI as a classroom of children, right? Each individual AI made by a different model would be each individual child, but globally. And what I would say that the first 40 or 50 years of artificial intelligence in its oldest form, the first machines started learning, was that kind of preschool phase. And then when ChatGPT got released to the world, that was kind of like the first day at kindergarten, right? Out in the world, you've been raised at home and taken care of and all that kind of stuff, and now out there it goes. Maybe a little bit earlier than it needed to be, but it was released into a structure that of supports and stuff, right? But if we take that, we've seen a couple of it. We had the early adopters, we had people looking at it, but then we had those, it shows great promise. And you see that in some, K to 6 kids. You're like, that one's switched on, gonna do great things, right? Oh yeah, okay, that one over there, right? Like we start kind of seeing these kinds of things. And maybe we're at that point of kind of like junior high now, right? Like we're starting to see like, oof, there's some bad influences being brought into this. There's some good influences. There's tons of great potential. What are we going to do, right? I would not give my tax information to a grade 7 kid and have them do it. So I kind of like that kind of mentality. So I think we're at that phase, right? So when it comes back to that as well, teaching and responsible parenting, I think that's how I'm looking at AI. This doesn't really answer your question specifically, but I think it's an approach and a mindset that I'm trying to bring apart. And it's one of the highest areas of risk, right? I can't think of anything else that has the same level of potential of harm that we don't regulate, right? Are we at the point of that risk? Are we actually negligent as a government, as a people, as adults, right? So those are my questions, right? It's changing the mentality of treating it the way it is right now, understanding that the potential is still there. And the last panel, the presenter was saying, everyone's moving faster, to which my parent voice will say, all your friends are jumping off the bridge. Are you going to jump too? So just a different idea.
Exactly.
Okay. You can jump over. So I think it's readily apparent that AI privacy is sort of the driving policy force right now behind a lot of what's taking place within government. When we see the strategy there that will assume come sometime soon, that I'm sure there'll be some amount of emphasis on investment and the like, but for those that are focused on law and policy, it will be centrally around AI regulation, online harms, and privacy. And I think, to try to answer your question, I think there are major issues that we ought to be thinking about, especially, let's say, on the privacy side. There seems to me for some this sort of running assumption that, well, when we get an AI strategy with privacy, that's going to mean that we have the updated, stronger privacy rules, perhaps riffing on what we saw in the last bill, the Bill C-27, that included both AI and privacy. And that may well be the case, but I'm left increasingly to wonder whether it will be fit for purpose. In the one side, and I think it's helpful to think of, let's say in the context of AI and privacy, helpful to think of this both in sort of the input side and the output side. On the input side, the notion of learning models and the like, where there has been a lot of focus. If you haven't been paying attention globally, Japan just last week passed new privacy legislation that makes it far easier for AI companies to use data without concerns for some of the privacy. They want to become, the stated goal of that government is to become the easiest place to facilitate AI development in the world. The UK has tried to lessen some of the restrictions. Even the EU is seeking to limit some of the kind of regulatory framing that they had around AI and privacy. And so you've got 3 jurisdictions that were amongst the most privacy protective that typically we would have looked to and said, this is the model that we want to follow. And suddenly they're heading in a different direction than they were back when we were thinking about C27. And so we have this tension that will exist on the input side, on the learning model side, where on the one hand we want government, I know the government's made it clear they want to ensure that we've got a regulatory framework that is attractive to AI development and the economic benefits that might arise. I think that a year or 2 ago you would have said, well, that is not in tension with strong privacy rules. Now there are challenges that didn't exist in terms of some of those what some of the global frameworks look like today. Even more, and we spend very little time talking about it, is the output side. So people tend to think of, or some people tend to think of AI from that ChatGPT kindergarten phase, right? So what ChatGPT was like when you first jumped on and it told you that the model was last trained a year before, and so it doesn't have the most active information. Everyone knows nowadays that's not what happens. We know with inference, it goes out and it's a far better search functionality than most search provides. Well, if we think back to the days, there was a professor, she's at Harvard now, Latanya Sweeney, who more than 25 years ago talked about the risk that existed with all series of different data that was de-identified and that individually could not be re-identified. You couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again, so to speak. And she did work back in the late 1990s even that talked about if you found ways to combine these pools of information, you could re-identify de-identified data. Today, this is now increasingly trivially easy with the inference kinds of tools that are available in a Claude or some of the other services that are out there. Well, what does that mean to what has been one of the fundamental premises of privacy law about the way you comply is you de-identify data, it's now safe for use, and you're off to the races. Can you have de-identified data effectively if we've got the tool set to re-identify much of that data? Now that's one of the things privacy law ought to be taking a look at, thinking about what are the standards, and we've tried a little bit to talk about what it means to re-identify, de-identify data, but not at the kind of scale and speed that AI allows for. And so there is a very strong correlation between the kinds of issues that we are thinking about right now and AI and privacy, but I'm not sure that we have had the kind of granular, sophisticated conversation from a privacy perspective, and I have some concerns that we are going to be presented with roughly what we got a couple of years ago, and I'm not wholly convinced that it actually is going to be fit for purpose.
Okay, that was chilling. So I'm going to take a more popcorn approach. No, it's good. So I'm going to start by being a different kind of downer. So just to bring us back to the theme, someone earlier today mentioned how it's not going to be a digital divide anymore, it's going to be an AI divide. I actually think we're going to preserve the digital divide, unfortunately, and then also have an AI divide. So we did a survey. It's a while back now, but it was 2021, so it's still, if you're thinking about this, and there's data that shows that folks who are living on low incomes will trade off their food and medicine budgets to be able to afford communications. It's peak pandemic, so services are all online, so there's no more crucial time to be online. It's locked down, stores are closed, you can't go to the library to get free internet, all of those things. In the buildings that we surveyed of Ottawa community housing tenants, 22.5% of them had no home, had no internet connectivity either from their phone or with home internet. So we're not even approaching an AI divide at that point. We're talking about folks who can't even get access to email. And so I just want to sort of ground us again in that because that's the stakes, right? And then on top of that, those things are only exacerbated, obviously, because you can't get better at AI if you're, using A and W Wi-Fi when you can and sort of trying to do what you can on the fly, or using very expensive mobile data to bring us back to affordability. The other thing I want to say, this is why it's popcorn, because this is distinct, but we have a tendency, I feel like, in a lot of internet conversations to talk about folks who use it as users and kind of consumers. And again, coming from community radio, I really like the shift to seeing people, yes, they are listeners in that context, but they are also producers. And so Rita Rockcliffe Community Resource Center, which is based here in town, has an AI seniors art program. So they're teaching seniors how to use AI by creating art. But while doing that, there's all the social inclusion, but it's not just learning to use the tools. You start to think about, like, why are the tools doing this, or how does it work, and how do I iterate? We talked about, again, some of that sort of black box or understanding how things work. I think that's really crucial. The third thing I want to say, and this is a brand new, within the last month, thought for me. So the word ambition has been thrown around a lot today, and also this idea about innovation. So one thing is, I think we don't think enough about service innovation, just straight technical innovation. So ways of delivering things that are different, even if they're building on existing technologies, is still innovative. Where was my other point related to this? Come on, Shelley. And then, and then ambition, which is to say, is there a community AI? Like, my first instinct is always to be like, what does that look like if there's a community option? And so I don't know, but I'm intrigued, and I think it's worth looking at. Is that a decentralized thing? Is that, I don't know. I know that there are researchers in Canada who are interested in the idea of a community or researcher-based cloud. So, is that the kind of thing that could be leveraged and grow for this? So those are my popcorns. Yeah.
Just quickly answer by saying that it's not called community AI. It's described often as public AI. There you go. And public AI does have any number of people that are really trying to push it. The Mozilla Foundation has been strongly pushing it, for example. We've got a number of other groups. I'm on the board of Internet Archive Canada, and Brewster Kale at Internet Archive likes to talk about the fact that Internet Archive has probably the second largest potential large language model. We can debate the provenance of all that information on the Internet Archive, but nevertheless, it's massive, and his goal is to seek to create public large language models that are outside the realm of some of the large players. So there is, it's not at the use level in terms of community, but there is very much a desire to find alternatives to the OpenAIs and Anthropics of the world, for sure.
Giving back rather than extracting. Yeah.
Until it gets bought and monetized. Oops, that was out loud. So I don't think there'll be a separate digital divide. I think it will supercharge the existing digital divide. Yeah, and there's a couple of factors in that, in simple things, and it's trade-offs again, right? So even because the internet and its services are getting more complicated and more dangerous, we have a countermeasure, multi-factor authentication. Assumptions. That assumes a lot of things. It assumes, you're on one platform, I'm going to text you an SMS message to another platform. I have another thing, and I have the digital skills and literacy and all that kind of stuff to deal with that, blah, blah, blah. So also, and a shout out to policymakers as well, as more and more services get streamlined and brought into just the digital realm, if you don't have people who have access to that, then you are increasing the number of people who don't have access to those services. So I think we possibly could be, getting a wave where we get more people who are technically disconnected. If we look at it from a human rights point of view, again, back to the digital commons, back to the common good, those kinds of ideas, we have both human rights to and from things, right? We have human rights to access the internet because that's where communication and information and all of these kinds of things are happening more and more than in public. So if you can't participate in public and it's only on the internet, you should have that right to access it. We also should have human rights from things like surveillance, right? This goes back to the privacy laws, right? So yes, I would like the Netflix, but no, I would not like to be surveilled in my living room. Thank you very much, right? So we do cybersecurity watches a lot of stuff coming into the castle, But what about everything going out right now, right? How much information is being bled out, and where's it going, right? Back to the power, back to the money, back to the politics, right? So that kind of an idea, I think, needs to be in our mind and in our decision making.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I know running my own home network, watching the amount of places my TV tries to go, my TV trying to send logs all over the world, it's shocking, right? And I have it all blocked, but most people aren't that technical at home. So where's all their data going? What's being done with it? Back on track into Joel and Shelley first. So community networks like Freenet and some of the others exist partially because the market failed to serve certain populations. When the federal government funds infrastructure through incumbents, does that actually help you, or does it crowd out a model that was already working?
Oh. No, I don't want to go for it. I'm just giving you a second to internalize some of your comments.
Whenever there is increased or improved connectivity, we count that as a win. So that's my first thing. And it sounds like the polite and right answer, and it is, but it's also true. I don't think what we had was working because we had the wholesale model. So that's why we're transitioning to the community network. And again, back to I don't think community networks are the answer. I think they are part of the answer. The failures for me of the big investments is that they overinvest in the big players. They don't regulate or require enough. So the government is paying Bell to connect rural communities with no requirements related to IXP connectivity, with no affordability requirements, just straight up, hey, we're going to give you money so you can access a new market. Like, that's sort of bananas on the face of it. Yeah, so that's kind of my concern with it, is just that it distorts, for sure. It distorts the market. It makes our work harder. And my colleague Andrew is here, and a point that he tends to make, network investments, I mean, the reason the government has to subsidize the rollouts to those communities is because there isn't otherwise a market-based initiative for those to go. So the incumbents will put their focus, their energy into where there are markets, which then just deepens those market failures. So again, better regulations, a more diverse or open sort of funding model, and ideas around service innovation. And small players are sometimes going to seem like more of a hassle. They're a hassle on probably the giving them money and the challenges to build. There was a network that they got provincial and some federal funding, 307 net. My understanding is that they don't exist anymore. And they got $4 million so that they could connect Cantley here in town. And then Bell invested in that same network area, and they, as far as I know, don't exist anymore. And so that looks like it's a failure of the community organization that's behind it. And it's very clearly, to me at least, a systemic failure that says it's going to be a little bit more work on the front end, but you're going to get a lot more dividends on the back end by that multiplicity, by different ways of being and doing.
So a practical example, the North End Connect project started basically in a building in the north end of Winnipeg. And when we were brought in, it was during the pandemic, and this organization works with children, and the children obviously were all sent home to work from home, but they didn't have the connectivity, they didn't have the devices. So when we got to the building, though, there was also social housing in the building. There's 30 or so units in the building. And when I looked at the infrastructure, there was already fiber to the building and coax to the building. Rogers Shaw at the time was all the way to the apartment. There's usually you get to an apartment block and they're paying to do interior, gold, conduit, coax, fiber all the way to the apartment. Go to all the actual people who lived in the apartments and ask them if they had connectivity, and they said they couldn't afford it, because when you get social housing, you get the power and the water and the heat, but you don't get the internet. So there's all of the physical infrastructure was in that building. We had to bring in a third provider with another line, because obviously we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't have to have done the network part at all. But because we can't play on the other networks, we obviously had to start from scratch and build our own. The other thing about it is, the last thing about that is, the irony is, if you could afford to pay the bill to get the internet from either of those packages, even the cheapest package, you wouldn't qualify for the housing. So you'd be kicked out of the room, right? So anyway, the other part of it is the things that community networks do well is the trust level, the human to human. But you don't find me a funder who will fund social return on investment. Show me a funder who prioritizes 10 or 100 people who deeply were changed by the project over 1,000 who just kind of went to a class and learned how to click a mouse or something, right? Like the funding models themselves prioritize things that these projects don't do well and don't give any value to the things that they do exceptionally well.
So obviously we have some challenges. For each one of you, what is one concrete policy change that you would prioritize to make sovereignty, access, and affordability work together?
What's up, Michael? Yeah. Already left lots of.
No, it's fine, but I'll cheat and give more than one. Yeah. So I guess I'll start by saying at a high level, I'd like to see sovereignty actually be a policy, not a slogan. And I think part of the problem that we face around the policy discussions, around when we see political set get involved, is it's primarily a label or a slogan. It's not actually trying to identify what are the policies that we're seeking to achieve. But you asked for policy, so I'll give you two. Ones is obvious because I already raised it, and that is, I do think we need to address privacy, but I think we need to deal with privacy as we see it now and as we can try to foresee to the extent to which we can where things are headed. I think that's an exceptionally difficult challenge, but I think it's absolutely critical. Data is obviously at the heart of much of what's taking place here, and our rules are quite literally more than 25 years old by now. They are simply outdated. We have no enforcement mechanisms whatsoever to speak of. I don't think anybody credibly seeks to argue that our current set of rules are up to the challenge that we face right now, and they weren't up to the challenge 5 or 10 years ago. They certainly aren't now. The other thing I think I would point to would be, I think we need we need an AI Transparency Act. And to me, that has the opportunity to cover a number of different things. I've said this in other venues before, but just to give you a couple of kinds of things that I would love to see included within that AI Transparency Act. We had a lot of public discussion in Canada in the aftermath of the Tumbler Ridge shooting and the AI chatbots and the prospect of new regulations. As I raised concerns about where some of that discussion was headed in terms of online harms, but at a minimum, it shouldn't take a minister a meeting with company executives to know what the company's policy was in dealing with these kinds of issues. And so there is, I think, a utter lack of transparency associated with many of these policies, how they are implemented, how they are enforced. This applies not just for AI companies, but social media companies and some of the other larger players as well. But within the AI context, I think it's critically important. Another element, one of the other hats I tend to wear, involves copyright-related issues. There was a report issued just yesterday from the Heritage Committees talking about culture in AI. That report calls for new reforms, seeking new levels of remuneration, but as part of the use of works within large language models. But it also speaks to the need for creators to be able to exercise their rights with respect to when their works are included. And I would absolutely agree with that notion. I think, of course, creators should have the right to opt out of the use of their works if they see fit. At the moment, in many instances, they're unable to exercise those rights because they don't necessarily know whether their works have been used. And then it is difficult to exercise it as well, let's say on the internet, when we, by and large, use the same signaling mechanism for search as we do for AI. Everyone should have the ability to say, I'm comfortable with having my materials indexed for search purposes, but I don't want it used for AI inference purposes or AI learning purposes, not inference so much, but learning purposes. Well, I'd like to see that develop. But anyway, AI Transparency Act would ensure that those uses are made publicly available so that people have the right to make choices. And it might be that they choose to say, I'm comfortable with this being used by a public AI model. I am not comfortable with this being used by Meta's AI model, to pick one of a number of these larger AI companies. That seems to me to be perfectly reasonable, and that need for transparency, which crops up in a number of different places, I think would be a really positive step forward from a regulatory perspective.
So if I had to pick one thing, I think it would be, well, I'm going to say one thing and then divide it into two. So I think it's to sort of almost, we're not in love with the idea that there's only one or two big players who can save us, but we think it's a necessary compromise that we have to keep making. So I was going to say fall out of love with that idea, but I don't think we're in love with it. But like give up on the idea of one or two big players and solutions. And so for me, what that means is really fostering better regulation. So again, that can be constraining regulation, and that can also be enabling regulation. So I think that's really powerful. And so sliding over then would be understanding that there is a need, not just a place, but a need for local and community owned infrastructure and organizations, that they need funding, that they need that regulatory support, and that they are sometimes doing a version of the same thing, but also doing a different thing, and that the whole system is stronger when you have this, panoply of players.
I think that the single solution to clearly at least two different groups, right? We have a place where the market works and there's a place where the market doesn't work, but we have one policy for everything. So there's going to be a point where this one size fits all kind of mentality. And I think that innovation, and again, that word came up again, and I am growing dislike of it. If the government is truly wants innovation, then fund all innovation, not just innovation that leads to profit. If you want to find innovation, you find it in a small town, in a community club or a church basement, or some kind of a group like that where they're actually doing stuff. But that's some of the hardest things to fund, and that should have the respect enough that it also shouldn't have to be done voluntarily, right? If we do truly. There's that whole thing, don't tell me your priorities, show me your budgets, and I'll tell you what your priorities are. If we think that communities are actually important, then fund them. And if you're looking to fund through digital innovation, that can be found at the community level, but the output is going to be social. It's going to be very difficult to see, and it's not going to be the same from place to place. It's complex, right? So if you really mean it, government or funders or whoever, then fund all innovation.
Great responses. Given the importance, and you've touched, I think everyone's touched on the importance of digital connectivity, is it time for us to treat it like a regulated utility and mandate access to everyone?
Here. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to go to business.
But I heard here. So clearly that reads the room nicely. I think that your example of the housing where we covered heat and covered those basic utilities, but didn't cover connectivity, sort of is the answer to that question. I mean, it's quite clear that connectivity is in our current society as essential as some of those other kinds of utilities. And so whether we say that there's a universal right or that we mandate something, making it very clear that nobody gets left behind in this, and this happens either through the private sector or gap fill through community groups or through government programs. It's the same talk we've had for a very long time, but the import of this has only grown.
Okay, I just remembered what I used to always say. And it gets back to housing. That's what made it click. So there are places, I'm rusty. I used to be on the board of a not-for-profit housing organization, but there were portable subsidies that you can bring to different, so they could be commercial, they could be like an individual landlord, it could be a not-for-profit landlord, it could be a huge complex, whatever, and you got to bring that subsidy with you. And the states did this for a while, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the good things that they were doing have been rolled back, including this. So that kind of portable subsidy for those who need it most, I think would be crucial. We do have what looks on the face of it like a program, which is Connecting Canadians. It's a voluntary program that is supported by ISED, but it effectively, we can't participate in it because as a voluntary program, it trades on the idea and the structural inequities of the market. That means that incumbents can participate and we can't, basically, because I would still have to pay Bell, for instance, the full tariff rate for a line, but then I would have to sell it for $10. And so having a sort of, let's get rid of what looks good on paper and let's meaningfully address connectivity. Some people are never going to be able to really afford the internet that they need. So let's create a subsidy, let's make it portable between providers, and then you get that competition for service as well. So if they want to go with Bell over us, then that's great for them, you know? And so that's the kind of competition I can support.
A while ago, I stopped saying the answer to the previous question was to nationalize the backbone, right? That seemed like a good idea at the time. But my question, and the reason I've kind of fallen off on it is I eventually get tired of screaming into the wind. But we don't even regulate the industry. This is going to be super unpopular. Technically, I don't know of another thing that has this now, especially now with AI, this level of risk and impact to people everywhere and the planet, ecologically, humans, all of that isn't regulated. Law, medicine, the trades, everything else, right? And it is regulated by the market. So there are standards in place. But again, this is because the argument is usually most made by urban centers, built up areas. But as you get farther and farther, as you get farther into the digital divide, it is unregulated, right? You need an electrician to get the power into the room to plug the server in. You might even need a plumber to do the water cooling if it's a water cool thing. But inside the box, right, that's unregulated area. You don't have to have it. We don't have a unified code of ethics in the IT industry, and we don't have one that we're held to. There's no barrier to entry into it. I'm definitely not asking for this, right? I'm just saying that these are questions. How can we be surprised when the results that we are getting and the problems that we are having those choices are being made by people who don't have a common do no harm, right? We don't agree on this. It's almost like the battle about education, right? The school system's been teetering back and forth forever because, a certain part of the population believe that schools are there to make workers, and another part of the population is there that schools are there to make well-rounded human beings who also go to work, right? Those are fundamentally different things. If two people who don't agree with each other agree on the thing that we're supposed to do, we're going to build a shed together, but we hate each other, end of the day, we can build a shed together because we both believe in that shed. We know we both need that shed. We don't have to agree, right? But the opposite. If you're wanting a car, you want to build a car, and I want to build a shed, no matter how much we work together, we have fundamentally different things that we're trying to do. So there's only so many resources, there's only so much time. I don't know that we have these things. I don't think we have those fundamental questions talked about enough and or answered. So it's a roundabout way to basically saying, even if we said, yeah, we were going to do it, I don't think we could possibly get there.
And shed.
Shed with wheels, I love it. So as we're nearing the end of our time here, I'm going to ask each panelist in order to go through and just give their final thoughts, anything they want people to walk away with today after listening to all this. We'll start with Michael.
Sure. You were generous. I was able to rant as much as I wanted to. I guess I would say this. There is a lot happening in the digital policy space, not just the AI policy, but lawful access that is currently before the House. We will see online harms come forward. We desperately need people to pay attention and to speak out. I have a post up this morning that speaks about the first House debate on lawful access, which was pathetic. From not just the government, but from the opposition parties as well. And so issues around mandated metadata retention for up to a year, which has been found to be unconstitutional and disproportionate in other jurisdictions, is on the agenda. Concerns around systemic vulnerabilities and the risks of putting that in our network is on the agenda. And government so far hasn't really been been forced to answer around those issues, much less what we're likely to see around online harms, much less what we're likely to see or potentially will see around AI policy. So the coming months now with a majority government is going to be critically important. And so I'd urge everyone to both stay informed and get active.
Had it and I lost it. It's really easy in our day-to-day lives to revert to a kind of everyone model of thinking. So like, well, everyone has internet, or like blah, 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 blah. And so, and it happens a lot at conferences like this. It happened throughout the day. I'm not going to call out anybody in particular because that would just be nasty. It's just a thing that even I fall into all the time. So when you sort of feel yourself doing that, I would think about the folks who are being left behind and who does everyone not include right now? And what are the costs of the people who we don't include when we talk about everyone? And sometimes this even comes out like, oh, everyone hates Netflix or everyone again, it's just like one of those things where you can be like, whoop, who do I mean when I say everyone and who isn't included? I think that would be my biggest thing. And then my other one I'm just going to reinforce the same thing, which is like small can be beautiful and it doesn't have to be the whole answer to be a significant part of the solution.
Absolutely.
This is not the internet I was promised. My point is, I think we need more of these discussions. We need more of us. I feel like there was a fire in the 90s and the 2000s that was there, the community focus, the promise of the things, the positives that could be used for the internet and the services on it. And I feel we're down to kind of we're down to the embers. So I think that we all need a collective action to remember those early days, go back to our origins, and breed more of us. I have 3 kids, so I've done my part. They've heard this rant a million times, so they're on board. I think that we just need to rekindle that fire and don't obey in advance, right? This is not inevitable. This is not a default. There are other options, and we have the ability to make that choice, and that is autonomy. And if we all had it, it would be sovereignty.
Thank you all very much for the great thoughts. Great panel discussion. Thank you, everyone.
I'm just going to pile on and thank you, Michael, Shelley, Joel, Matt, for taking the time to participate today. When I put this program together, I never thought that this was going to be the most funny and entertaining panel, as well as informative. So thank you. It's time for a break because I know we haven't eaten enough today. So 15 minutes and we'll be back for our final panel of the day. We're in the home stretch. Thanks to everyone who's still here. Okay, so this last panel is going to talk about what comes next. We're going to focus on key decisions and pressures that will shape digital access and sovereignty in Canada over the next 12 to 24 months. I am pleased to introduce our moderator, Lena Trudeau, who is president of the Canadian Internet Society and owner and CEO of Inclined Analytics.
For the last panel of the day. Thank you all for sticking around and staying so focused and engaged. We really appreciate it. As Franca mentioned, this last panel of the day is meant to be not so much a summary, but kind of a connecting the dots across everything we've talked about today. And we're going to keep it pretty fast-paced. We promise we won't go over time, and if we end early, we recognize we're standing between you and the happy hour. I thought we should maybe set up the bar so people could have a drink for this last session, but I was overruled. So without further ado, I do want to introduce, we have 3 wonderful panelists, and I'm excited to talk to them about some of the things that we've heard today. Natalie Dunleavy-Campbell is the head of North American regulation for the Internet Society Mothership, which is a really big gig, and we're so delighted to partner with her and with the Internet Society on so many things. It's a pleasure to be working with you, and I'm excited to have you here today. And then we also have Bill Abbott, who's the Director of Regulatory Affairs for TELUS. And Bill has a really unique perspective. I know we've talked a little bit about telcos today, but I promise you're going to like him as much as I do. He's really thoughtful on these issues. And so I would ask you to keep an open mind. And then we have Josh, it's Tabish, right? Thank you. And and Josh is awesome and thoughtful, and you're going to learn a lot from him. And I've walked past him literally 10 times today on my way to see somebody else and haven't even barely said hello, so I apologize. But Josh is the Senior Director for Canada for the Chamber for Progress, which is a really good organization that does good things, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about that in the context of all of this as well. But and I want each of you to talk a little bit more about your areas of focus, but maybe just to keep things kind of high energy for this last panel of the day. Let's start off with some hot takes. Is that cool? Awesome. Okay, so hot takes, quick reactions on what stood out from the day. Did anything really surprise you? Did you think something was missing? Was there something that felt underexplored? We'll do rapid fire and just keep moving the mic around. Go.
Thanks, Lena. So part of my job at the Internet Society is helping governments around the world understand the impact of regulation and laws on the internet. And one of the things we've been studying since 2022 is the concept of digital sovereignty, because this isn't a term that's just being used in Canada, it's being used all around the world. And what could be the impact of the efforts to achieve such digital sovereignty on the actual internet. So we did a study in 2022, and the reason I'm sharing this is that, our big finding was that nobody has a common definition. There's different motivations for digital sovereignty. Sometimes it's economic reasons, sometimes it's to have legal jurisdiction over data, and sometimes it's because countries want a walled garden like we see in China. A lot of what I heard today is very consistent with our study, right? There's no common definition. I think everyone had different definition, and that's really cool. But I think what struck out to me is that it's really important to be clear about what it is we actually want, because if we aren't very clear about our goals and what we're trying to achieve, we could find ourselves on a path that is not actually steering us on the path of the internet, and maybe something that's closer to that walled garden approach.
Thank you. Hi there. For me, I'm not sure how many of you were here in the morning, but I sort of two hot takes. One was the address by Jeff Doctor on sort of using the First Nations or Indigenous experience as a way of viewing sovereignty, because I've got to say I've always had that awkward feeling after a land acknowledgement, and you feel a little awkward, and then you get to the substantive part, whatever it is you're doing at the meeting, but you really have to reflect on that part, because it's tough. And I have a house that is undoubtedly on First Nations land. I don't particularly want to, like, raised a family there, don't particularly want to compensate someone else for it or give it up or even share it. But you always want to do the right thing. And that's sort of a really deep internal struggle. But I really appreciated that Jeff ended on a positive note, which is the past is going to be difficult to undo, but we can do the future differently and better, and we can learn from the past. So that was kind of a hot take. And at a possible, as you may have heard, I work for a scrappy little tech startup called TELUS, and we do try in that area. And we're a platinum sponsor of Indigenomics, and we have Indigenous reconciliation action plans. It's in our data ethics, and it's also in our responsible AI program, which includes not using First Nations cultural property, particularly the graphic property, as an input to AI or to output graphic representations. We will pay someone from the First Nations to produce that for us. So I'm not saying we're all the way there, and it gets to land use as well, particularly in Alberta and BC. On my I used to have a team of 10 privacy partners when I was with the privacy group, and they all took OCAP training, and a couple of them joined in on the Indigenous Reconciliation Action Plan. So there are things we can do. There's always more we can do. That really struck me. Another thing that struck me was the change in the nature of the discussion in the last 8 months when it comes to digital sovereignty and particularly AI sovereignty and AI policy. If you think back to the fall, when there was like the G7 and the B7 and all that kind of stuff, AI policy was all about industrial policy, investments, innovation, how do we do this fast? But I think we've gone from like, tight, and right to hopefully an all-in approach that sort of also, in addition to those very important industrial policies, focuses on some of the socioeconomic things we really need to worry about. Like the AI is just a tool. It can do good things, it can do bad things. Policy should maximize the good, minimize the bad. And I think of democracy, mental health, employment, even like human free will and its potential impacts on those. I am so glad that, and cybersecurity for that matter, I know we've been, seen a fair bit about mythos and anthropics. I'm glad that the discussion in the last 8 months around AI has gone from industrial policy to a broader perspective. Very hopeful for what's coming down the pipe on the national AI strategy. My fingers are crossed that it will carry through. Those are my things.
Cool. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Josh, and I'm going to share my 2 hot takes with you. So first, this morning, we heard Professor Laidlaw talk about how even if your data is in Canada, it still may be subject to extra-jurisdictional request and access from the US and other countries. And we heard Professor Geist elaborate on that again this afternoon. And so I think one thing that has really stood out to me is we often emphasize location when we talk about data, but we may be oversimplifying things. That data is still vulnerable to access, but the good news is there are things we can do to protect it, and we'll get into that in a bit. I also think that discussion has so far, and I think our panel will change this, that discussion so far has missed the impact that legislation like Bill C-22 could have on unauthorized foreign or other access to Canadians' data. And so we'll be getting into that later, I'm sure. The second thing I'd say quickly is, while I was sitting in the last panel, I got a push notification that that Minister Miller is very seriously considering a social media ban for kids in this country. It's very much on the table by the sounds of it. And we are sitting in front of a sign that says the internet is for everyone. And it's odd to me that at no point today has the social media ban come up yet. Whatever your views are about social media bans, and I know it's a divisive topic, the internet a very large slice of the internet could suddenly not be available for people under 14 or 16 or whatever very soon. So I just wanted to call that out, and I'll pass it back to our fabulous moderator.
Thanks so much. I'm going to take a moderator's prerogative and be a panelist for a minute. I want to add one thing that I really loved hearing was just the number of voices talking about these issues, both on the stage and in the networking sessions, and the fact that people come at these things with some, shared interest or areas of, goals, I guess. There's some alignment around different aspects of various topics we've talked about from a goals or an outcomes perspective, but everyone brings a really unique sort of knowledge base and set of experiences to that conversation. And it directly connects to what Shelley was just talking about on the last panel about the fact that it's an ecosystem, it's a community. These are large systemic issues that have grown over time with the advent of AI and with, obviously the quantum stuff that's coming at us is pretty big. I bet you next Digital Access Day, we're going to be talking about quantum a lot. that is only accelerating, and it is going to take all of us working together, bringing those different perspectives, playing different roles, but complementary ones, to really address some of these issues in a healthy and productive and constructive and successful way. So I thought that was really cool and very kind of inspirational. So thank you for that, for everybody who's participated so far today. Any other hot takes you want to talk about, or are we good to move on to some questions about tensions? Okay, trade-offs is a word that has been used and then kind of pointed out as maybe the wrong way to think about it. I prefer to think of these things as tensions and things that are interrelated rather than a zero-sum game of the trade-off. But what are some key tensions that you all heard coming forward today? And Bill has this really great, I'm going to start with you, Bill, because he has this really great analogy to a dimmer switch. And I want to ask, once he explains what that means, for some of these pieces, where should we be setting the dimmer switch? We'll come back to that, but Bill.
I totally ripped off that analogy from someone I don't know who, but it was the idea, Minister Solomon early on was talking about sovereignty as being, what are you left with when someone throws the switch and turns off? That's what you have. And I think we need to approach digital sovereignty and especially AI sovereignty in a more sort of subtle way. It's more like a dimmer switch, because we have to face the fact that Canada is a relatively small trading nation. Our well-being is partly dependent on the free flow of goods and services. Now, one of these tensions is, at the same time, we're very vulnerable. We are vulnerable to, as we now know very well, to certain other countries, but any country out there, when we are so interconnected with other countries. We are also very vulnerable to, frankly, I'm more worried about Sam Altman than the U.S. in the long run. But it's, to large hyperscalers. We are never, it's not on off. Like if we have sovereignty, everything has to be Canadian. It can't work that way. We need a dimmer switch. There are times when you need to turn the sovereignty up on national security, health, utilities, things like that. There are other times when you can turn the sovereignty dimmer switch down because it needs to be a proportionate response. We're not going to be self-sufficient. We're not going to isolate ourselves from the rest of the world through sovereignty. But what we do need is, to go back to something Natalie mentioned, the word sovereignty gets tossed around a lot, digital sovereignty. What are the objectives behind it? And there's a recent paper by Jackson Kahn and Sean Mullen about this, the issue of digital sovereignty, and they described it as freedom from coercion. That you can't be sort of coerced, even threatened very effectively by other countries or multinationals. And I think that captures it. I like to put it more positively and say it's an issue of control. There are areas where Canadians need to have control sort of over the technology, over the operations, and corporate control as well. And, the government can be a leader in this. Probably the public sector is the most sensitive, and through tiered procurement, and have the dimmer switch turned up on certain procurement, turned down on others where it makes sense. I'm not sure if I nailed it quite as well as I did on the prep call, but I hope that helps.
I think it's really helpful, and there are a lot of pieces that feed into that, and it's hard because, to your point that you made early on, Natalie, people define this differently. But I guess then the question is if we think about it as a dimmer switch, maybe we can pull on some areas. You mentioned national security, you mentioned health, you mentioned utilities. What are the areas that we really have to be dialing up the dimmer switch, and maybe that we need to focus on as we think about how we're wrapping up the day and taking things forward? What should we really be focusing on? Maybe Josh, we'll start with you. I'll hand this down.
Thanks, sir. So when it comes to where we should focus, I hear in the public discourse about digital sovereignty on X or in the pages of the opinion sections of our national newspapers, a lot of emphasis on location. Build it in Canada, host it in Canada, the need for a Canadian tech stack. And I think this impulse is understandable. I just worry that we're over-indexing on location, as I kind of alluded to earlier. It's very hard to escape U.S. jurisdiction. Even a minimal connection to the U.S. can leave you subject to the Cloud Act and other kinds of extraterritorial data requests. The digital sovereignty activists will say, but what about the kill switch scenario? What if Donald Trump is unhappy with us one day and shuts off Microsoft for the entire Canadian government? And, these concerns are understandable, but they're a little unlikely, they're hypothetical. What I do think is likely is what we heard from Sami Khoury this morning and what we heard from the folks at CIRA this morning, which is that the threat landscape out there is pretty ugly when it comes to cybersecurity. And what is very likely and what is not hypothetical is that foreign states and criminal hacker groups are trying to penetrate our networks and steal commercial secrets and understand where the critical minerals are in this country. I mean, the list goes on, right? So one of my concerns about over-indexing on location, where the servers are, where the corporate headquarters is that when we move away from some of the bigger leading global services, we lose some of the benefits that come with them. And one of those benefits is very strong security, right? Think whatever your views are on the hyperscalers and American tech companies, they have economies of scale when it comes to cybersecurity that are very beneficial for people in critical infrastructure, government services, you name it, end consumers as well. And so where we have seen data breaches in Canada, it's often been in boutique, on-premises, custom services that are out there. Now, I'm not saying that all services built in Canada are going to be insecure. I don't want you to take that the wrong way. And I also am not saying that we shouldn't build our own infrastructure. I think we absolutely should. We want to be independent as a nation. We want to have a plurality of options. To speak back to what Professor Geis mentioned earlier, we want to make sure that there are Canadian options for businesses to innovate on, et cetera. But I think we need to be clear-eyed about those trade-offs, and we need to be clear-eyed about what the risks actually are versus the hypothetical risks. And that might mean battening down the hatches for critical workloads like national defense or healthcare. But one of the options we have available to us is strong encryption. Now, whether you're working with a major hyperscaler or you're working with a boutique firm, strong encryption protocols can protect Canadians' data from foreign snooping and unauthorized access. Even if the Canadian government is working with, say, Microsoft, there are solutions available to encrypt that data so that even if Microsoft is forced to hand the data over to US authorities, it's a scrambled mess. And so I think when we think about where to go from here, I think encryption has to be part of the discussion. And I think an emphasis on technical controls to protecting data is just as important, or more important, frankly, than where it's stored.
I have to agree with a lot of what Josh just said, but what I would like to encourage folks to think about is when we talk about trade-offs, for me, we have to think about what does it mean to have an actual internet, and is what we're trying to achieve getting us further away from that goal? Because the internet was designed so that there shouldn't be a kill switch, right? It is decentralized. It was built to have no single authority to prevent any one person from having a kill switch. And I'm talking about the infrastructure of the internet. That doesn't necessarily mean individual services that use the internet to offer their products, but I'm talking about the infrastructure of the internet. That's why I get worried when I hear, suggestions that, well, maybe we need to control the tech stack. Maybe the answer to sovereignty is we need to control everything. If that is something that helps align with your version of sovereignty and you're okay with that, meaning that that doesn't necessarily lead to an internet, cool. But I think a lot of people might not understand what the internet really actually means to exist in the first place. And because of that, if we go about certain solutions to achieve any one of the many goals we talked about today to achieve sovereignty, my worry is that if we forget about thinking through whether this could get us further away from an internet, that we might be getting closer to a version of the internet that we can't trust to actually do what we want it to do. Yeah.
Thanks, Natalie. And Josh, great point about encryption. Bill, did you want to add anything else on this? Yeah, do it.
This is where I get to disagree with both of the other panelists. With respect to the potential threats to, I hope I'm not misinterpreting this, Josh, being hypothetical, to me, I actually find them very real. Like 8 months ago, if you'd said the US might hypothetically close off the Straits of Hormuz and turn off oil for 20% of the world, that's highly hypothetical, and it is happening. So it's a wild and crazy world out there. I think we need to be prepared. And then sort of with respect to, and thinking of encryption, that's great when it comes to, what happens to your information if it's been accessed by a third party, but access to the internet and the applications that ride on top of it are vital to the operation of our society. And there's a certain minimum level that a nation state really needs to be able to sustain. So encryption is part of the answer. As far as securing information, it is not the total answer for a state to be able to say we have a reasonable level of digital sovereignty. And I think we have to start with, in a way, it's totally valid to say, hey, what services do we need this high level of sovereignty for? But I think the first step is defining sovereignty, and it comes down, in my view, like that's something the government could do very helpfully, is define sovereignty for our purposes. I think it goes to control at all levels, like not only location, hardware, software, security, the workforce, and define different levels of sovereignty that might be required in public procurement. And I think that really starts to solidify what we're talking about. And that is part of ensure that this isn't a matter of balkanizing the internet or balkanizing AI. It's a matter of making sure it's there when you need it within a state.
If I could just quickly add on to that. So I really get the worries that are where this is coming from, right? I get that people want to be able to trust that they can turn on the internet and still have access to their data and their services, and that nobody's going to turn a switch off and then you don't have access to your entire livelihood online. I think, though, the way that we go about achieving that trust, that security, that resilience in our infrastructure is not necessarily fragmenting ourselves from the internet, but supporting more options, supporting more, for example, community-driven networks who can build internet access solutions on their own terms that align with their own visions of sovereignty. That is also great for Canada's entire internet because it increases resiliency and redundancy, and it helps keep more data local. But it does so in a way that doesn't contribute to a walled garden. It just benefits everyone. So what I'm trying to encourage folks to think about is maybe some of the goals that we're trying to achieve with digital sovereignty can be achieved by getting closer to the aspirations of the internet that are open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy. And how can we work towards those goals in a way that helps us achieve what we're talking about in conversations about digital sovereignty today?
Thank you. Yeah. Open, secure, trustworthy, big themes that resonated throughout the day. And we're going to be talking a little bit more in another minute about another threat to the health of the global internet. And also, I, again, wanted to raise two other tensions that I thought came up today. One, because I said we were not going to get through this day without talking about competition policy, and here it is. The tension between wanting to have choice of Canadian companies to work with across the tech stack comes down to a question of whether, it was talked about on the panel this morning, whether we have the kind of economy that supports the starting and the scaling of businesses that can meet those needs. And the reality is that we know the numbers are high of businesses that start here and move elsewhere because that's where they can scale. So I think there's a tension there we need to be paying close attention to. And I think competition policy is a big part of whether we can make something like a goal of digital sovereignty actually real in practice. And then separately, another theme that came up throughout the day was the need for that legal infrastructure. And so on the theme of legal infrastructure, we've kind of walked around the issue of Bill C-22 a little bit, but we're going to tackle it directly here. Maybe Natalie, you can give us a quick take on C-22. There are some good things about it. There are some not so good things about it. And what are, in the view of all of the panelists, the implications for access and for privacy and innovation? What are the risks? We talk a lot at the Internet Society about the risks of unintended consequences. Policy and regulation, when it is related to really complex matters, particularly issues that are highly technical, are nuanced, and there are often unintended consequences. And I think this is a situation where we're facing that risk as well.
Thank you. So just a quick TLDR on C-22. So C-22 is a bill that was formerly tucked in within C-2 Strong Borders Act, but was removed and introduced as its own thing. And essentially, it is a lawful access bill that is intended to help law enforcement get access to information to support investigations to stop crime. I will say that, as someone who works at the Internet Society and has worked there for many, many years, we pay attention to these kinds of bills all over the world a lot because they often involve providing law enforcement access to information in a way that undermines encryption. And as Josh mentioned before, encryption is like the bricks and mortar of security online. Everybody depends on it every single day in every aspect of your life that touches the internet, all of the time, and we take it for granted. So with Bill 72, the Internet Society is especially concerned, and I have to say, this is our top legislative concern all around the world right now, and we track bills all over the world. Because what it does is it gives the government power to issue secret orders to any service that exists in Canada and uses the internet to help law enforcement with investigations and in a way that could undermine encryption. And they have exceptions in it to say, well, you don't have to do it if it's going to contribute to systemic vulnerability. But they're not sufficient to protect against orders that force services and companies essentially to engineer vulnerability into their systems, into their services. And we also know that, the department that is introducing this law doesn't necessarily agree with the way that most cybersecurity experts define systemic vulnerability. And given that the Prime Minister just a few months ago said, well, we want to use lawful access bill so that we can get access to private communications to stop crime, I don't have a lot of confidence that when the folks that are promoting this bill are saying that, well, no, we're not going to undermine encryption. The Prime Minister is on the record saying they want access to encrypted information. So the reason that this is our top security legislative threat around the world that we're tracking at the Internet Society is because you're essentially creating a power that the government could use to force every single service in Canada to bake in vulnerability into their systems, and that includes internet infrastructure. If we can't trust that we're using the internet in a way that the infrastructure itself, the guts of the internet, is using every possible means to secure our experiences, the businesses that we're creating, the innovation that we're doing, how can we trust our ability to use the internet in a way that's not going to harm our economy, that is not going to harm national security, that is not going to lead to less safe spaces for kids online? It's extremely concerning from a whole range of perspectives, but I think it's really relevant to the conversations today. We heard from folks saying, I think the stat was 98% of companies in Canada are small to medium-sized enterprises. And then we heard in other conversations that folks are really struggling with the basics of cybersecurity into their businesses. And we're also in an era where the pace of cybersecurity threats is outpacing our human abilities to stop them, because the folks that are looking to find these vulnerabilities are now using AI tools that can find them in minutes as opposed to maybe hours or days. They're finding, and all it takes is one vulnerability. We can do everything we can. We are always having to scan all of the vulnerabilities and to be patching things, and yet all it takes is one vulnerability, and you could be out of business. You could lose, it could destroy an entire economy. Not to mention, it will create a honeypot in Canada. If attackers know that these lawful access orders exist, it will turn Canada into a honeypot. Folks like Brent will be employed for years and years and years to come, which might be a good thing for Brent, but not a great thing for our economy, for finding economic resilience, for wanting to be able to use AI in ways that is not putting us more at risk, our families. So I really think that when we're talking about digital sovereignty, for whatever reason and whatever way we need to achieve it, we have to make sure that we're not also passing laws that undermine our very ability to use the internet in a way that is secure and that gives us the autonomy to be using it in a way that is secure and using every tool at our disposal to keep it that way.
Thank you, Natalie. I'll just say the Canadian Internet Society is on record with our position around C22. We've, I think, published areas where we think the content is good and areas where we have concerns. And we have a couple of our board members in the audience today who are going to be testifying in front of the Senate on this very issue this evening. And so they'll miss our happy hour. But all for a very good cause. Before we leave the issue, Bill, Josh, do you have anything you want to touch on with respect to C22?
I can very quick. Famous last words. I think I may be suffering some Stockholm syndrome, because over 25 years, there have been 5 earlier iterations of this, and some of them were truly Orwellian. So I have to give my head a shake every now and then, say, lawful access, C22, it is, I've seen worse, seen much worse. It still needs work. I will give the government credit that between C2 and 22, they went back. There was consultation with Murray Rankin. It was, selective, not public, but, and I think there were significant improvements. I would say 3 areas, and I'm largely agree with the panelists, 3 areas of real concern for me. Metadata retention, the power to order metadata retention for up to a year. Don't know where the heck that came from, but just a poor idea on so many levels. If you have a basis for wanting, say, a telephone company to keep some information, great. Tell the judge, convince them, we'll collect it. Otherwise, just having us keep a year of metadata, just in case you might want it, turns telcos into state surveillance bodies, and that's just not what we do. The second would be the systemic vulnerability, the fact that there's it's still not clear that the legislation closes the door on the idea of an encryption backdoor. I think that needs to be firmly nailed shut. It is a bedrock of a functioning internet. The third is compensation for doing, for implementing lawful access. Partly, speaking on behalf of TELUS as a good corporate soldier, yeah, there's a crass corporate commercial. Like, we like to make money. If we're going to do something, we would like to be paid for it, especially if it means doing a lot to our network. Beyond that, I think there's a public policy purpose for compensation. It disciplines the conduct of lawful acts, of law enforcement. They have limited budgets. If they have to pay for lawful access, and particularly network changes, it makes you be a little selective. Do I really need this? Is this really important? If everything is free, then, it's like decryption, tower dumps, and everything else for everybody because it's free. And I think, compensation has a role here in fairness and also in protecting civil rights.
I'll just add quickly. Quick show of hands, who here is concerned about digital sovereignty? No matter how you define it, no matter what your perspective is on it. Okay, so everyone here is concerned. If you're concerned about digital sovereignty, you should be concerned about Part 2 of Bill C-22, because it gives the power to the government to force surveillance and other interception equipment into networks. And we've seen recently in the US that those interception points can be hacked by the bad guys. The Kalea systems were hacked by Salt Typhoon. I think that was in 2024. Brent probably knows. I'm getting the nod, okay. The FBI's wiretap system was hacked this year, recently, last couple of months. Anyway, they fessed up to it last week. So these are not hypothetical risks. These are very real risks, and we're seeing it play out in the US. Second thing is, of course, the threat to encryption, which everybody here has mentioned. I think it's just really incumbent on the government at this point and MPs to fix that, close that door as Bill suggested. So if you're concerned about digital sovereignty, I think you're concerned about Part 2 of the bill. So you got a new bill to learn up on and a new legislative process to track. So you're welcome.
Never a dull moment on the legislative front in Canada, and it's only going to get more exciting. One of the things that we talked about today quite a bit is what digital sovereignty, we came at it a number of different ways, but what digital sovereignty means in a Canadian context. And what I mean by that, and what I want to ask folks on the panel for whoever would like to answer, is what does digital sovereignty look like in a country that includes multiple sovereign nations and jurisdictions? There is that sense that the more voices that are at the table, the better the solution in the end. And of course, that also takes time. And we've talked about the importance of speed and the urgency of moving forward. I just wonder, what's a Canadian way to come at this culturally? I say that as someone who lives in the US now. So really, it's more broad than that. Like, as a community, how do we think about coming at this with a sense of shared values and knowing that we do really value multiple voices at the table? And I think the majority of us do understand that when we do consultations properly and we engage people in good faith the right way as partners, we come to a better place in the end. So I guess I've made my position a little bit clearer, but I wonder if anyone else wants to talk about that at all.
So at Chamber of Progress, we really believe in inclusive innovation. And when you look at the history of technology in Canada, you can see that the benefits have not been universally or equitably felt, right? This is not surprising to anybody in this room. If we look at the example of broadband deployment, we know that First Nations communities, Métis, folks in the North, these were some of the last communities to receive, and still are waiting, some of the last communities to receive fast, reliable, affordable internet. And so I think there's a real risk that unless we take a more deliberate and consultative and thoughtful approach, we can replicate this on AI. And I think Shelley captured this well in her comments on the previous panel. When I heard Jeff speak earlier today, I really wanted to thank him for sharing his family story with us and grounding us in a kind of broader view of these technologies and where they fit, and how they affect communities across the country and across all of North America. When I think about what inclusive technology looks like going forward, I think let's follow their lead. The First Nations Technology Council in BC is doing some really interesting work right now. They just received a large grant to work on AI, the development of AI adoption materials, and training for First Nations across British Columbia. I'm going to be following that really closely because I think that looks really exciting. I think Jeff's words earlier are instructive to us, so my advice would be, or my approach rather, would be let's listen and let's see how we can help.
Sure. So I don't have a great answer to what does Canada need to do for Canada's digital sovereignty, because as we've mentioned before, there's so many definitions. But what I always come back to is, how do we, when we think about how do we accommodate everyone, the internet was built for everyone that wants the internet. Everyone has different goals and different reasons for using it. Sometimes we don't have a choice because the services we need in our day-to-day life use the internet. But, at the end of the day, the reason that the internet can offer so many opportunities is because it was built in a tech-neutral, general-purpose kind of way that allows people to innovate and build things and use it in ways that benefits them. That said, while nobody here will have the same definition of digital sovereignty, there are some principles that, knowingly or not, we do agree to, and those are the principles that allow the internet to exist in the first place. So the Internet Society developed a tool, it's called the Internet Impact Assessment Toolkit, that really lays out this framework of principles that, when government started thinking about, well, what does it mean, to have an internet, and what kind of an internet do we want? One that doesn't just exist, but one that's open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy. And our framework really lays out some common principles that help us understand, well, what does an internet need to exist in the first place? An accessible infrastructure, decentralized management, common global identifiers. These are things that, by the very fact of us using the internet and deciding to build companies on the internet and to innovate and build new technologies, we agree to these principles because we've decided that the internet is valuable to us. And so we're going to voluntarily work in this way so that we can continue having benefits of the internet. So I don't have a very specific answer on what Canada should do about its digital sovereignty, but what I will say is that I think it's important to be very clear and direct about goals. As a parent of a neurospicy child, I've learned to really appreciate the value and importance of direct communication. So being very clear on the goals that we want to achieve and the kind of benefits that we want to experience by using the internet, but also being very clear about making sure that if what we actually want to achieve involves an internet, considering the means to get there in a way that respects the internet. So the Internet Impact Assessment Toolkit was designed for just that purpose. We used it with governments all over the world to help them understand how decisions could impact the internet, and it's definitely open for the government of Canada to have a look and review when they're thinking about these discussions.
It's a great tool and toolkit, and you should definitely check it out. Very well said, both of you. And I just want to as well come back to, because Natalie said something really key, this notion of a principles-based approach. Whenever we're talking about really complex issues that have a multiplicity of views associated with them, taking a principles-based approach allows us to align on those principles that we share in common without necessarily getting into the solution space where we might disagree. And it gives us a platform to align around and agree on as a basis for moving forward. And part of the challenge I think we face as a society is too often we go right to the solutions, disagree on how to solve the problem, when if we took a step back and had that conversation at a principles level, we might find it much more constructive, and certainly it would feel better to have the conversation. We're coming to a close, so I have one last question for our panelists, and it's about looking ahead. Near-term priorities, the next 12 to 24 months. If you could wave a magic wand, what is one decision that you would like to see us get right in this country in the next 12 to 24? One concrete action that would improve outcomes for Canadians. Who wants to go first?
Super to that point.
Bill, it's you.
In the very short term, I think a clear definition of digital sovereignty and implementing it by the federal government and implementing it through its procurement policy in a proportionate, targeted manner so that we can stake out control where we need to, which doesn't mean closing ourselves off from the rest of the world. And if I could sneak in a second, and this is also industrial policy. Actually, there's so many things to get right, but the second would be figuring out how to go from research to commercialization better. And I think it's a combination of things, preparing our society for it through training, probably some competition and tax policy issues in there. And if there's a third, and this is actually the one that means in some ways the most to me, is getting the non-industrial policy right, getting the socio-economic policy side of this, the people side of it, the impacts on, because the decisions we make now, much like the decisions on, say, pollution and climate that were made in 50s and 60s that affect future generations, the decisions we make now are going to project themselves into the future. Let's do our best to to come up with policies that minimize the harms to democracy and to individuals and maximize the benefits, which is a tall ask of a government, but they're there to do hard things. Sorry, that was 3, sorry.
Well, now I'm taking 3. Just kidding. I'll do 2. So I mean, I think one is, I think we need to, first we need to shift the focus away from data localization to data security and data control. I think encryption is going to be an important part of this. As I mentioned earlier, no matter where your data is, it's very hard to escape US jurisdiction and other jurisdictions. So let's focus on technical solutions that keep Canadians' data private and secure, like encryption, which is my segue to my second point. Let's fix part 2 of Bill C-22. Let's make sure that we don't include a workaround on encryption, and let's make sure that we aren't weakening this security of our national infrastructure through the installation of surveillance apparatus. Those would be my 2.
I'm going to cheat and say 3. So first of all, I think that if I could wave a magic wand, I would love to see more investment into community-centered connectivity solutions. So at the Internet Society, we focus on connecting the unconnected and protecting the connected. So part of connecting the unconnected is actually really beneficial to creating a stronger, more robust, and more resilient Internet. And as I mentioned before, keeping more traffic local. And it helps people create ways to access the internet on their own terms. And it also helps address the affordability solution. So as we're, seeing the government invest billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars into AI innovation, I think we also need to be investing still into those community-centered connectivity solutions to make sure that they are also part of participating on the internet. And secondly, I think we need to stop C-22's lawful access orders. Not only will this mandate insecurity into
potentially any one of our businesses and our individual lives, it will totally destroy the reputation of our business sector and our tech sector. This happened in Australia. We did a study at the Internet Society looking at the impact of Australia's Toll Act, which has similar powers, and we had respondents reporting like billions of Australian dollars in losses from the reputational hit that their industry took after that law came to be. So that the solution is like not having those kind of powers at all, because what they'll end up doing is just creating a vulnerability. It'll create honeypots, and it just destroys the foundation of security that the internet needs in the first place. And then third, I think, doubling down on Josh's mention about data localization, I think it's okay that some data doesn't belong on the internet, right? I think it's important to understand, our ability to control what data is collected and how it's used, et cetera, and that includes data that is metadata and can be combined to form identifiable data. So I think instead of focusing on we need to keep all data in Canada, we need to focus on privacy, and we need to focus on keeping data secure no matter where it travels and no matter where it's sitting. Because unless we're doing that, it doesn't matter if it's sitting in Canada, if we're living in a time where we could be prevented from securing it and locking it down from encryption. It doesn't make it any safer in Canada if we can't store it and secure it in the strongest way possible.
One last connection. Forward.
I think we're almost out of time.
1 minute.
So I just wanted to say, Franca, you did it. Congratulations on a very successful Digital Access Day. There's not a lot of digital policy events in Ottawa in general, and so this is an important one, and so congrats for pulling off another great event.
Well, with that, and we did come in at 4:40 exactly on time. Franca has delegated to me just a couple of closing words. I will keep it short. And of course, Josh already took the first talking point. Franca, thank you for everything that you have done to make this day a success. The roster of really knowledgeable and experienced folks with interesting perspectives to share on this stage today. I learned a lot, and I really appreciate it, and I know folks in the audience do as well. I also want to thank once again our sponsors. Dr. Wendy Sukier from the Metropolitan University's Diversity Institute Future Skills Center, thank you so much. Thank you. Bill and Telus, thank you so much for your support. We appreciate it. And Natalie and the Internet Society, boy, we couldn't do half the things we do without our partnership with the Internet Society, and we deeply appreciate that as well. So I just wanted to say thank you so much. Reinforcing one core takeaway as we walk out the door, defining digital strategy is going to be part of the equation. And I know that that's hard to do. We're generally going to disagree. Each of us is going to have a perspective. So the question then is, what are the principles we can align around to help us have a constructive conversation and work together in moving the dialogue forward into execution, into real actions we can consider that will move the needle, that will help us achieve the goals we want to achieve, and then move into execution. I feel like if we take that kind of constructive approach, a group like this can do anything. I really believe that. So thank you very much for your time today. Enjoy happy hour. I hope we get to have a drink together.